Dinner time. Oh, the music's still playing. Bro. Glenn Beck's talking about some wild stuff. I think I hope people like Nada are wrong. And people like, I saw somebody else on a stream doing this. People who just casually laugh away the idea that AI or robots could like rise up and do something to humans. Thank you, Stephen Will. They like laugh it off. They're like, haha, okay, boomer. Bro, they got computers now that are powered off of human embryos from that come from stem cell research. So they're taking human embryos and they're using them to fuel computers because AI, a lot of people, all of the green energy people, all of the climate change people, they don't like to talk about how much energy is used for AI. They're totally okay with the development of AI systems and technocracies and Amazon and data centers, huge, gigantic data centers. They're totally okay with that stuff. They don't talk about how much energy it takes to fuel these data centers. They don't talk about the water cooling systems. So like here in Utah, right now, over in like Ogden and Provo, it used to be all farmland, right? It used to be farms, cows, crops. Now it's all cleared out and they're building these huge data centers there. These huge server centers that are the size of multiple football fields, windowless buildings, just giant square gray buildings. Huge. And there's nothing in there except servers. Well, those servers have to be cooled by water for now. And those servers have to be powered. So Utah, which is a desert climate, which is constantly in drought, which diverts all of our tributaries from our water, from the water that melts from the mountains. They divert that water to water the green grass that I've talked about before. Also, now that water has to be diverted to cool these huge server buildings. And there has to be power for those buildings. So they're developing servers, computer systems for eventually we're going to get to quantum computing and stuff like that. Huge, vast amounts of energy has to go into this. They're doing stem cell research and using human embryos from stem cell research to fuel these machines. So the idea is when programmers, bad actors, and these evil human-hating programmers are using human embryos to fuel computers that are ran by AI, that are programmed by evil people who hate humans and want to depopulate the earth, and they program humanist as a racist term, a harmful term, into the system. If you're just going to brush off, oh, AI and robots could never do it. That's never going to happen. That's just fiction. Okay. You need to pay a little more attention. You're basically, I don't know. You're not paying enough attention. Yep, the Matrix. I got some stories. So I watched a movie this morning, and I'm probably going to spoil the movie because it's based off a true story, and I'm going to read you the news stories that the movie is based off of. And man, this story blew my mind. What up, Mr. Matt? Before we do that, I'm going to eat my food, though. It's a movie called Compliance. Anybody ever seen the movie Compliance? Crazy story. It honestly annoyed me that people could be this dumb. But what do you expect? Oh, yeah. This is a fish sandwich. Fish fillets. Some potato wedges and some fish. Smells like fish. Make it a dish. Smell like cologne. Leave it alone. (2002) Count of Monte Cristo. It is good. I think I've seen that. I've read the book. So this dude is basically, and this is a true story. So I can't spoil the movie because I report on the news and stuff. And this is a true story that happened. This dude prank calls a McDonald's and he tells the manager that he's a cop. He's with the police station. And one of the employees stole money out of somebody's purse. And then he says, we need to get this money back, but we don't have time to come down there right now. And if you want to make it easier on your employee, instead of us bringing her down to the jail and strip searching her to find this money, you can just strip search her in the office and tell us if you find. So first he tells them to look through her purse. And then they're like, okay, we looked through her purse. She emptied her pockets. She doesn't have the money. And the guy's like, well, we need to strip search her because women could hide things in different places. We need to strip search her. And so if we bring her down here to the station, she's going to wait in booking for 8 hours. She's probably going to be here overnight so that we can strip search her because we need to find this money that was stolen. So instead, what you could do is you could strip search her in the office. And they do it. They strip search the girl in the office. And so apparently this dude did this over 30 times across the country. He got fast food places to strip search their employees in the office and then explain. And so there's been a documentary about this on Netflix. And there's also a movie called Compliance about it. But in this one instance, he would see how far he could get it to go. He got the girl to give another guy a BJ. And my mind was blown when I looked into the case, the real case of this. My mind was blown that this really happened. And the guy who was doing the calls, he never got caught. Well, he got caught, but there wasn't enough evidence, so he got let off. The girl and the manager both got paid out by McDonald's. The girl got like $6 million, and the manager woman got like $1.1 million. The manager's fiance, because at one point the guy says, the manager is a woman, and she's like, I need to go back and take care of the customers. And so the guy on the phone is like, okay, I'm going to need you to have a man watch her. And at one point he tells them, take the clothes and put them in your car and leave your car unlocked. And we're going to come and get the clothes. The police are going to come and get the clothes so we can inspect the clothes and make sure that there's no hidden compartments. So the manager takes the girl's clothes out to the car, and the girl ends up standing naked in the office for 3 hours with an apron covering her up. And then at one point, the manager says, I got to go back and handle rush hour. So the guy on the phone says, I'm going to need you to have a man watch over her. So first they bring in a male employee, and he says, this is weird. I can't do this. And he leaves. So then the woman manager comes back in, and the guy says, what about your fiance? You said you're engaged. What's your fiance doing right now? And she's like, he's not busy. And the guy on the phone says, well, call him in and have him watch over her, because I need you to have a man watch her while you're out there so that we can make sure she doesn't get away. So the manager calls her fiance, has him come down to the store to watch this girl who's naked in the office. And the guy on the phone gets the manager's fiance to first have her sit down, take off the apron, and inspect her. And then he says, she disobeyed you. You're going to have to spank her. So he bends her over her knee and spanks her. Then he gets the girl to give the guy a BJ. And I'm like, okay, the strip search thing, I can almost understand how people could be duped into that. But the fact that you gave dude a BJ because somebody on the phone told you he was a cop and told you to do that, I was like, no, there's no way this is true. Well, it is true. The fiance of the manager got $1 million out of this from McDonald's. The girl got $6.5 million. The caller never got charged, or he got charged, but he was not guilty. So he never got in trouble. The guy who got the BJ ended up doing 5 years in prison. Yeah, C-Sal. True story. And I was like, what the? No freaking way. When I watched the movie, I was like, I'm sure they're like adding to this story. Nope. I read the court documents this morning. I read multiple news outlets reporting on this, and this guy did this to 30 different cities. Wendy's, McDonald's, fast food restaurants, 30 different places all over the country. This was the worst one. The girl actually ended up, and the guy got charged with sodomy for sodomizing her against her will, and the caller on the phone got let out, and dude did 5 years in prison. Crazy story. What the hell is wrong with people?
I
Oh,
did hear about that story. I was like some years ago. It might have been about 10 years ago. I heard about that.
I think it was
The
2012.
one with, yeah, I remember hearing about that. I was just like, are you kidding me? There should be lawsuits galore going on right now. When I first heard about it, you do not have the authority to go over the phone and say, strip search that person right there. No. And being a manager, you should question that. It was like, "Nah, I'm just an employee. I do what the voice on the phone tells me to do." What? I'm sorry. What?
I
It,
mean, how dumb?
it's
How?
disgusting.
Why would a cop tell you to give a guy a BJ?
Ding,
What?
ding, ding.
At that point, don't you like stop and think, huh? I've been standing here naked for 3 hours, and now he's telling me to blow this guy after he just told this guy to spank me for disobeying? What? At what point do you say, I don't think that's a cop? And then finally, late at night, they're still on the phone. Another employee who's off, he's not working right at the time, and he's an old high school dropout. He's like an old guy, He comes in and to get a milkshake or something, and they're like, hey, we need you to come back here to the back and do something. And they put him in the back room, and he's like, wait, you want me to what? And he walks out, and this is a high school dropout. Some old random guy gets on the phone with the cop, and within 5 minutes, he's like, this is a hoax. This is bullcrap. So the manager calls up the store GM, because the guy on the phone said he was a cop and he was in contact with the GM. She calls the GM, and the GM's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And the manager's like, wow, we've been duped. But it took
Really?
an old high school dropout McDonald's employee to say, "Are you guys stupid? Like, you can't you can't tell this is fake." Like, oh man, people are dumb.
Well, that's the intelligence level that they're looking for in these industries, especially at the level of fast food.
Well, now
I
they're both
remember,
millionaires.
yeah, I mean, good for them.
And
I-
the guy
she's got to
responsible
carry
is the
that.
guy on the phone. And he doesn't even get charged. He doesn't even get in trouble. Meanwhile, the other guy who's just doing what the cops told him, getting a BJ, he's got to do 5 years in prison. If cops
I
told me
thought
to
you
get a
were like,
BJ, I'd
oh,
probably do it too. The question is, why did the
feel
girl
better.
go along with it? How are you that?
She's naive and young, and they manipulated her, and that's all that is. She probably doesn't know any better. All she thinks is, "Oh, this is the law," on the phone with me, and doesn't know no better. And
That's crazy.
the one person in that whole scenario knows what's going on. It's like, I'm gonna make this happen. Da, da, da. Like, you filth, you piece of fucking shit. It, but I like that she got paid, but still, she has to deal with that experience and has to carry that for life.
Well,
That sucks for her.
the manager should not have gotten paid. I don't like that. That
No, I don't
manager
like that
should
at
have
all.
done some time too for allowing it to get that far.
You're put in a position of power like that. You should have some kind of coherent thought of responsibility. Really, you think this is okay? Yeah, and it's probably one of those things that they're manipulating them again, thinking that they're scared at risk of getting in trouble if they don't make this happen. But it's still stupid. It's common sense should kick in somewhere, somewhere, and it just doesn't because you hire people that can be replaced by robots. Then, and we're on that path.
Yeah. Well, I bet you a dang AI robot burger maker wouldn't do that. Wouldn't go along with the okey doke. The
Plug
robot's gonna
your
be like,
socket into the grill.
request request denied. I am not an idiot human being.
Make your 120 volts 240. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh.
Voice analysis says you are a liar. You are not a cop.
My first payroll tax paying job was McDonald's, and there's no way in hell. I'm like 15 years old. There's no way in hell I would have thought that was something to go along with. No, the kids.
Well, ain't nobody trying to strip you down,
Was
Buff.
that 2012? Oh, they can't handle all this sexy.
Why do you have a rainbow on your? Is that Rainbow Freddy?
I'm celebrating Pride Month.
Follow your
Follow your
dreams with Freddy Krueger
dreams.
on a rainbow.
Yeah, baby.
That's the most colorful shirt I've ever seen you wear.
Oh, I had to get this for my Nightmare on Elm Street. Uh, which one was it? Dream Warriors video review. Yeah, it's done as a goof. I'll wear the shirt of the thing I'm reviewing. I do it as a goof to make fun of the other people that do that shit.
What are you reviewing a movie from a B horror movie from 1965?
It was part of my Halloween month. I like to go back and look at old during Halloween. I
Oh, I
had a
thought you said you were
series.
recording it. I was about to say it's not.
Oh no, no,
It's
no, no,
not
no! I
anywhere
already
near
did
October.
it. No, I already done that one. But just like the review old school horror movies, topically, like the ones I like, the ones I hate, ones that the first one that scared me, the one that this one for Dream Warriors. This was the first horror movie that turned me off of horror movies. They weren't scary anymore because Freddy was too damn funny. And so I did a review on it. And it was just a fun video to
But those movies
do.
aren't supposed to be. Those movies are like fun jump scares, like Jason and Freddy movies. But there are some like psychological. I watched a movie called Barbarian the other night. That was freaky. You should check that one out.
Have not seen it. Yeah.
That
What
was
the
a good
hell? They got
scary
this
movie.
new Russell Crowe one out now called The Exorcist, and it
The Pope's
plummeted at the box office.
The Pope's Exorcist.
No, it's just called The Exorcist.
The one
I
with
don't know
Russell
where it's supposed to
Crowe is
fit in
called the
line.
Pope's. It's called
Yeah,
the Pope's Exorcist.
there's a new one. There's a new one. Came out this weekend.
That's
Look it up. It's just called.
how
The
Russell
Exorcist.
Crowe going to be in 2 Exorcist movies in the same year.
I think it's some kind of new franchise they're trying to start. Let me recheck my math. Let me check the box office again. The Pope's Exorcist. The Pope's Exorcist. Oh, it's just. Oh, The Exorcism. That's what it's called. Yeah, Pope's Exorcist. There's a new one. Yeah, The Exorcism. That's the new one with Russell Crowe, and I think it's supposed to fall in line with the Pope's Exorcist. I think they're trying to start a franchise.
Maybe it's a sequel.
What up, y'all?
Maybe
What up?
It might be a prequel. I haven't looked into it.
If you are interested,
What up, Mads?
The word. Hey, I think I just watched The Pope's Exorcist.
But he's talking about.
Watch that one.
Oh, somebody in the comments said this being completely unrelated to the Pope's Exorcist cracks me up. So Russell Crowe is in 2 Exorcist movies at the same year. That's ridiculous.
What is Russell Crowe doing? Just make Gladiator 2 already. Oh, oh wait. He died.
He did.
Spoiler alert.
Hey, Russell Crowe died?
No, Gluteus Maximus died.
Yes, Maximus come back as his own son.
No, there was a movie that I just saw. It's not The Pope's Exorcist. It's something where they got like 3 personalities. The dude in prison. Fuck.
You talking about Nefarious?
I think it might be Nefarious. Yeah.
Oh, Edward Norton?
Was it Edward Norton?
No.
Hold on.
Nefarious,
I don't know. There's
Nefarious
a
is
movie with-
the interrogation movie where the guy's
Yeah,
demon
yeah.
possessed.
Oh,
That was decent. It was decent. It was decent. Bob, you got a haircut?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Alright.
it was for reasons. At a family reunion past weekend, and
The
I was
reason
gonna be
is your
working
hair
grill,
looked
and I couldn't have that hair.
like a.
It was gonna be hot.
What,
All
you
right,
was
he
doing
was out.
dreadlocks or
He was
something?
out in Greenwood,
Looking like-
on the grill, baby.
When he took his
All
beanie
right.
off, he
Hot
looked
as
like
shit.
Cornell
I was
West.
Get that out of here.
You'd be all right.
Oh,
Thankfully, it'll grow back.
in no time.
Thankfully, it'll grow
Oh,
back.
yeah, our hair grows back real fast. I ain't even worried about that.
Who's R? Who's
My family,
Oh.
my bloodline. I know you don't believe in genetics and all that, but
I thought you meant the black.
my bloodline. Our hair grows back fast. It just
talking
comes
about
back
Jamaicans?
black and gray.
You talking about Jamaicans?
That's fine.
That's what you talking about? Jamaicans hair grow back fast?
I'm the only one that has Jamaican in my blood. The rest are mostly African and Native American. Blackfoot Indian. Our hair comes back fast.
Well, Blackfoot.
Blackfoot.
That's what I'm saying.
Can't help what I am.
I got Whitefoot, so I don't know what to tell you. Red foot, red face.
Oh,
Like
William
the
Bremer.
emoji. You ever see the emoji? Like that? Mr. Mad, baby.
What makes the red man red?
Yeah, I'll send it in the chat right here so everybody can see it. Mr. Mad to a T, baby. Yeah, what's up with the rainbow though? For real, that's not.
Teen Milkin, hello.
Ain't no gangster shit.
I'm celebrating Pride Month.
You shouldn't be celebrating that, bro.
Follow your dream. Follow your dreams. All right. If you want
Follow
to
your
be
dreams
a
without a
certain
rainbow,
way, follow your dreams. All right.
It's not very private. It's pretty
Okay,
public.
I love
Month.
this shirt.
I
Oh,
had a
certain-
pride shirt. Hold on, give me 1 second. I got one right here for y'all. It probably stinks though, right? Give
I
me
think
1
a certain female threw a whole wrench into Pride Month with her hawk taw. This meme is getting out of control now. Oh boy.
Do it again.
A hawk taw meme. I was at this family reunion. I wasn't even on the internet. I get back here, and that's all I see in my feed. And I was like, I had stayed off of the internet during the whole time. I get back here and I see all that. I'm like, what is this? And producer, he's like, oh, you don't know, you haven't seen it, and he sent me the video, and I'm just like, oh my god, what is this?
I only saw it one time, and I was like, and now everybody's talking about it. It's like, what?
It's on what?
It's the meme now.
The little
The
Haktua.
girl.
Haktu.
Yeah.
What is it?
They asked this
The
girl
that did the Haktu. Yeah.
They asked this girl in the streets. They're like, "Hey, what do you do? What's something freaky you do in the bedroom?" And she said, "I like to Haktua and spit on that thing," and that's it.
Spit on the dick?
That thing. That thing.
He doesn't need any. He's fine the way he is.
It's the
I got my price
internet
shirt,
meme.
That's a pride shirt.
This is a price shirt.
Liberty, guns, bullets, Trump.
Shit, LGBT, baby. Let me take this off because it stank like my ass.
Did you know they got a mini Statue of Liberty in Paris?
What is it?
It's a Statue of Liberty in France, but it's a miniature version. They sent us the big one, and they kept the little one.
Yeah, so you know, I mean, I'm sure everybody, this is probably common knowledge, but that like you know, send us your weak immigrants or whatever, that was some graffiti artist back in like the days. Like that wasn't a real fucking, that wasn't sent with the actual statue. Some fucking socialist went in and tagged that shit on there or whatever, and then that they allowed it to be a thing.
I did hear that it wasn't originally on there, but I thought,
yeah,
but it's on a plaque. I thought they mounted the plaque there.
They may have like incorporated it into it, but
I don't know what the hell
it was like some graffiti artist.
Originally, it was just like a tag, and then they made it like a plaque. And
or maybe he put a plaque there. I don't know, honestly. To like maybe research it real quick, but this is what I heard. So
yeah,
I'm gonna go with that.
I've heard something like that.
Makes the most sense. Huh?
I have heard something like that.
Yeah, it was something like you know how they fucking spray paint the fucking Mona Lisa and say, "Oh, this is for climate activism."
Yeah,
I think they did that to the fucking Statue of Liberty, but originally it was just the fucking statue itself. Like it had nothing to do with immigrants or anything like that. It was just a gift that they gave us because whatever reason.
They got a mini Statue of Liberty, and I was glad I was able to drive by this place in Birmingham, Alabama, at the Boy Scouts of America headquarters.
He's black.
They got a little Statue of Liberty out there, and I thought it was funny enough. I got to drive by. I had to drive by there to get where I was going, and it still says Boy Scouts of America. It doesn't say, you know, Boy and Girl Scouts of America. Like
no, now it's just Scouts of America. They don't even gender it.
It doesn't say that. It simply says Boy Scout. It still says Boy Scouts of America across the wall. This big ass wall that you can see.
Well, they're not gonna be able to change them all immediately, but.
Well, it's like now
quarters.
It's like Scouting United or something like that now.
I've been out of the loop, so I'm just barely catching up now. Like I've been gone for like a fucking month, 2 months. But like cockpit is now not cockpit anymore because it signifies man.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Like if you're in an airplane,
yeah,
you can't say cockpit anymore. Or like we have manpower. You can't do that one anymore either. You gotta have like
master bedroom.
Power, I guess.
It's not supposed to. You're not supposed to call it a master bedroom.
Oh, because slavery.
Yeah,
slavery.
Because that's where that term came from.
Well, who are you gonna dominate then in there?
I know.
Be a master electrician.
You can't have two people dominating. You know, one of them's gotta put it down.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, man.
And people think AI can't take us over.
Oh, it'll happen easily because they'll give AI too much power, as they're doing right now.
Well, I was gonna say earlier when you guys were talking about the McDonald's employee filleting whatever at gunpoint.
No, it wasn't a gun.
AI is gonna know how to do your shit proper.
It wasn't a gunpoint. There was no gun involved.
Not a gunpoint. It was a threat over the phone.
It was a guy on a phone pretending to be a cop.
Dumber than I've ever imagined.
Yeah.
Possibly.
No, it's the stupidest thing you'll ever hear.
Suck this dick.
No.
You know,
No, it was
And then
a
the gun is
prank.
right there, and they're like, all right, I guess I got no choice.
It was a prank caller
I
on the
thought that was
phone
what you were
pretending to
talking
be a
about.
cop, and he got them to strip this woman, and then he got another guy to get a BJ from her over the phone,
What?
acting like he was a cop.
Damn.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, AI, we're cooked. We're cooked if it comes to AI. Because AI is gonna figure out your heart rate is at 93 beats per minute. You're gonna suck that dick. Your bank account is only, $1,700 or whatever. You gone.
Yeah.
Rome brings up a great point. Master bait. I mean, can we not do that anymore? Do we have to call it?
No. You gotta be like Josh, and you gotta mass debate and mass.
Yes.
Always mass debate.
What happens when the female sex robots get a dang sex change and then they grape you?
Well, no. Here's the thing. Haven't you seen Austin Powers?
The
They got
fembots
the shits that come out of here.
Yeah.
The fembots.
These boots are made
So
for walking.
Right. Never trusted. It's not gonna end up in your favor. Of all things to happen, AI pleasuring you in a good way is not. They're gonna get your money. They're gonna get your Mercedes. If we're talking about iRobot or something like that, you're not gonna be able to drive your own car. It's already happening. This is a mess.
Yeah,
it is.
They're gonna read your dude. I've got video games where they detect when you're shooting if you're like fucking scared or whatever of the shit jumping out at you, and it reads your blood pressure sensor and shit. Yeah, it's a game called Dark Escape 4D, and part of the shit was in the arcade. You grab onto these like heart pressure sensors, and all this shit. It detects you, sweating or something like that, and your heart rate. So if your heart rate goes up, then you kind of like lose points because you're not keeping your cool. But you're supposed to. It's an on-rail shooter. You're supposed to shoot all these fucking monsters, zombies and whatnot. So this is from 2008. Imagine now what they got as far as AI.
I heard this story.
I can't look at you with your hair like this, man.
Really
Put a hat on, please.
I gotta really look into this story, but I heard this story about this guy. While I was gone, fucking this dude had a Tesla crashed into his house. I've been meaning to look into this because apparently they're trying to cover.
Did it go into the pool and then explode? Because that's what batteries do when they hit water.
Oh. No, it crashed into his house, and he said he went to go check on his roommate, and went outside to go see what was going on. He saw this car in his house, and he's just like, "Well, damn, da da da." So he called tow trucks, called 911, and before emergency services showed up, there were tow truck guys that showed up before they even got there, and they're pulling the car away from his house. And he's like, "Hey." Wait, I got the cops coming. I got to file a report for my insurance. And they just told him to go fuck himself and took the damn Tesla away.
Yeah.
And just boom. It was like, what the
Here's how it works.
At
least here in Chicago, maybe it's stopped now because I don't think these tow truck companies have access to the encrypted bands because now they encrypted their police radio shits. In Chicago, before you could just any citizen could listen to a police radio and actually have this is a car crash, blah blah. The tow companies used to listen to those frequencies, and then anytime they had a car crash within their vicinity, they'd be the first niggas there besides the police. Maybe sometimes they would get there before the police even, and they're ready to tow the car because they would hear that somebody called the police. They had an accident at 63rd and fucking Jarvis or whatever. And they would be right down the block, so they would show up ready to tow your shit. So that may be the case. I don't know if it's AI exactly, but what town was this? You said LA?
Not sure. I just heard the story. I haven't confirmed.
But it's a common thing. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes on where the tow companies, they're very aware of the second you call the police and say, "Hey, I had an accident." They're listening and they go, okay, we need to hit up 59th and Western right now, and they're about 5 minutes away, let's say, right? So they get there before all these other motherfuckers. I don't know. I don't think it's an AI thing. I think it's just these motherfuckers are driving around ready to tow somebody. They know it's gonna happen, and they got to make their money. You do get reimbursed with your insurance, though, so that's why they go ahead and hit you up for that charge.
Oh, here it is, right here. And of course, Google is calling it a conspiracy. Who knows?
What's a conspiracy?
They're basically calling him a liar that these tow trucks showed up to remove the car before anybody could get there.
No, that's common practice here. Yeah, I mean, even with a dumb car, like something that's not even connected to the internet. But I can only assume if a fucking Tesla, which is constantly connected to the internet, if it detects that some type of accident happened, it's gonna notify the authorities, and in turn, the tow truck companies are going to be aware of this somehow, because they're also linked up in the same way that more than likely police are linked up. You know what I'm saying? I think that's all that it's not. I mean, unless you're saying that the AI targeted his home or something. I don't know if that's what you're implying, but
here it is. In a follow-up video posted on Monday where the guy answered some of the questions he'd been getting about the incident, some commenters propose alternate explanations. So that right there leads me to believe, oh shit, this probably happened. I don't care about what the commenters have to say. This is from daily.com, whoever the hell they are.
What do you?
They got it going on Reddit, but I don't know. These aren't.
What is your takeaway from it?
It sounds like
what are you trying to imply with this story?
I believe it. They're trying to cover up the fact that these self-driving cars are not reliable at all. This is the technology they want us to go towards. But what is weird, because the left is so hell-bent on this damn electric car nonsense, but they hate the man who has innovated self-driving cars and electric cars. It doesn't add up. They're not meshing. We got to wait and see. I don't like any of this, but here we are,
face to face, couple of silver spoons, hoping to find we're two of a kind, making it grow together. We're gonna find a way.
What the?
if your damn electric car catches fire, fucking they let it burn.
Yeah, you can't stop a lithium ion fucking cobalt fire. Like, you literally can't. You can't throw water on this shit. That's not how those fires work.
Yeah, spray foam on it.
I don't know. It's like a chemical fire, dude. It's not like a fucking. It's not like sticks and fucking stones. You know what I mean?
You have to have a special.
It's a chemical fire. Like, this is completely
fire extinguisher.
Yeah. Maybe there is, but like, who has those on deck?
Nobody.
Ready for lithium ion fires or whatever, cobalt fires.
Yeah, they haven't made an extinguisher.
Those Teslas, if they catch on fire, they'll blow up. But if they roll down a mountain, everybody will be fine.
Well, look, so like I remember like a while back hearing about some woman who was driving the shit autopilot, and it went into a pool. And it short circuited, and it turned into like a fucking hydrogen bomb, essentially, because that's not meant to touch. Like, those batteries aren't meant to touch air, let alone water. You know, like, it becomes like a catalyst to whatever is inside those batteries.
Well, it was compromised from the wreck.
So
the
damage. There was a guy that drove he wanted to off his whole family and himself, so he drove his Tesla off a cliff. And it went off the cliff, it rolled down the mountain and landed in a ravine below, like 200 feet below, and everyone survived.
Whoops.
He must have felt salty as hell. Like,
yeah, now he's in prison.
I should have bought a Camry.
Thanks, Elon.
Yeah, way to foil my plans. No, but like you get a fucking cell phone. If the battery bloats enough and you were to like expose it to air, it becomes like the fucking worst fire that you can't even breathe in the fumes of, or you die. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's in these batteries. I think it's cobalt or lithium. I'm not 100% sure, but
The cobalt mines are where they get the lithium. Yeah.
it may be both. Yeah, maybe, but something where like if it reacts with the air, it's like toxic fucking fumes from hell. Yeah,
it's like a green
all
fire.
Yeah,
all this through child slave labor.
It is child slave labor, actually. Yes, they're using all these poor African kids in the Congo to fucking mine by hand, mind you, by hand. You know, like grabbing fucking disastrous, minerals and whatnot.
Yeah, the climate change people don't care about that. They don't talk.
No,
they
don't care about that.
No, they don't. As
long as you're charging your shit in front of a diesel generator, that's all they give a fuck about.
Yeah,
you know, because what's up, Floor?
Guys, hey.
What did you say?
Hola.
What are you guys talking about?
Teslas,
slavery,
child slavery, child labor,
and Teslas and robots, and
yeah. We should probably be talking about funny things, laughing, instead of all this nonsense all the time. I think.
What are you talking about? Kids that are 16 should be working. They need to be
not in fucking cobalt mining. Did you lose your mind?
I'm
if
pro.
You can get him to 14. If you can get him from 14,
you should expose yourself to fucking dangerous permanent chemicals. That
I'm pro child labor, but
forever.
I don't know about child slave
when you
labor.
Hit 14 for.
I mean, kids get exposed to even worse things when they're doing nothing with their life with a bunch of friends.
Burn from fucking playing rugby or baseball or something like that. Sliding
drinking out the water hose, mining dangerous chemicals.
To
water hose, lithium mine.
Not lithium mines. There's a big difference there.
She's from a third world country, so they
off a little cliff or something like that.
They're putting kids to work at 8.
The bottom of the lake.
Make your kid work. I'd rather have a kid working than doing nothing with his life after school. He should be working.
Floor. You the weirdest part of this conversation right now.
You can tell she's my. You can tell she's my wife, because that's something I would say.
Just stick some lithium in your pocket and
just mainline. I
always say child labor laws are communist. Yeah.
Over here, kids work, and these kids are.
They're selling chicles on the fucking highway. They're not digging fucking cobalt out of a dangerous mine that would kill.
Bubble gum than selling some meth. I'm just saying.
Or diamond.
I think cobalt is a little worse than meth, probably.
Blood diamond mines in Africa.
I want to go on a limb and say that even smoking meth is probably at least a little bit less dangerous than mining cobalt in a fucking lithium mine or whatever bullshit. I think. I don't know. I'm no expert in this shit, but.
I mean, I wouldn't send out my kids to do that type of job, That's kind of extreme, but if my kid wants to work in McDonald's at 14, boy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm advocating McDonald's
until a prank.
He's not sucking any dicks there.
Until a prank caller calls and has him stripped down in the office.
Then he's got to quit. He's got to quit that job. I don't think that's a job for him. If he falls victim to that prank, by the way. He may need some more discipline in life.
It is gonna be a champ.
I think Flora missed a lot of the story that you just got here for.
I'm not sure what you guys are talking about.
I don't know. Yeah, we shouldn't recap the story at all.
Hola, Amanda.
Is the war over?
The war is always going on.
So it's not over.
The war never ends.
All right, well, good.
Do you fuck with the war?
As long as you got internet, still. I guess this is all that matters.
No, yeah, that's over. I told you guys it was gonna be a huge shit show, and then nothing was gonna happen.
No, it's the same thing that happened in Colombia. Same shit. Same shit happened in Colombia. Yeah. They're still going on. It's been like 5 years now. People are still dying in the streets. Civilians by the hands of law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? So
What's going to be happening in America soon?
oh yeah. Josh is right about that shit. Are you chewing? Are you doing chew?
No, it's one of those nicotine pouches.
Oh, okay. Same shit, I guess, right?
Yeah,
like those?
except I like them. They help me smoke less cigarettes.
That's probably good for you, honestly.
And
Do they taste good? You just pack them in? That's it?
yeah, it's just a little pouch you put in your lip.
Okay.
If you have a child on a diamond mine, how smart would it be? Like, that's an innocent child. You can take him into the mine and ask him to bring the diamonds back to you.
You don't think they searched them on the way out?
Yeah,
kid, he's gonna know where to hide his
they
stuff.
make them
Up
do
their
it.
ass.
They make them do it almost naked, and they search them. And if you get found, they cut your head off. Like,
well, and if he doesn't get anything found, then you're gonna live a pretty good life.
have you ever seen the movie Blood Diamonds?
Diamonds are not worth that much.
Yeah, that movie Black Diamond is crazy.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
Raw uncut diamonds.
Is that coffee creamer that you're drinking?
Orange juice.
Oh, it looks like coffee creamer.
I thought it was coffee.
Would you be surprised?
She's just drinking straight.
If she was drinking
straight coffee creamer, coffee mate.
Seriously, would you be surprised? Don't walk away from this.
Josh, you watched the picture that I sent you? Didn't that look good? While I was looking at the art gallery, I was feeling myself a little bit in there.
I don't know.
What? That's never heard me around.
Let me leave again.
Okay, bye.
I mean, if you got a picture of you feeling yourself.
Oh no. keep that at the DM.
Yeah. Let's calm down. Calm it down.
What's up, Amanda Thomas? She's in the chat.
Oh, is Amanda in here? What's up, Amanda?
What's up, Matthew? Shit. It's been a minute. Man, dude, I haven't hung out with y'all niggas in so long now.
It's such a scam. What's a scam?
What's a scam?
I think diamonds.
The blood diamond thing?
Oh, yeah. Diamonds are a fucking scam, dude. They're a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
Matter of fact.
Well, now they're making fake ones.
Yeah, they make them.
Yeah, you can't even tell the difference between the real ones and the fucking zirconium shits now. Zirconia?
They say if they're flawless, if they don't have a flaw, they're fake. Real diamonds are supposed to have
all these
flaws.
different gradings. It's like VVS or some shit. I don't even know. What up, Matthew? Man, what up?
What is it? The cut clarity.
Yeah, it's like.
And what was the other one? There's one more. It's
cut
like
clarity. I think it's like the hardness. The hardness, no?
And there's another C. Cut clarity, carat.
Composite.
Carrots, yeah.
Compression.
I found a new serial killer that is added into my list of hot stuff. For sure.
You found what?
I found a new serial killer.
Killer?
He's something.
Is it Wade Willis? Tattoo face?
Oh my gosh. Yes. 6'6".
His
he's
face
so insane.
His face is tattooed like crazy. You like that?
What
are you talking about the black?
Josh,
hold on.
He has
Josh.
the most bad boy freaking hot vibe in the world.
Josh, look up the Black Alien Project.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull
the Black Alien Project. Maybe she might be into that.
Pull him up on the trial. He looks good.
Is it Wade Willis or Wade Wilson? I think it's Wade Wilson.
I don't like the way you're saying any of that. That's so weird.
It's Wade Wilson.
I'll drink to this. Buff, you gonna join me?
It's so weird. He's so freaking attractive.
I'm out of liquor.
Yeah, if you like,
I'll take a little shot with you. Salud, my nigga.
If you like guys with their whole face tattooed.
It's not. It's like.
It's his whole half of one side of his face.
Tom McDonald?
You know who he looks like? He looks like O'Reilly Not O'Reilly. Miguel Alvarez from Oz. He looks just like Miguel.
Oh, I hated that motherfucker. He was such a fucking vermin. He was such a like a rat, like a squealer. Like he was Miguel Alvarez.
Yeah. This guy looks
That dude
just
was
like
such
him,
a
except with
fucking-
tattoos on his face.
Oh, that's what he looks like.
Lots
But
of,
that motherfucker. I
and
couldn't
not
stand
not a
his
couple
character.
tattoos on his face. His whole face is tattooed.
No. Look up the Black Alien Project. Look that up real quick.
Hold on, I
I
gotta.
don't know if you can show that on.
I
the,
have never been attracted to a man that had tattoo on his face, but I was scrolling through my
Well,
YouTube
check it out,
the other
Floor.
day, and I
Wait.
looked at this video, and I was like, "Whoa, who is this guy?" And I got into a rabbit hole. I mean, he's a murderer. You know, he definitely hates women, but he's attractive. I could see how he got this woman so
You just
easily.
keep coming
into
back
bed
to
and
him.
everything.
Look up the Black Alien Project. Put that on the screen if you can, Josh.
Hold on, I'm looking this up first.
Man, you better get this man flagged.
No. That's not a.
Look
It's a.
Dang. Dang. I'm looking at the YouTube right now.
Me too. Oh
Look
no,
at-
this guy's lightweight compared to the Black Alien Project.
You know,
Just wait.
Wade Wilson is also the name of Deathpool or Deadpool.
Oh, you know what?
That's true.
I think Flora just sees like Ben Affleck or somebody with this nigga.
He has the
Because
perfect
he looks like Ben Affleck.
He looks like
ratio. I don't know
Robert
what it
Downey
is, but
Jr.
Yeah, that too actually. Robert Downing fucking Affleck.
He does have a little Affleck in him, doesn't he?
He got a ball,
he
bro. He
is
got a ball.
right. He's handsome as heck. I'm like, what?
What is
We
it?
didn't say that. We didn't say all of that though.
What
We
is
just
it
said
called?
He looks like the nigga.
Quit saying the N-word.
Oh my bad. I forgot.
What is it called? The
I
Black.
thought I was on Discord still.
You are on
Oh, that's
Discord,
a
but
monster.
we're also on
I
YouTube.
know.
What is
I've given up on it. Fuck it.
what
Black
is
Alien Project?
Black Alien Project?
Yeah, this motherfucker. He went out really all out, and he speaks Spanish, by the way. I think he's French, but somehow his.
Oh,
dominant
I've
language
seen
is-
this guy before.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster, for real.
Who is
But look
it?
at this, Flor. Maybe she might fall in love with this nigga. What? I mean, N word. Sorry. Oh, that's America. I can't even do anything in my life anymore.
You did so well for so long. What's happening?
I had a couple weeks off, man. I regained my old persona. You know,
say ninja. I don't know.
ninjas just
I'm
sound-
just used. Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
But is this
Nah,
guy?
it's-
Is this guy like a? Is this guy
You know
like
what I
a
mean? Like,
serial killer?
No, he's a real fellow. He's a fellow.
He's
A real fellow.
Is he the guy that called McDonald's? And
What did he do to
No,
his
no,
hand?
no.
He got his fingers sewed together.
Oh, he got two
Ew.
fingers amputated. He got two
What?
fingers amputated because he likes what it looks like to have a claw.
Oh my god.
These are real people in life.
Huh.
And you know what? Look at a before picture. I ain't gonna say the nigga was handsome, but
Come on,
he
you
was
can't
kinda,
keep saying
you know,
it.
Yeah,
That's
what-
I mean,
three times now.
I ain't gonna say
That's
the
three
man
times
was,
in 10 minutes.
My bad.
Hell,
Dog,
I might say it. Shit.
let me just maybe the water might help.
The opinions of the people on the panel are not those of the host of the show. YouTube.
Yeah.
We have to denounce every time. I gotta disavow every time he says it.
No, you gotta say it properly.
Flesh
That-
carved out of his head to spell his name. What is
Yeah.
this?
Dude, he got rid of like pieces of his nose, his ears. He removed his ears. He removed two segments of his fingers, or his own fingers. So he's like this, I think now, something like that. He has no ears. He has no nose. I think he dyed the insides of his eyeballs. He's got like implants in his shits.
Oh,
He's all black.
YouTube just saw my phone number.
Uh oh.
Thanks, Instagram.
This guy is allowed to vote.
No, he's from like France. He's from France. He's not an American.
They got elections in France. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, you're right about that one. Well, are they really?
What
Are they
the
really
heck?
electing people in France? Macron, come on,
Bro.
dog. Macron. I don't think anybody's going for that one. But here, look up a picture beforehand when he was like 20 something years old. Look, I ain't gonna lie, man. if I looked like him when I was 20, I'd just be working out 24/7. I'd be like, bam, 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 hitting that gym. Yes, Marilyn Manson is tame now compared to the people that we're seeing nowadays, man. Marilyn Manson, imagine back in the day, I used to think Marilyn Manson was extreme for shaving his eyebrows. That shit grows back. Limbs don't grow back. You don't get these back again. You know what I'm trying to say?
What is this
And
thing?
Lord only knows what else he cut off, because what I heard about him, they said we can't talk about this on YouTube. So I don't know what else he cut off or did to himself.
Yeah,
where they had to censor
looks
it
like
on a fucking
he got his
body
lips,
modification.
he got like his lips
video.
cut off.
He got like a segment of his lips cut off. He had his
Oh
entire
yeah,
nose removed.
here he is when he's
It's just
young. He's
nostrils.
like no
He's like
homo, but
20-something
he's like
years
an
old,
attractive guy.
He looked like a fucking good looking man. I ain't gonna lie.
He
Bro.
looked like a
he
model.
He was a good looking dude. To do that to yourself, bro, like you got some mama issues or something. I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Yeah, it's mental. No, but that's the thing. He's not mental. Like you talk to, or I didn't ever talk to him, but like you see his like interviews. He's a normal. He's just like, oh, I just want to be different because I always felt different.
Ted Bundy came off as normal.
Maybe, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. I can't argue that. Honestly,
I would take Wade Wilson any day over that guy.
Oh my gosh, you're such a weirdo.
Looking fellow.
I mean, dude, like he's not ugly as fuck. You know what I mean? Like in order to do all of that, like, come on, dog. A lot of it probably could have got a lot of women. Probably, I'm thinking. I don't know. You know.
You got a thing for serial killers though, Floor. You married.
I don't even think he's a serial killer. I think his mom. Yeah, Matthew was saying his mom turned him into a self-hater. Maybe she was like, "Oh, you look just like your motherfucking daddy."
I kept looking at him on my YouTube feed, and I was like, "What is this guy about?" And I clicked on it, and now I'm looking at the chart, and I was like, "What the? That's like the most attractive serial killer I have seen. It overpasses everybody."
I don't like where the story's going, to be honest.
But the more you get to know him, you're like, "Dang, maybe not."
What did he do? I remember the case. I remember when he first got arrested a long time ago, but I haven't been watching the case.
Who? Ted Bundy?
No, this Wade Wilson guy.
Ted Bundy was attractive, but this guy is more attractive. He could have been a freaking.
What did he do? I don't care about how attractive he is.
And this is your story.
All the time, man, like, oh, she's attractive. Look at that booty. Blah 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 blah. Can I not say anything about Wade Wilson now?
Because it's
just like serial killers.
Yeah, I'm not talking about serial killers.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what's her name that
bit
off
fleshly things.
What's the lady that bit off the dudes?
What he did is that he went on a killing spree.
Bobbitt?
He
Lorena Bobbitt? No, he don't love Lorena Bobbitt. That's for
I'm
sure.
telling you what he did.
Okay.
So he went ahead and he had lots of charges throughout the years of like being violent, and then just one day he snapped and went on a killing spree for a whole weekend.
Maybe Jodi Arias.
He was like getting these girls out the club.
How many people did he kill?
He would have sex with them. I think that he killed 2 women.
Well, that's not.
Hold on.
Is that a serial killer?
McDonald's, though?
And then he almost killed his ex-girlfriend too, but she was able to escape.
But 2 women.
Did he ever work at McDonald's though?
2 women in a weekend is not a serial killer.
That's true.
That's as far as I have, like what I have heard. It's just that every one of his courts recording is like 5 hours, so I have only been able to hear 3 of the 2 women. I don't know how many more are there.
Huh.
It's part of this whole story. Yeah, Jodi Arias, mildly attractive, but she wasn't like a serial killer either, though.
Not mildly attractive. She looks like a mouse. This guy is hot. I'm not saying mildly attractive.
Jodi Arias?
Jodi Arias she looks like a mouse. She has no boobs, no hips, no nothing.
No boobs.
So who's a hot serial killer woman then to you? Eileen Wuornos?
What was Cassie? The one who killed her baby, Casey Anthony.
Oh yes, she was cute.
Lacey,
Yeah.
Lacey Peterson,
No, Casey
No,
Anthony.
Casey
Casey
Anthony.
Anthony. Yeah.
I don't remember.
She killed her kid. She killed her baby, and then she got
That's
off.
not hot though. You know, like that automatically just. It's like when I see a girl wearing way too much makeup, I'm already like, I don't care how hot you are, disqualified.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I will date these people. It's just shocking how good
Just
looking they
fuck them.
are. And then
You just let them murder you.
he's 6'6". Have you seen that man is standing up in the
Oh,
courtroom?
this is what this is about
He's
now.
taller than every single person in there.
Six figures.
Wow.
6'6".
Wow. 6'6".
Fresh and fit.
Wow.
Fresh and fit, nigga.
That's too
I mean-
tall. Oh my god.
God, he's like super tall.
That's too tall.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with all that, anyways? The motherfucker's gonna slam dunk you into the fucking trash can the second he sees your 5'1" looking ass.
What the?
I'm just saying.
Don't threaten her with a good time.
Oh my god, silent. The worst conversation I've ever had. One of them.
Okay, Josh,
It's up
I
there.
will not trade you for Wade Wilson. For sure.
Can we?
I mean,
change the
if
damn subject.
yeah.
I've never heard of this motherfucker until today, and I don't think he's relevant.
He's all over the internet right now. It's a big
Is
trial.
this recently? Like, did this just happen or something? I never heard of this dude.
The trial is going on right now.
A serial killer in 2024?
He's not a. I don't. She said he killed
Okay,
two people in a weekend.
murderer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
weekend
binge murderer.
Okay. He dipped his toes in
Yeah,
some Netflix special or something.
he just
That's what he
got
did.
one weekend where he got a little loose.
Oh, no. Pause. I hate everything about this life and this world. I think. Nah.
Rome's gonna let me borrow some 5-inch heels so I can be 6'6".
You 6'1"?
No, I need 6-inch heels.
Pretty tall. You're pretty tall to me. I remember that when I was standing next to you, I was like,
All right. I need some.
You're hotter, Josh.
I need to borrow some shoes from DeSantis.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Get some DeSantis shoes.
Have you seen him walking in those, bro?
Yeah,
He looks uncomfortable. Like he looks like he regrets that the next fucking week.
Yeah, men aren't supposed to wear high heels.
Yeah, no, hell no. Nope.
Uh,
Just deal with your height, bro. Like Napoleon Bonaparte, he was still a strong man. I'm
Napoleon
sure Genghis
Bonaparte,
Khan was, a real lady killer back in those days.
Napoleon Bonaparte wasn't actually short for his time
I
and his
thought he was like 5'6".
for the time that he was alive in the area where he lived. He was actually average height guy.
Wasn't he 5'6" though?
I think we looked into this and he was like 5'9".
No, he sounds really tall. Actually, matter of fact, he's like
No,
the
but
tallest thing I know.
people were shorter back then, and in that
Oh,
area, I guess in France, people are short. I learned the other day that the reason that people got taller is so that they could expel more heat, so that they could ventilate heat better. So in hot, that's
no
why
I'm almost sweating to death because I'm 5'9", but oh my god, dude, you got me in 67-degree weather. I'm fall apart. I fall apart. Yeah.
When
my shit is 66 degrees right now, and I can show you this. I'll prove it to y'all. And right now, I'm just at the verge of like sweating to death. So,
pros and cons of church tax exemption. Oh, they're talking about the Mormon church here. I'm debating on July 4th over should churches be tax exempt.
yes, I think they should actually, because of all the things that we spend our money on, the least of our worries is probably churches. Even though they may abuse their power, I think we spend way too much money on like fucking social programs and war to worry about a fucking church. You know what I'm trying to tell you? And yes, Amanda Thomas, that's why you're fucking cold, because you're 5'11" looking ass, face ass.
And what if we tax the churches and then Christians got an extra write-off for being part of that church? So you had to pay less taxes because you're a parishioner of that church.
I would vote for that, actually.
And
Well, then you got to regulate churches even
you know,
further,
if a
right?
church is tax exempt, they're not allowed to support a political candidate. They're not allowed to get involved in politics. So if the church didn't have to pay
I really
taxes,
appreciate that.
yeah, well, I would like the churches to get involved in politics, and we put in the people that the church puts in, the people that are best for the
Involved
job.
in politics, as in specifically naming candidates, or
They're allowed to
having
talk about
specific-
issues.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that. But like, you can't name like a specific candidate, I think, as a church, right? You
Right.
probably shouldn't.
Well,
Yeah.
because you're tax exempt, you're not allowed to support a candidate.
Okay, but you could still have.
You're allowed to
stances on
talk about
things.
issues, but right now,
Oh yeah, then
right-
I'm with that. All
right
day.
now, the
And matter of fact,
LGBT, they're
Yeah,
saying if
right.
you don't do gay marriage, then you're
No.
discriminating and you should lose your tax
No.
exempt status.
hell no, nope. I don't believe in that at all.
But
I
well,
believe
so
you
what I
should-
would
as a
say is,
church-
how about instead you don't be tax exempt, and then you can discriminate all you want to.
No, I want them to have our money, because of all the things out here that we're as taxpayers are spending our money on, at the very least, some semblance of normalcy. Because we spend a lot of money as taxpayers on things that we do not agree on,
Right.
that we find morally bankrupt. Matter of fact,
But the church doesn't pay taxes, so the
I don't
church.
care. But
so-
we're as you and I, tax-paying citizens. Where did Buff go? As tax-paying citizens,
but that money doesn't go to the church.
what's that?
When we pay taxes to the government, it doesn't go to help the churches.
If they're a nonprofit, they are. Yeah, we're
No.
paying for that. What do you mean?
Well,
Where
yeah,
does that money come from?
right. You're right. So basically, the taxpayers are paying the taxes for the church,
Right.
and that's what
So
came
I'm
up.
saying.
That's what came up in the Supreme Court case.
So if that's the case, and if I don't know, if I have the choice between paying for a church that says I don't want to marry gays versus let's give $500 billion to Ukraine, I'd be like, you know what, just give this money to the fucking church that doesn't want to marry the gays.
But
I'd
what
rather my money go
No,
to
no,
that.
no. What you're not getting is what happens when the church says we're not going to do gay marriages. Then the government says if you don't do gay marriages, we're taking away your tax exempt status. So the church says we don't want to lose our tax exempt status, so we'll let the gays get married here.
No, I disagree highly with that one. I want the
That's what's happening.
church to
That's
say-
happening right
Huh?
now. That's what's happening.
I want the opposite though, because I don't agree with the other money. That
So the opposite is the
taxes are
church
getting-
pays
I'm saying-
taxes and they can do whatever they want.
was that?
The opposite would be if the church was not tax exempt. If the church paid
No,
taxes,
but
they
I
could
don't
do
want
whatever
that,
they
because
want.
I don't agree. I don't agree with what they're doing with the money that I can't control, when they're saying I want to give Ukraine $500 million or whatever.
But that's a whole different. That's about us paying taxes to the government and what the government does with our tax money.
That's the same thing. So instead of them paying the church, that maybe other people don't agree with, I'd rather the church just get that money, and then
The
on
church
top
isn't
of
getting that money.
They are if they. Yes.
All the church is getting is a tax exempt status. They don't have to pay taxes at the church. So,
Okay.
but if the
But they're still
church,
getting money in the sense that they're not paying taxes, right?
if the church paid taxes like everybody else, like every other business
Yeah.
and every other thing, now the church can get involved in politics. Now the church can say, all the Christians can say, well, our church is paying taxes, so we need to get involved in the government. And then we'll make sure that the right people get into government and that they spend our tax money the right way.
I think I know what you're saying, but I still feel like that we're still paying for the churches that agree, that say we're gonna marry the gays. I feel like I'm still gonna have to pay for the churches that marry the gays.
Right. And the
And I don't
churches,
want to pay for that. I want to pay for the churches that say I'm not going to marry the gays.
but
I still want to give them the money.
those churches, so it's not currently a thing, but eventually I see it happening that if the church doesn't want to do gay marriages, then they need to pay taxes.
No, I want the church to be able to not have to pay taxes and then also decide whether they want to marry or don't marry.
But what
the
happens when
gays.
you can't have your cake and eat it too? What happens?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to have Ukraine have their cake and I'm paying for the shit as well.
Because
I want to say, hey, I don't want you spending that money on that. I'd rather you spend on churches that say it's okay to not marry gays. That's what I'd rather. I divert that money, whatever my contribution is. You know, let's say it's $5,000 a year. Instead of going to Ukraine, I'd rather you spend this $5,000 on the churches that say, no, we're not going to marry gays.
and I'm
Because it's our
saying,
church.
if you want that to happen, when you tithe
Yeah.
money to the church, when you give your money to
Right.
the church, if
Yeah.
they pay taxes on that income, now they can say we're not going to marry the gays. We're going to say what we want. We're going to support the political
I
candidates
don't
we
want them
want.
to pay the government the money I just get. Like, I don't. All right. You know why I don't super chat like Hake or JLP? Because I give
a
them
chunk of it goes to YouTube.
to Google.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I give them straight up the money. I just say, here's a Cashapp. Here's $150. That's yours now, not Google. I don't want Google to have $100 of that.
But so what if?
You know what I'm trying to say?
What if JLP ran Google, and then you would super chat Hake, and a percentage of it would go to JLP? So if the church is paying taxes,
But if
then the
I'm
church
giving-
says we're going to get involved in politics. We're going to make sure we get a president and local leaders and governors who are going to be Christians. They're going to support the church. They're going to tell us what they're doing with the money. And then all the Christians are like, oh, yeah, I'll give my money to the church. They can give it to the government. The government is tied in with the church.
When I give people money, I want to give it to them specifically. I don't want to intermediaries in between that like distribute it. I'm giving my shit to you because I like you and I appreciate what you're doing specifically. I don't want nobody else interfering with the shit. If I give money to Hake, I don't want JLP having it at all. Honestly,
Okay.
I love JLP.
Yeah.
That's the homeboy. But if I want to give money to JLP, I'm gonna give money to JLP. If I want to give money to Hake, I'm gonna give money to Hake. If I want to give money to Nick or Joel or Hassan or whoever the fuck, I want them individually to have the money that I'm giving them specifically.
So you could just do like
at that moment.
You could do Cashapp or something, but even Cashapp is going to take a little piece.
Do they? I don't know if that's true.
They take a fee for the transfer. That's it. It's not a lot.
What is that, like 3%?
Yeah, it's something small. If it's $10, it'll be like.
They take it from you guys
cents.
though? I thought it's supposed to be like after a certain amount.
Well, they just charge a fee for the transfer, so.
Like to get it into your bank account?
Yeah. And you can actually do it. You can do it with no fee, but it takes like 3 days. But if you do the instant transfer, they take.
Just fucking wait the 3 days. I don't want these niggas getting my money.
Yeah.
These peoples getting my money, man. I just want to give you specifically money because I'm supporting. Like if there was a way where I could see you in person. And I could just open my wallet and be like, you know what? You did a good shit today. Here he is. That's what I want to do in life. I ain't trying to.
Right. And that's one of my arguments is why does the church? So why can't a bunch of people just get together, put money in a hat, cut the government out of it completely, and go take that money and take care, feed some poor people, knock on some doors, help some families out with that money, you know?
I love that. I love that idea because that's not enough. There's not enough of that happening nowadays, you know, in general.
Yeah.
I think there's too much bullshit involved with helping other people out, man. Like why dude, like imagine like I don't normally give to homeless people or anything like that. If you're on the streets, you're begging. There's probably a reason for it.
Well, and you're not hungry because there's plenty of food banks and shelters and.
Odds are you wanted to be there for a reason because like
Yeah.
Like in this country specifically, bro. Like you're my boy. If I knew that you was on the street, I'd be like, nah, bro, come. I got a
Maybe
couch, bro.
maybe not that you
Just come
wanted to
on.
be there, but it's your decisions that you made in life that led you to be there. That's what I used to say when I was homeless. It was like I didn't want to be homeless, but it's
Yeah.
my fault that I got here.
But even then, like you still got peoples in your life where they'd be like, bro, stop. Don't be on the street like that. Come on, dog. Like you know, even if you gotta sleep in the bathtub and I got a house full of motherfuckers just like you. Come on, dog.
I didn't have anybody
You're not
like
gonna be
that.
on the streets. Huh?
I didn't have anybody like that. And so when I was on the
Yeah.
streets, it was because of drugs, because I spent all my money on drugs. So that is my
No,
fault.
I understand that. And like I could
I'd say it's
I
probably
could,
like maybe like 5% of the homeless people are there because of circumstances beyond their control. Like,
well, I think a lot of them they don't give a fuck enough to where they're just like maybe I don't speak for all of them.
a lot of
I
them
don't know
do
about
like
that.
it because it is freeing. Like if you can get
Yeah.
over the
Yeah.
if you're not
Yeah.
if you have a strong mind and you can get over like the depression and all that stuff, it's like
Right.
you have no bills, you can go where you
Right.
want, you
Yeah.
don't have to work, you just so a lot of them fall into that lifestyle and then they just they're stuck
And
there.
that's the thing. Like a lot of these motherfuckers, it's not like they're like really suffering. I mean, they can make a decent amount a day, probably more than most people who might work. You know, let's say you work at McDonald's, you may make less than a dude who's on the freeway with a little sign and a
I
dog
did.
or something like that.
I worked
You
at
can make
Wendy's. I worked at Wendy's and there was
yeah,
a dude who would come in every morning after panhandling and I asked him, "How much do you make?" He's like, "Well, I usually go out there for between an hour and 3 hours and I usually make between 90 and $120."
dude. That's more than most people make in a day.
That's more than
Honestly,
I was making at Wendy's in 3
you know what I'm
hours.
trying to say? Yeah, dude. So they may see it as an opportunity, even like they go out there and they go, shit, dude. Like I don't got no bills. Everything I need is right here, cash money. If I need a little, hit of the pipe, if I need a little drinky drink, I got this shit. And then I got, it's warm enough outside or whatever. I ain't got to struggle. I'm not, I don't need AC or heat or whatever.
And if it's
Maybe
cold,
for
you
them,
just go somewhere where it's warm. Hop on a train
right,
and go where it's
right,
warm.
right.
The people
So
who freeze to death in the winter are usually alcoholics and they
well, yeah, your blood pressure,
your body
highs
warms
or
up,
whatever.
you fall asleep, you
Right.
drink a bottle, you fall asleep on a cold sidewalk in the winter
Yeah.
and you freeze to death. But
And you know what? They may be happier that way, even freezing to death, because there's a lot of shit going out here in this life where, maybe sometimes you wish you would be dead, instead of
well, I don't
dealing
know
with
where
the
they
hardships of
I don't
life
know
or
their
whatever.
heart, but I believe in hell and if they went to hell, they're not happier there. But
they may not give a shit about that. Maybe they look forward to that type of thing, because they're that jaded. I tell you, I watched the movie The Count of Monte Cristo today, and this is the stupidest thing, but like the dude in the movie, he got accused of some shit that he didn't even do.
and he got
He
locked
went to
up for
prison
like
for like
40 years.
15 years, but like
Okay.
every year he would get beaten really bad, and he was in like a stone prison. All he had was gruel that was like, served to him daily, and he had to exchange the gruel for the shit.
Wasn't there like a wall missing so that if they wanted to jump off, they could just
No,
off themselves?
not in the movie anyway, but like
Maybe that's a different story I'm thinking of.
but it, like at one point the dude was given a chance to kill himself. Not the dude in the movie, but never mind. The point is, some people lose faith, right? Because they go, there's nothing good in life.
Yeah.
There is no God, so they may not see it that way. Fuck, I already forgot where I'm going with this story here. But
Have you seen Man in the Iron Mask?
no.
That's kind of like Count of Monte Cristo.
Is it?
Yeah, he is Leonardo DiCaprio and he's like a king or a prince or something. I can't remember exactly, but he's got a twin brother and his twin brother frames him for a murder. So his twin brother does the murder. frames
Okay.
him for it. So he gets put in prison, and they put him in an iron mask, which is like a,
Oh,
a mask made of
yeah.
iron that they put over
Right,
your
right.
head, and they weld it shut. And he had to stay in that mask for like 20 years. And then he finally gets out of the mask, and he comes back, and he frames because his twin brother took over his life.
Yeah, it's a similar story then, I guess, because this dude basically got his life stolen from him. The dude who was best friends with basically took his wife over.
Yeah.
You know, the life that he was supposed to have.
I think they're
basically,
both like basically the same story, just
yeah, probably. But that's the thing. The dude lost his faith in prison because he goes, there ain't no God here in prison. You know, like
yeah.
you just get beaten every day. You like God doesn't exist here in the cellars of hell in France. I guess you know. You just every year that goes by, you just get a fucking physical whipping. You know, to where you got scars on your shits. So he swore revenge. You know, to all the people who wronged him, specifically the dude who married his woman. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and all the other stuff that went on. You know, he got convicted
But
wrongfully
at
and all
some
this other
point,
stuff.
doesn't he like train up? He's like,
Oh, he does, yeah. So there's a priest in the movie, and he's the one who told him, like, dude, God's always here no matter what. You know, you think God has abandoned you, but God's the one that's training you. And not just that, the priest gave him a treasure map, and that's why he was the Count of Monte Cristo, because he found a fucking treasure map.
right. And then he was rich.
Now he's rich as fuck, but not just that. He knew how to fight. He's smart. He didn't even know how to read. But then he got taught how to read. He got taught like economics, business, everything you could possibly know, because
So then when he shows up at the ball, he's like a prince now because he has the treasure, he's smart,
and not just that,
and he walks
he
like
had everything. Like
yeah.
It was like
And then he whoops some ass.
Batman. You know, he's like Bruce Wayne, bro. Like he had money, he had the intelligence, he had the power, he had everything he could want. He still didn't let it go though. So he still had anger, he still had hatred and fucking vengeance in his heart. So even though he didn't act on the vengeance, he kind of did, but at the same time, the vengeance didn't make him happy. So at the end, it kind of played out the way it needed to play out, I guess. I don't want to ruin the fucking movie, I guess, whatever. But
yeah.
But it's a good movie, man. I just watched it tonight. I've never watched it before. I've heard of the movie, but I never considered it basically until today. And I just watched it right now, like 2 hours ago.
I think that was really required reading in high school. You didn't
really?
You didn't read that?
Not in my fucking high school, bro. You know what they showed us? Selena. Of all fucking things, Selena. Because we're fucking Mexicans.
It's Chicago.
Selena?
I would require you to know about Selena too.
Fuck that. Fuck Selena.
That's a Chicago high school for you.
Fuck Selena, man. All she did was sing. She's like Beyonce. I don't give a fuck about Selena, man.
You're nobody till somebody kills you.
That's true, honestly.
She's the queen of the Tex-Mex. What are you talking about?
Nah, fuck Selena, man.
What is the Tex-Mex? Isn't that a food?
It's what she used to sing.
Is that like rice-a-roni?
How about
her siblings? Then her siblings made this band called the Cumbia Kings. Man, in my childhood, the Cumbia Kings were fire.
How about Dimebag Darrell? How about Dimebag Darrell? You don't know nothing about Dimebag Darrell.
I don't know anything about Dimebag Darrell either.
This nigga was a legend.
Cumbia? Mr. Mad?
This guy. This nice young gentleman.
This guy. Sorry, my bad. God, bless America, dude. I can't shake this.
Mr. Mad, you're part Latino. You have to love the cumbia. You gotta enjoy the cumbia. You move those.
You should see the flag that's in front of my house. What the motherfucker?
No. Dimebag did music what?
I'm still at work.
Dimebag did to music what?
Nada, what are you in a shed?
I'm at work.
You're smoking, Nada?
Oh
yeah.
Leatherface is behind you.
What? Hey, what's that?
That
spirit?
Leatherface is behind you. Get out of that.
He's in a fucking tin roof.
Get out of that basement.
Smoking area.
Nada's getting kidnapped and everything, and we're just watching him.
Looking like the Count of Monte Cristo up in here.
Watch that movie, y'all. Honestly, If I could recommend a movie one
Bro,
time,
that
it's
is the
gonna be this
Texas
one.
Chainsaw Massacre.
It looks like Fallout too.
What?
Where he's
Oh,
at.
he's got a cap.
Dude, there's the incinerator.
Bottle
Oh.
cap gun.
Recommend Selena.
Buzz, put a fucking hat on. I can't see you like this, man. This is different. I don't like it. I just don't like it, man. It's too close. It's too close of a shade. Why did you do it that way?
I told you I had to stand
lice.
over a
You got
grill
lice.
and fucking cook for
got
my
lice, didn't you?
family.
You had lice.
Well, nobody shaves their head because of a grill.
That's true. She's right.
You didn't see the size of this grill. All right.
It
And
looks,
I gotta
it
be on
looks
that
better.
grill
It looks
all
better to
damn
shave,
day.
Bob.
Nada, please intervene.
That
Nada's the
thick
voice
ass
of
hair I
reason
had.
here.
When your hair looks like Cornell
Fucking
West,
98-degree weather. Yeah, that hair came off.
that
Josh,
that hair would have went up in flames.
Why am I getting a notification from you, Josh? Candace Owens defends somebody or another. What?
That's a
what is
short
it?
that I made at 9 a.m. this morning.
Why am I just getting it right now?
I don't know. YouTube's dumb.
Hey, why are there two Mr. Mads? And why is one of them smoking a cigarette?
Hi, Nada. Fucking-
Yo, what up?
What
How's
are
the
you
DJ
doing?
on Paul? I mean, Bumble
Who said that?
on Paul.
Looks
I
like
mean,
he's
DJ on Bumble.
looks
Fine.
like he's in a blood diamond mine. What are you mining cobalt right now?
He looks
It's
sweaty. He looks really sweaty right now. I ain't lying.
nah,
You look.
not
you-
sweat.
okay, he's Asian. He don't sweat.
I don't work hard enough to sweat here.
Damn, that's the
Just
life I
chill.
want. That's the life I want. You know, I was gonna call you, Nada, the other day because I was troubleshooting a power supply that was 120 volts,
Okay.
and I'm like, I'm totally gonna fry myself to death because I don't think this thing is outputting a DC 12-point voltage shits, and I think I'm putting my fucking hands in the wrong spots when a capacitor is way too close to me.
Like in a computer power supply.
Yeah. Will I die
I
doing
mean,
that?
just stick your meter in the leads
No,
coming
I was
out.
putting my hands all over it. I was sweating to death. You know, it was like 95 degrees
Just
out here.
stick your meter in the lead.
That's what I thought I was doing, but I think it's
Oh shit! I don't have my meter on me. Shit.
I don't know the amps. This thing said like fucking 10 amps. Hold on, I'll show you right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted, it works now, but like, man, I was like, I should, I know one electrician in my entire life. It's probably not. He's probably asleep though. I shouldn't bother.
Oh, of course tax exemptions for churches come from Constantine. Of course.
Right here. Can you read all of this nonsense?
It's upside down, but
All right.
6 amps, 3 amps. What is that?
Can you read it now? I mean, it's 120 volts in. So I'm thinking like,
Right.
I don't think I would die, but like it probably wouldn't be too pleasant for me.
What were you trying to do?
This, I was just trying to see why this fucking thing wasn't turning on. It's an entire computer. So I was testing.
I mean, like,
huh?
if you had a meter, you can test the DC leads coming out.
Yeah, I was doing this thing here. So,
Yeah, and there's
but
the
when I
the
had it
leads coming out
on,
the back of it.
when I had it on here, it was showing 0.3 volts. But then everything else is like when I don't know, dude. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't think. And then not just that,
Well,
I would
yeah.
test it like 200.
The power supplies put out like 3 volts, 5 volts, or 5.5, 12 volts, right?
I don't know. This is how this shit was originally set to like fucking 220, like this.
Uh-huh.
So I had to make sure it wasn't doing that. But then I was testing
Right.
each individual fucking red lead that was going to each shit out of here. I opened this up and there's like a whole bunch of shit in there that I just think I'm gonna die if I touch.
Who's
Yeah,
James
you probably
Garfield?
didn't need.
Huh?
You probably didn't need to open it up. You probably could have just tested the leads coming out. You know, like unplug shit and put your meter on
Oh
the.
no, I was touching capacitors. I was touching all types of shit that I probably shouldn't be touching. And then grounding it to like the chassis. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm probably gonna die any minute now, but I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna die.
So it's
Oh, so you fixed it.
no, I didn't. I got lucky, I think. I don't know. Anyways, the whole point is, I was gonna ask you about it.
Maybe it was just a bad connection or something.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. It works now, supposedly, but
Yeah, well, then you're good then, right?
I didn't die. If that's what you're asking me,
That's positive.
probably a good thing.
It's
All right, I'll hop back on in a little while. I gotta get back to work. Sorta.
See you, Netta.
Later, nada.
In
I'll be back.
1875,
Low voltage. Okay.
in 1875, Ulysses S. Grant submit a 900-foot petition with 35,000 signatures demanding that churches no longer be exempt from taxation. Ulysses
So, what
S.
is your proposal? Do you want
No,
you want churches to not have taxpayer funding, but they get to say whatever they want to
That's
say
not-
or do? Or?
It's not taxpayer funding. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Because if you're like, any non-profit organization, I think we still pay for that, no?
Well, it's tax exemption.
But we still
Our
pay for
taxes
that.
don't
That's
pay
not-
for that crap. Our taxes pay for wars in Ukraine. We're
But our
$32 trillion in debt. I'm
But
saying
we still pay.
I'm
But
saying
where's that money coming from? Hold
I'm
on,
saying
hold on,
churches should
hold on.
not be
Let's
tax exempt.
Let's not lose sight of this, though. So where do you think that money comes from?
What money?
When somebody's tax exempt, where do you think that money's coming from?
That means churches can take in a bunch of income and not
And
pay
not pay
taxes.
taxes on it.
And they don't
Right,
have to
I
pay
get it.
property taxes.
But
Now
something is
any
funding,
if they sell coffee, if they have like a coffee shop at the church, that has to pay taxes. So what you do
I
is
feel
you
like you still pay taxes on that, right?
what you do is you take their tax exemption, and then if they don't want to pay taxes, what they have to do is show proof that of all the money they take in, they put out a certain amount. Because currently what happens,
They just pass that cost down to the rest of the taxpayers.
do you know why we have so many little churches and cults popping up all the time? Is because of the tax exempt status. You can get rich off of starting a church. L. Ron Hubbard said the quickest way to make $1 million is to start a religion.
Why the fuck aren't we doing this?
We
You
are
and me,
starting
You
a
and I.
religion.
a church
Hey,
that's tax exempt.
it's already in the works.
All right, well then fuck it. Let's run this shit, man.
The cult is already underway.
But let's do the right thing, right? Like, can we do the right thing and still have a church, or do we always have to be the worst people in the world?
This guy in the chat's name is Peter File.
Oh my god,
What the
he
heck?
looks like a Peter file too with that fucking mustache. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, my shit looking a little crispy too, but
Is that Ben Thorpe? Why isn't
I mean, my
Ukraine
shit
in
ain't
debt?
looking
I don't know.
the sweetest either, but shit, neither is Boofs. So, Boof, stop. Bill.
Matthew, I'm
Well,
fine. I'm fine with the government getting a percentage of that if the government is ran by Christians. If the church takes over the government,
No, we all know that, man.
they're not, because the church isn't allowed to get involved. Because if they do, they lose their tax exempt status. So it's basically a welfare that the government
No.
dangles over their head and says,
I don't believe that, dude. I think it's a fucking not an individual.
no, it's the government saying, if you do this, this, or this, we're going to take your tax exempt status. So the churches just fall in line and they say, okay, we're going to listen to you, daddy government, because we don't want to pay taxes.
Fucking problem, right? The churches that fall in line, isn't that the issue here?
Yeah.
Because for the love of money, gotta get that
I would
money,
rather-
man. The money, man, is still the same now.
I would rather,
Right.
instead of all these little churches, we have one big
ass church like Joel Osteen looking ass.
This is what people go to. They say the mega churches, but Joel Osteen, your problem is not with the size of the church. Your problem is with Joel Osteen being a false prophet or a bad teacher.
That and the way he spends the money that people give him, right?
It's a
Well,
motivational
Joel
speaker.
Osteen's church is tax exempt.
Yeah, but I don't want him spending this money on a fucking Lamborghini either.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the money that Joel Osteen takes in comes from book sales and appearances and things like that. But his church, they don't have to pay taxes on all that money that mega church brings in. And his church didn't start as a mega church. It started as a small church that didn't have to pay taxes, that was able to blow up to a mega church.
I need a solution here, Josh.
The solution is churches pay taxes, churches get involved in government, and we have a government that we hold accountable to the Christian church. Christians get active in government, and we make sure that the tax is being spent the way we want it to be spent.
But here's the thing. Our taxes are spent on shit that has nothing to do with churches or anything.
Because we have commies running our government, and the churches don't get involved.
Yeah,
evangelical Christians don't vote. Christians don't vote.
We don't get a choice in any of that. So, like, why should we deflect funds from a church that may be doing good compared to all the other shit that's going on that they're not doing good at all, and we're paying for this shit hand over fucking fist?
A lot of churches aren't doing good. A lot of them use that to get rich.
They're the least of our problems, right? Like, there's a lot more shit going on than churches not doing good out here that we're paying for.
Yeah, but that's those are different topics.
I don't know if they're different topics though, bro. What are you talking about? There's a lot of shit going on here. Like, I don't want gender studies in fucking Pakistan with my dollars.
I know, I agree, but that's not the topic.
It is because the topic is where my fucking tax money going.
No, the topic is, should churches be tax exempt?
I don't think they should be, because if
that's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, maybe I disagree with you. I don't know. Whatever. You caught me off guard. I don't know.
You think the churches should be tax exempt? You don't think a church should have to pay taxes?
I think my money should go to the churches.
I don't know why you keep going to where your tax money is being spent. I'm talking about churches.
I'd rather go to the fucking churches that are tax exempt, allegedly.
It's not.
Whatever that means.
That's not where our tax money goes.
Where does it go then?
In fact, the government can't spend our taxes on the church because the church is tax exempt. So that's establishment clause. That's separation of church and state.
Like, dude, like here's what I'm confused. Okay, maybe I'm retarded. I'm obviously retarded. But if I hear tax exempt, I'm hearing taxpayers pay for that tax exemption, because that money is going to get spent regardless from our tax dollars. In a way, when we pay property taxes, we're also paying the property taxes for the church. That is but I think
because the church doesn't have to pay property taxes.
But I also think that we're paying for things that they're not paying for if they would have paid taxes, right? Like, if you don't pay taxes, if you don't pay any taxes, and you somehow got
that's why I'm saying
$1,000 a month.
That's why I'm saying if we were taking in an extra $11 billion a year off of churches paying taxes, that's less tax money that the average taxpayer has to put in. And if we could do something where Christians who go to churches that pay taxes don't have to pay as much taxes, I think that would be great.
But if they're tax exempt, how are they paying any taxes? I don't understand that.
They're not right now. I'm saying they should.
Look, what I'm trying to say is, if you, Josh, you're a church, you don't pay any taxes. I think that somehow that I pay taxes, I'm paying your share of the fucking taxes that you're not paying.
And I don't think you should. I think my church should pay taxes, and then I should run for president. And my church is going to vote for me.
Hold on. Hear me out. I would rather you be tax exempt and I'm paying for your church taxes or whatever, than you having to pay taxes. But not just that, my tax money going elsewhere to things that I don't want, like gender studies in fucking Pakistan. I'd rather this money, $500. If I had my choice, $500, what I'm paying in taxes, I'd rather I say, hey, Josh can have this money with his church that is a cool church.
No, you're giving that $500 to the government, right?
But the government is going to give it to you because they're going to say you're tax exempt. So whatever $500 you're not paying, Mr. Mad is going to somehow pay it.
I don't really know how that works.
On your behalf.
Okay, so you give $500 to the government. They give 450 of it to Ukraine, and they give 50 of it to pay
Yeah.
pay the property tax on the churches.
I don't know.
How about
Is that how that works?
how about I pay less taxes because my church pays taxes. My church, there's one church in all of America, and they all pool together to pay their taxes to the government. And then that church puts a candidate, runs a candidate, and all the people in
I
that
don't
church
want
vote
that.
for that
No.
candidate.
You know,
And now
because
that candidate who came from that church is the president, and he says, I'm going to tell you guys what I'm doing with your tax money. I'm going to spend your tax money in the right way.
I don't believe that. First of all, I don't believe one motherfucker is gonna be.
I don't believe that. That would actually happen.
How is
No,
that
I'm saying
not
I
a
don't
great?
believe that one person
That's a
would
great
spend
solution.
our tax monies in any way that would appease anybody who pays tax in any way feasible. Fag.
Money talks.
FAG. Oh, I was looking at the faggot tower in the Peter
Don't
file.
repeat it.
Oh,
This troll.
well, he already put FAG.
Where are your moderators at?
You're
They
the
don't-
moderator. Buzz, Wolf, get on your shit.
Hello, Rich.
Baby.
Give Rome a wrench, give Cecil a wrench. That'll take care of everything.
These I don't even like.
Why you me? What about me? I'm the
Nah.
one. I have to
Nah,
be the
you don't
first
count. You're
woman who
biased.
gets to
You're biased. I
freaking.
gotta urinate, y'all.
You're always eating.
Keep
and
us updated.
contributing. You always contribute.
Go,
Here's
go
all-
urinate.
I'm gonna urinate, but I'm gonna do it away from the camera.
Oh my god,
Because-
here we go. He's
Please.
gonna
I turned over a
urinate,
new
and
leaf.
we're all gonna
Okay?
hear
That'd
it.
be great.
I
Right.
turned over a new leaf. I'm not gonna urinate in front of everybody.
You
anymore.
thwarted the tower. You were late, Bumblebot. He got the.
We greatly appreciate it, man.
I turned over for a new leaf, guys. How can you urinate and pee?
Good question, Amanda. I looked it up there. Tax exempt 501c3. So there's a difference between charity, nonprofit, and 501c3. But all 501c3s are nonprofits, but not all nonprofits are 501c3. 501c3, I think, is exclusively for religious organizations, whereas a nonprofit is anything that helps the community. Religious organizations help the community. That's why they don't have to pay taxes. But the problem is, when you have this incentive to not pay taxes, you have a lot of people starting up cults and stuff. This is why there's so many new There's 200 denominations of just Christianity in America. There's 35,000 denominations of Christianity in the world. And that's just the Christian churches. If we look at all the Scientology started because of the tax exempt status. They want L. Ron Hubbard wanted to get rich, and he's a fiction writer. He's not making enough money off of writing his fiction stories, so he starts a church, becomes one of the richest men there is, and doesn't have to pay taxes on it. The Mormon church here in Utah, they don't have to pay taxes, and they're everywhere, and they do a lot of weird stuff. There's a lot of crooked stuff. Like, I don't like that. I don't like all these different denominations. We should have one Christian
Hold on,
denomination.
real quick, guys. Have you
If I'm
ever?
not mistaken, that's
Hold
what they
on,
were trying
hold
to give Black Lives Matter underneath that 501c3, and they dodged the hell out of that shit. You're this organization that's supposed to be providing something for the community, and it's just trying to file underneath the prospect of, oh, we don't. I didn't know.
Right, and they got rich.
It's like, well, now you know.
I don't know.
And they're filthy rich, and the black community is not prospered.
Is that what Amanda asked? Was BLM 50? They might have been nonprofit, but not 501c3. But I don't know.
Can I just address something real quick? This is gonna sound stupid, and it is stupid. Did you know that Charmin? Look at Charmin.
Charmin?
Do you see the cut?
Okay, that's the way you ripped it off.
No. Wait.
Yeah.
They're
No. Watch.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
No.
Wait, what
This
did
is the
Amanda
way it's
Thomas
cut now.
ask? Did she ask?
Okay, what's your point? You can still wipe your ass with it, right?
I don't know, man. Can I?
What's your point?
I don't like it. I just don't like it. Look at this shit, man.
I don't pay that much attention to the way my toilet paper
See,
is licked
Matthew
off
said
when
it.
I send it right behind me. You
And
know?
this is what
Come on, dude.
this is what Wally's going to argue. If churches had to pay taxes, the small churches wouldn't be all right. A, I don't think that's true because I've already explained
Nobody cares.
why.
Nobody cares about the real shit anymore.
And B,
Go wipe your ass.
B, there shouldn't be all these
I don't
small
have to
different
wipe my ass.
denominations. All they have to do is incorporate under
Wipe
one
your
true
ass.
church. I'm trying to see what Amanda Thomas asked. Oh, she asked if BLM was tax exempt. Okay. And then
I think they somehow sneak their way into that status.
well, somebody said he looked it up and said he said they are 501c3, which is supposed to be for religious groups. But I guess they are. But I would say that so that's nonprofit. Anything that's nonprofit that's done to help the community. And that's why Patrice Colors has 4 mansions. Each one costs more than $1 million so that they can do a TikTok house. And none of that money goes back into the community. I don't think any of these groups should be tax exempt.
Not one best.
And I'm not like pro tax everybody guy, but I'm saying if that's the way the system is, then no, you don't get to be tax exempt. Or if you are, you need to show records of all this, because what it is I give my money to this charity. 50% of it goes to paying the staff. 20% of it goes to paying the owner. And then 30% of it, or whatever percent is left over, goes over to Africa to help the starving pygmies. And then the tribe leader in Africa gets it. He gets that 30%, and he takes 50% of that to pay for him. And then he gives another 20% of it to the local guerrilla tribe so that they don't attack. And then he takes the other 30% to feed the starving pygmy kids. So now, like 2% of the money that I gave to the charity actually goes to feeding the starving pygmy kids.
Black Lives Matter did not build one swimming pool in a black community so black people can learn how to swim.
Yeah.
Now what the
They're
fuck?
still
is that all
drowning
about?
out here.
Still drowning. What the fuck?
They can't breathe. You can't breathe when you're underwater.
That's when you can say I can't breathe. Damn it. Fuck out of here, man. I can't stand Black Lives Matter. Dear God, I can't stand them. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. They just capitalized on this movement, and I get tired of watching body cam videos. Sovereign.
You're talking about a fringe issue, bro. That's soft.
I ain't gonna lie. I love watching body cam videos.
Get it?
That's probably my favorite thing to watch on YouTube is body cam videos.
Cop body cam videos?
Yeah.
I watched one the other day, and
Police activities.
it was titled Teenage Bullies Get Arrested or something like that. And on the thumbnail was a white kid looking like he's going crazy. And I watched the video, and it's 30 minutes of crazy young black teenagers doing violent stuff. And I was like, kind of a misleading thumbnail. And does teenage bullies code word for the blacks? Like, what?
Yeah, probably. Matter of fact.
Buff, you're frozen.
Where you going, Buff? Boof. Oh, shit.
He's frozen.
Boof got that Obama net.
When you were showing your toilet paper, he said, you're talking about a fringe issue. That's soft. That's like a double pun.
It's an entendre, all right. I mean, Charmin is top of the line, I think.
Why do you say it like that?
Is it Charmin or Charmin?
Charmin.
Is it Charmin?
I'm pretty sure. I never heard anybody say Charmin.
Because the commercials, they're like cha-cha-cha, Charmin. No?
I've never heard that. I thought it was...
You don't remember the commercials?
Charming.
Maybe I'm Mexican.
What are you guys watching? What's the Spanish channel?
Uno,
Televisión.
Cha-cha-cha, Charmin.
Telemundo?
Charmin?
What are you watching? Telemundo?
Telemundo, yeah. Cha-cha-cha, Charmin. Is that... Dude, it's got to be.
Yeah, that's how it used to go.
I thought it was Charmin.
And with the bears.
Yeah, it's the Bears. Looking. I don't know if this is a copyright. I hope it's not. I don't even know how to fucking play this without. Hold on, y'all.
What was that? Did somebody just cash at me? I heard coins drop into a bank. Hey, somebody sent me
It is
$2.
Charmin. But they say cha-cha-cha, Charmin. Or maybe I'm Mexican. I don't know. Some
Is
type
there a
of Colombian.
message? Thank you, William Gramer. Shout out. Univision. That's what I was thinking of. He said Charmin.
Debatable, because I heard Charmin as well. I heard both, honestly.
It's not Charmander.
I don't know. I heard both. Like, listen.
I can't hear it. Nah, something with the.
Hold on.
Can't hear it.
Hold on.
We can't hear it.
You didn't hear that one?
No, something about the type of phone audio. It doesn't pierce into the mic.
Because it's Discord. I'm going to send you the shit. I'll send it to you.
I'm sure I could Google it.
Okay. Google this. Charmin commercial, something or other, 2003. I can't read backwards, man. 2004. I don't know what that says. It's backwards for me. Can't see backwards. Charmin song. Charmin song.
How do you pronounce Charmin? Google says Charmun.
Yeah, they're whitewashed and racist. I'm
Charmin.
gonna side with the blacks on this one.
Charmin.
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 See, you kind of said it Mexican style, and I think you said it right this time.
They don't know how to
Charmin.
talk.
Google doesn't know how to fucking talk. I'll tell you what.
AI just told me that it.
I'll be trying to translate some other languages. They're not exactly accurate on Google. I hope you know that.
In Persia, they pronounce it charming. No, wait. How to pronounce Charmin in Persian?
We're in the United
Why do
States.
I care
man.
about Persia?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. We're in the United States. You know what I'm trying to tell you?
There's a whole
Where the
YouTube.
hell did
There's a whole
Move
YouTube
go
video
first?
made about this.
Doozy of a power move.
There is
Meanwhile,
none?
in Asia, things were looking even less Charmin squeezy.
Man.
Charmin.
Honey's clean. Oh yeah.
Sitter Squat app.
Evan Williams,
which,
talk your shit. I gotta
if
go.
you think about
I'll be
who
listening,
is your
though.
C audience for Charmin, well, I
How
guess
do I
it's
stop this
anybody
video?
that poops, right?
It's
With most of our brands at P&G, Tide, Pampers, Crest, Charmin, Olay.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at the distribution chair board of the chief brand officer of Procter and Gamble, and he just said Charmin.
The way I said it, right?
No, Charmin.
How did I say it?
Charmin. Like Charmander.
Fine. How does he know, though? When did he get that brand?
I don't know.
I don't know if I believe him.
Well, what source can I use?
When did the brand get established? At what year? Who was the original inventor? And what did he say the name was? You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Now I gotta do research into Charmin.
This is your whole show, nigga. Like, you love doing research, right? Everybody loves researching shit. I'm with the shits. You want me to look it up?
I'll look it up. Who invented Charmin?
Right. You might be right. And see, look, I want to know too. I'm out on a limb, you know.
The Hoberg Paper Company in Green Bay, Wisconsin, invented Charmin toilet paper in 1928.
All right. You may be right about it.
Well, wait, listen. The name
Right.
came from an employee who described the toilet paper as charming.
I don't know.
So, with that logic, it should be Charmin. but they pronounce it Charmin. So maybe you're right. Maybe originally it was Charmin, and over time they just started saying Charmin.
I think they just misled the Hispanics. I think that's what happened. Maybe we're the new pharaohs. The Hispanics. We got our own pharaoh moment now. Ain't that some shit? You ever think of that?
If it comes from the word charming, then it should be charming.
No. But yeah, but hold. Did you not hear my point? Now I have my pharaoh moment. What do you think?
It said the design reflected feminine fashions of the time. Charmin's always been known to be.
You know what? Throw that theory in the garbage. Never mind.
Always been known to be soft like a baby's bottom.
Well, if you're gonna wipe your fucking anus, I think you would want probably as close as whatever that. How do you even quantify that, please? I don't know if I want to know how these niggas knew how to do that. How do you know what's that soft? First of all,
I know.
That is a weird.
I don't want to wipe my bottom with a baby's bottom.
Well, I've never even used that as a unit of measurement in my not even in my wildest imagination that I thought, you know what? How else could I measure this?
I'll stick to snuggle.
For me, it's like the toilet paper is just Charmin. You know, if it's it's not the best. I never thought once. I was like, you know what? Well, you're so much better though.
You know, they used to use Sears catalogs before toilet paper was invented. They used corn cobs in Sears catalogs.
Corn cobs does not sound like a good idea.
I know, but
Sears
they did
catalogs, right? Corn cobs? I don't think that's gonna be.
JLP talked about this in a show one day, and I was like, no way.
Corn cobs?
Yeah, and I Googled it, and it's true. They used corn cobs to wipe their butt.
Get the fuck out of here. When was this? What show was this?
On JLP's show, like years ago.
I know, but when? Like more or less. Or whatever.
Probably like 4 years ago.
Damn. Yeah, I don't think corn cobs would work that well, man. I think that would really suck, actually.
Look, it says Google says convenient for insertion and surprisingly soft when dried.
I don't think you're supposed to insert it though. You're not supposed to do that, right? I mean, as far as I've ever known, you don't put that anywhere. Or anything there.
Corn cobs were plentiful. Corn cobs were plentiful and popular among Native Americans and colonial settlers in North America.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, with the edible kernels removed, the remaining cob has copious grooves and indentations, which become quite efficient at trapping any remaining fecal matter.
Oh, you could wash, man. You could just jump into the river, the lake, or whatever. You know, there's got to be some body of water. A pool, even?
It says one of the most popular items used for cleanup was dried corn cobs. They were plentiful and quite efficient at cleaning. They could be drawn in one direction or turned on an axis. So you could either scrape it or you could twist it.
I don't like the sound, the twisting shit. What the fuck? I mean,
they were also softer on tender areas than you might think.
I doubt that. I really doubt that.
That's what Google says. That's from the
Farmer's
Almanac. That's from the Farmer's Almanac.
Somebody joking around and hacked the internet or something stupid. Somebody did something fucking retarded, bro.
It's all over.
Printing this back in the days.
It's all over the internet, bro. Google it.
I don't believe this shit, man. Nobody did that back in the day, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. I ain't with this shit. I don't give a fuck. Somebody hacked the internet. They're making a fucking joke or something stupid. I don't believe this shit at all. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, the natives taught us how to grow corn when we came here, when we settled, and we had an abundance of corn cobs.
Who said this?
This is what Google said it. I don't know.
Those motherfuckers. Get the hell out of here. This is something else.
Rome said challenge accepted.
No. Don't look that up. I don't even want to know if that's true. Dude, if that's true, that's really fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm checking out. I'm like, that's it. I'm good. All right, I heard enough. You know what I mean? Fuck that. That's too much. You've known about this?
Yeah, I've known about this for years.
Oh my god! Why did you tell anybody about it? What the fuck?
I didn't believe it when I heard it from JLP. He said he used them when he was a kid.
What did he do?
He said he used corn cobs.
To wipe his ass?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Back on the plant on the plantation, you got to get,
right?
you know, you got to.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, yeah, you got to do what you got to do. That's different.
It does make
Nowadays,
sense.
You don't have to do that though.
If you're on a cotton plantation, that you would use a corn cob instead of the cotton.
Nah, you don't use any. I mean, well, you shower, man. People don't shower anymore. What's going on here?
This is before. This is like settler time. This is before running water and toilet paper.
You got a fucking lake or something. Everybody would camp out by the lake, right? Like if you're gonna go camping, nigga, like you want to be by a water source, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to soil the water source.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, you don't want to poop in the water, but you know,
That's what I'm saying, Dean. You'd think they use cotton, but if you've ever seen unprocessed cotton, it's actually
harsh, right?
it's very prickly. It's got like little prickles all in it.
Gonna stab it to death. Honestly, it shreds up your fingers, even picking the cotton out of this shit, right?
Yeah, you don't want to use that.
I mean, unless you really have to. I'd rather just watch.
JLP be trolling. I don't think he was trolling because I Googled it and it's true.
That's hilarious because I believe it. I believe that he's not trolling at all, honestly. I think he really was with the shits, you know?
Yeah.
He's got to be, bro. Like, you can't think about it.
But then they used
You don't
Sears
lie about-
catalogs.
You don't lie about no shit like that. That's some real shit. That really happened.
They had the big old thick 600-page Sears catalogs before they had toilet paper, so they would use those.
Yeah, man, that would suck. Yeah, I wouldn't even want to use leaves or none of that shit, man. They you know what? They're right. We got it really good nowadays because imagine if we had to use leaves or newspaper or something. I don't know, man. Like, what do people use now?
Well, they used to use a handful of hay or corn cobs.
Yeah, that too, dude. That would suck. Hay's not meant for that, man. I don't think it is.
No, it's prickly.
Yeah, and you just gotta wash. That's the only solution, honestly. Just go into the water somehow. If you got a lake or river or something near you.
I've used leaves out in the woods.
It still leaves shit behind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're in the woods. You don't gotta smell nice.
No, it ain't smell. It's just it hurts, right? There's little shit crinkles left behind. You know what I mean? Never mind.
Post-apocalypse, try finding Charmin. I liked the serial killer conversation more than
the poop. Nobody likes the poop conversations. Yeah. Dumb conversation.
For some reason, we always end up talking about this.
Well, I mean, it's a common issue.
We went from taxation of churches to corncob toilet paper.
I still think that the churches should get their money, their fair share, whatever the fuck.
I don't know. I don't understand your argument.
My argument is that I don't want my money going to anybody but the church that I give it to. And I know that's not what tax exempt means, but in
but you're talking about if you tithe.
No, let's say you're a fucking church. You, Josh Church Incorporated.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? I got $100. I want to give Josh Church Incorporated $100, and that's it.
Right.
I don't want
that's the way
Pakistanis to get fucking
Okay,
$33
so what you're saying, okay, so this is probably the best argument for this is that if the church loses its tax exempt status, now when the people pay tithes, they can't write that money off. So you're saying when you tithe to the church, you don't want the church to have to pay the government out of that money.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly. You're right.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Right. Because I just want to pay them. That's my money that I
Right.
already paid taxes on, number one.
Right.
I
right,
paid
right,
not
right.
only taxes on earning the money,
But now-
like spending
but
the
now,
money on top of that. Still
What
get
happens? What happens when you pay the church $100 and the church spends it on God knows what?
Well, I would think that the church that I'm giving to is going to give it to things like whatever I'm aligned with, them giving money to, I guess, right?
Yeah, you would hope.
Yeah, I mean, but even if they don't, I would still be all right because I am the one who authorized that transaction.
Okay.
I don't want, because I gave them money. I don't want them going, oh, well, Bill here gets $50 and he's gonna smoke a rock with it. I don't want my $50 going to Bill smoking a rock. I want old boy.
But a lot of the churches, that's what happens. You're paying your tithes, and they're using that to pay the stat. Well, there's pastor. Well, maybe so the pastor can buy a new Escalade.
I don't want that either, though. I guess
You want toilet paper with straight lines. That's what you want.
So we want transparency with our tax money. We want transparency with our tithes.
I don't know about the tithes even because, honestly, I gave to the person themselves. So whatever they see fit, I guess.
That's why I'm saying, why can't we just get a group of people together in a field? We don't need a building. And then we pass around the hat and we take the money and then we go spend the money on the community and helping people. Now we just cut the government out, we cut taxes out, and I feel like that's what Jesus would have done. He didn't say, well, everybody needs to donate so we can build this big nice building with a bunch of art sculptures and we need to pay the band and we need to pay the accountant and we need to do this and this, and we don't want to pay any taxes to the government. So we're going to have to listen to what the government tells us. We're not going to talk about leaders or anything like that so that it's like there's a whole bunch of extra steps.
Sounds like you're talking about anarchism right there, my friend.
Who's that?
No, because I want the church to pay taxes, and then I want the church to get involved in government and run the government.
Which I don't know why you'd want to do that, but okay.
Well, I've explained why.
I know why. I know. I'm just giving you some grief, brother. How are you?
All is well.
Yeah. I got to give you grief, just like you got to give me grief, right? I mean, that's.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
That's what friends do. That's how you know you're friends with guys is when they'll give you shit, and when they don't, then you know that they don't.
I hope this debate with you and Andrew happens because I feel like a mother giving birth. Like I feel like I helped set this up kind of because I said it when we were all talking. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if you debated Andrew Wilson about this?
Yeah.
And then it happened, or it might happen.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for them. I told Easy. I said, hey, let Andrew know. I know he's got a busy schedule, so
if it,
not right away, it's fine. But
it might take a while
to set up. Yeah, but at least it's in the workings of that. So
yeah, that would be awesome. And then you got to put in a good word for me. You got to be like, now you got to debate my boy. That would be cool, though.
Why did he? Damn, he was really quiet after you said that. What?
Everybody's being quiet.
Yeah, what's going on?
Floor comes in here and just sits and listens. She doesn't say anything.
Josh, I'm sorry. I am trying to keep up with this Monday and Tuesdays, but you know how exhausted I am at the end of the day? I'm just listening.
I know. Well, you could do that in the YouTube, and then I get view hours.
I'm also watching YouTube.
Oh, all right. You better be.
There you go. I love how that's it's like, well, but be useful to me though.
What?
No, it's just that you pick
Yeah.
Mondays and Tuesdays. I know that it's because of your days off.
I
but
didn't pick it.
I know.
I'm
It's
trying
just
to get him.
exhausting.
I'm gonna try to ask him if I can get Saturday and Monday off, because they said we like to give you 2 days off, which is nice to have 2 days in a row off. But I'll sacrifice having 2 days in a row off if I could get Saturdays and Mondays, because then I can watch the fights. I haven't been able to watch any UFC fights.
Yeah, and Saturdays also. I mean, the fact that I'm off, I can stay up all day, all night long. But right now, I'm already tired from working all day. I'm still logged in, and then I had to get up early. So it's just exhausting. But I'm here. I'm listening.
You're yawning.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
Floor's watching eyelash videos.
Dude, that's the funniest shit I ever heard.
Where's
I,
Jalen?
I watch eyelash.
Don't
Yeah, where's
summon.
Jalen?
Don't summon him. That's 2 times and once in chat.
He likes it.
Don't
It's like
summon.
Beetlejuice. If you say his name 3 times, he will appear, and he'll be harder to get rid of than a shit that sticks between your cheeks. You know.
Candy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get a corn cob to scrape him out.
Didn't Jalen said that the day of the debate was the last time that he was gonna show up, and then he did a whole show about it, like at the end. He's like, "Okay, guys, I'm saying goodbye," but he never left.
Yeah, it's like
I
never
don't think
mind.
he's been here often though. I think he lingers, but I don't know if he. I think he feels like maybe he realizes he can't push your buttons, maybe. Or
I think
maybe
that
he
is
realizes.
because it's
So
Monday and
long,
Tuesday. He usually used
farewell.
to jump in on
That-
Fridays and Saturday when he was
Oh,
super
gotcha.
drunk and
Yeah.
at parties.
That dude been around for months, years, probably. No,
He was on last week.
I'm saying he's been around for like
Oh,
Not my channel.
year.
Probably like 6 months.
6 months. It felt like a fucking year.
I ain't getting rid of him.
6 months does feel like 6 years when it comes to jail. No.
Yeah.
I drank a lot.
I like Jalen. I think that he's a very sweet guy and he has good intentions, but sometimes he's just a little too Jalen.
I think. Yeah. Okay.
He does have good intentions in his heart. He thinks he's doing the right thing.
I don't think you're a good judge of character.
Damn, that's fine.
He attacks his own people.
I think he's a
Fuck
snake.
him. He's trying to get you to eat that apple, Floor.
Yeah.
I'm not eating it today.
Apple. What? I don't even say.
Oh, that's the one thing you won't eat. Okay.
What the fuck, y'all?
You have the soundboard?
I heard something about. Never mind. I didn't want to know, man.
What is this one? Was she fat? Oh, I need one. I need Greg Locke saying, "Get out of here, you demons! Get out!" If you're a Democrat, you cannot. Or what he said? If you vote Democrat, you cannot be a Christian in America. Get out of here, you demons!
Yeah, he's right though. Think about it.
I agree.
Was she a great big fat person?
Was that Bill? Oh, Buffalo Bill?
Yeah, that's Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
Donning armor.
It puts the lotion on the skin.
Put the lotion on the skin. Put the lotion in the basket.
Julia Assange worked on a deal for his freedom? Really? I don't really even know a lot about that. What he exposed, he was like a whistleblower about something Obama did.
Well, he was a lot of stuff. A lot of it was the Hillary emails.
So he exposed the Hillary emails and they put him in jail for it?
On top of that other stuff, yeah. I mean, he was doing a lot of other stuff. Like he is also working with the trans person, the
Michelle Obama?
No. The that was in the military. The
Rachel Levine,
that
Dylan Mulvaney, Leah Thompson.
that defect.
Hold on, let me just keep rattling off names of trans people.
They went AWOL or something. I was trying to remember. It's like
trans
I wanna say
person that went.
Harding, or it was like I'm trying to remember what their name was. It'll come to me.
Huh.
I don't know, guys. Were you guys able to see Justin Timberlake on that concert a few days ago? That guy was fucked up.
He got
That guy
arrested.
was messed up. Yeah, he was arrested afterwards.
Isn't it funny that he makes that video about him getting in the car with the devil, and then he gets into a DUI accident? Isn't that
I
something?
know. He
Wait.
looked like he was on something.
He is definitely. They've definitely taken over him.
He got into an accident? I don't know that.
He got thing with a DUI, but I think there was.
You're talking about.
I only saw a headline. I didn't. I really don't care. But I thought it's in the headline. I said it said that he claims he only had 2 drinks and that he wasn't even drunk.
Right.
Like he wasn't drunk. He was on drugs. Like if you look at him at the concert, something was wrong with that guy. Like he was on an upper.
Upper. But it's
You know,
hard
like,
to.
there's
But how do
upper,
you get
but
drunk if you're on an upper?
On
he
that
wasn't
soundboard that you
drunk.
wanted.
I think that they're just saying that he was drunk for the media. But if you look at his eyes, you look at him in the concert, he looked like he was on like super crack or something. His eyes were like about to pop out of his face.
Who is he?
What were you saying about the
Timberlake?
Who?
Justin Timberlake?
Crimea River, motherfucker.
Don't act like you don't know who Justin Timberlake is. You're not that straight.
Yeah, you know who Selena is, but you don't know who Justin Timberlake is. What type of American are you?
I only heard about Selena because a bunch of Mexicans that I've been fucking with all my life.
And it was required viewing in his school.
Huh?
That's crazy. Not even in Guatemala.
They didn't read the Count of Monte Cristo, but they watched Selena.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's why we're stupid.
Have you heard of the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet?
Oh my god! In high school, they made me watch all the really old movies of.
Have you guys seen that video though
Romeo
that
and
he's
Juliet?
in, where he gets scratched by the devil or whatever, and then he gets in and he like gets really satanic and evil?
It's a music video?
Yeah, he just had one that came out.
Who's he?
I didn't even know he still made music.
Yeah.
Who is he?
So like he was
Justin
also-
Timberlake.
Satanic music?
Yeah, he just wasn't a satanic. He just made a new music video, and it was really.
I want to see this. Can you pull it up?
Well, I'll probably. I mean, I don't want to get his.
You don't
thing.
have to say
I'll do
what you
images,
did.
but-
I already know. I found out from him. And through my body, everything will never be. Don't you have to find a power? Come in
This
The
is
song from Britney Spears.
I want to hear some like something
So
cool.
so let me show you this. So this is the devil in the music video. And
Those
this
are
woman,
girls.
because he's dancing with this woman, and then as
Is that
it kinda
Goro?
goes, it's a
Goro?
girl, yeah, and then like you could see it form like the devil wings.
You can like play it. You can like play it for a couple seconds, then pause it, and then play it for a couple seconds, then pause it,
Well, yeah, it probably will.
or just show
Probably not be
pictures.
too bad, but let's see here.
Goro from
Probably became so irrelevant. He sold his soul.
No, it's probably super
It's
copyright.
time for it.
So it's not Goro from Mortal Kombat Part 1, right?
Bum 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 bum. Motaro.
Let's see here.
Goro.
Goro, then Motaro, then Shiva was in 3, I think. I don't think Shiva was in 2.
No Angels video. That's what it's called. Okay, no Angels.
Oh, you're right. Shiva was in 3. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Shit.
way later. Bob, Get the hell out of here, man.
Shut your drunk
so,
ass up, you non-Selena fucking.
So
Lord
yeah, so you
loving
see
ass
in this one, he's approaching this club in this car. You can kind of see that he's.
Is that Jeremy Piven?
No, that's
It's Justin Timberlake. Shut up.
So it's not Jeremy Piven.
And you can kind of see the red. You can, I mean, you can see already there's going to be. And he comes into this nightclub. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure.
That's any nightclub I ever fucking been to.
Well, that's because it's not a regular nightclub. It's like a freaking.
You ain't living your life.
You could tell it's like a church.
Oh, it's like a church. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see the stained glass.
For this bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I'm not paying taxes.
Oh yeah. He sold his soul to the devil. That's why he got.
Fuck.
So you can obviously see all the stuff. It's red. It's got.
Everything red is bad. I look
A lot of
red.
times it can be. Yeah, there's a lot of demonic influence with the colors with it red and all that.
Racist.
You
What color
see
are
the
you?
opening scene, the Blade?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is yeah.
But you can just tell. And then there's this woman.
Oh my god. What if it was
that he's going to.
She's a damn demon.
And yep, and she's enticing him.
So if you were getting all these,
Look at her short hair. She's not even attractive.
No.
She looking like a man.
Ugly. Nice.
And what you want to do is you want to watch his eyes.
What are they going to turn into reptilian eyes?
You'll see.
Oh my god. I want to see now.
So you can kind of see like there's.
Oh, and there's a dark guy up above.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, the symbolism is obvious.
And it's.
She's like a snake.
Yeah.
I mean, never mind.
Move your body like a snake, ma.
And he's confused. You can see, and then she cuts him.
She's not even
Look at the
hot.
eyes. Look at the eyes.
Really not, actually. That's fucking disgusting.
And then they're all going after him, like they're having like a
Orgy.
like demonic orgy kind of.
Ladder. Y'all niggas ever watch Jacob's Ladder with
I've
Tim
seen
Robbins?
it. Yeah.
Great movie.
Now, to be fair, so I get like the artistic aspect of like it's supposed to be like he just wandered his way into a demonic club and now he looks confused. He's like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's like some Shiva symbolism. Or no, she got wings.
Yeah.
I thought she had multiple arms.
And then you can kind of see.
Dude.
Black shit all over him, and
Well, this isn't even
This
isn't even like subliminal.
no, I mean that's the thing. It's like it's very.
Is it feces though?
It's something.
It's probably feces.
And he tries to get out. He gets out. Yeah, of course they get the blood.
Number 11.
Yeah, and then there's another part, and I don't know what it shows, but it shows at the end he's getting in the car, and then his eyes change to the white that he's been.
And then who goes out and gets in a DUI?
Yeah.
Huh.
So, but yeah, so that video came out just a couple of months ago. So it's interesting. But what's weird to me is I heard about this video like the day before he had the DUI. So it's kind of interesting how that.
Who is this guy?
Came.
Oh my gosh.
What's his name?
Justin Timberlake? What you mean? Who's this guy?
He's trolling. He's trolling. Nobody's that straight, Mr. Mad.
Straight? What does that mean?
We're all gay enough to know who Justin Timberlake is. we're all at least 0.0001%.
Repossessed in his property. Fucking.
But yeah, so it's interesting stuff for sure. I mean, it's
showcode punked.
What did y'all say? I had like one thing I got confused by it, and I think I lost my consciousness at the sight and hearing of it, and then all of a sudden I heard Boof talking on top of it, which that's the last straw, honestly.
Only Buff has an excuse to not know who he is because Buff is black. So he's probably like, that's white boy
And I
music. That's
know
white
who
people
he
music.
is.
Where is
What the fuck?
And Buff does know who he is. So
I hate everything
He's
about
the
what.
boyfriend of Christina Ricci and Black's Nick Moan was Sam Jackson. God damn it.
I heard about 70.
no, you know, Alpha Dog was a great movie.
I don't know what the fuck that even means.
You never seen the movie Alpha Dog?
Oh yeah.
I've seen
yeah.
Dirty with
That's
you ever watch
what?
Norm McDonald? Dirty Work. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, you're always talking about dirty.
Are you drunk?
He's always drunk.
Okay, that's making sense then.
Dirty Work. I'm drunk. What does that mean? Explain that. I need to know the correlation between my perceived.
Well, I don't know if it's the Dirty Work
versus-
reference that made you.
Yeah.
You always referencing Dirty Work. That's your favorite movie, huh?
How does that equate to me being?
It doesn't.
Maybe.
Probably the slurred speech and the.
No. What if I was taking a prescription medication? Let's say,
Ba,
legal.
ba, ba. I actually like Justin Timberlake. Some of his music.
What are we talking about here? I thought we were talking about Dirty Work.
I never want to make it up. Never gonna tell you that I had enough. You might hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye,
What, a
bye,
Thriller?
bye.
Is that Michael Jackson?
I even
Thriller?
know the dance, guys.
The Michael Jackson Thriller?
Michael Jackson's Thriller. Now I know he is just trolling for sure. He is definitely trolling.
They all got their dang dances from Michael Jackson.
What the hell is trolling? Alfred E. Newman, the Mad Magazine guy. Is that you?
Why do you have Jim Carrey getting? What is on his face? Looks like he's getting.
Oh, I thought E. Newman from Mad Magazine.
Oh, he's got
What is
this. That's when he put the tape on his face and liar, liar.
Yeah.
It looks like he just got a. Never mind. That's not appropriate.
Yeah.
That was his boy band, NSYNC. You don't know about NSYNC, Mr. Mad?
I've heard the name actually. I even have a.
He's got the T-shirt and the posters.
Nigga, I was into fucking Pantera when you were still shitting in your fucking diapers.
I disavow.
Shitting in your diapers? This is the number one thing you're supposed to do with those.
No, the other part.
Pantera? Don't you ever disavow Pantera.
No, the other part.
What is the other part?
The word you used.
When he gets a little loose, he
loose.
Well,
Oh,
that's you, not me.
I ain't Mad Max over here. Mad.
I don't think I've ever seen a Mad Max movie.
No, Mad Magazine. That's what I meant to say. Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred
boy
E.
right here
Newman.
Yeah, right here. The guy.
I do like
above
Mad
me.
Magazine.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Cracked was better back in the day, though.
Cracked. I
You're
never
right.
heard of that.
You never fuck with
Oh,
Cracked?
just watch the. Just
Cracked.
Just watch the first Mad Max. Was it Road Warrior? Yeah,
I'm
just
not
watch
saying Mad
that.
Max, bro. I didn't say Mad Max. I said Mad Magazine. Alfred E. Newman.
I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you.
First of all,
By the way, Mad Max is the first movie. Road Warrior is the second movie.
put a hat on.
Yeah. Okay.
What is
so Mad
acquiesce?
Max,
What is
yeah,
acquiescence?
Josh, just watch Mad Max.
Yeah. What
That's
is
pretty
what?
much
what
all you need to watch.
You don't know what
Acquiescent.
acquiesce means?
Yes, we do. We just want you to say it.
No, I don't. Acquiescently. Tending to accept or allow what others
give me a
want
sec-
or demand. Inclined to acquiesce. Okay, acquiesce means you do what other people. Okay, yeah.
Right. If I acquiesce to, if I said, please don't ever say the N word around me, and you said, okay, fine, I'll acquiesce to that demand. I mean, you'll agree to that.
This guy.
Just because it said acquiescently. Looked upon
background.
acquiescently.
That's so funny. Hey, what is your name? The guy with the shits.
Terrifact.
Paradise. What's your name? Paradise.
Paradise.
Tariff Act.
Yeah, 1894.
This is not his name, bro.
Whose name?
He just
John.
Fucking. Who the fuck is John?
His name is John. Who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The dude with the fucking I don't know. What is that? Like a fucking greatest talent, America's greatest
Hey,
talent
you're a smart guy.
Who?
You talk like a smart person.
Now you got jokes. I see you, Josh. You're hilarious. Anyway, the dude below
Pills kicked in.
Huh? The MILF kicked in. Which MILF?
Pills.
Pills?
He's not on pills. He's on Jim or Jack or
Oh, you
John
don't know what
or
pills are now.
Oh,
Well,
Dude, I don't fucking eat
Evan.
pills.
He's on Evan.
Evan Williams, I
Evan.
think
He's
he
on.
was drinking.
Yeah, he's not on Evan Williams. He's on Evan Williams.
That's what the fuck I'm saying, dude. Like, what's so funny? You all forgot that I only drank fucking Williams' horse. What are you pills?
Whoa, man. Red.
That's hilarious. I love the Homer Simpson thing. That's pretty. All right.
The Tariff Act was the first time that any entity was exempt from taxation. Before that, they only listed entities subject to taxation.
I'm sorry. I apologize. What did you say?
But the Tariff Act was declared unconstitutional in 1896, so only 2 years later. The church tax exemption was reinstated by the Revenue Act of 1913, which defined the modern American tax system. Trinidad versus Sagrada. So why? Evidently, the exemption is made in recognition of the benefit which the public derives. Okay, so that's when they decide that a 501(c)(3) is if the public derives a benefit. Trinidad versus Sagrada Orden.
What the fuck are we talking about again?
I'm doing research.
About what, though?
About churches and taxation.
Taxes.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, but I still want them to get my money through taxes because I feel like everybody, an atheist, should pay taxes.
Now you're gonna act like.
No,
now you're gonna act coherent.
I want Buff. I want
now you
Buff
want
to
to
pay
act like
taxes
part of the conversation.
to the church.
Oh shit!
I
want
think
Buff to pay taxes to the church.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Let's say the church pays taxes and then the Christians don't have to pay taxes anymore, but the atheists have to pay double.
That's right.
Let's go.
That's right. So, what you gonna do, Buzz? Booth?
You know. By the way, just because you want these things to happen doesn't mean they'll happen.
I know. I'm just saying, in my ideal world,
I just find it funny that what you are wanting is what they have in Europe. A de facto church state that still collects money from the taxes. Like everyone has to pay taxes in Europe to the church. That's the church.
I think a lot of that's based.
And yet you look at those countries and they're the most watered down secularist of Christians.
England and France, but not the Scandinavian countries, not Hungary.
Oh yeah, Scandinavian countries for sure. Scandinavian countries are very, especially the Church of Sweden.
No, they're very homogenous.
But hold on, where you're from, and do they do this to your churches?
Where I'm from?
Yeah, where are you from, by the way?
I'm from fucking America.
And the problem is they don't banish anybody. So the places with religious church states, there's more non-religious people.
Like fucking
they need to tighten up and they need to banish those people.
So the point is what ended up happening is that people became more and more resistant and became more and more dejected from
Yeah, those people are
Christianity
bitches. We need to banish them.
because of the mixture of the church and state.
Well, we got to kick those people out
Okay, so basically, what
and
you're
build a
trying to
wall.
say is, so basically, what you want is you want to create a nation.
I want to be like
of
Joshua.
Just quote unquote, the Joshua definition of Christians.
Yes.
The Joshua approved metric of Christians, and then everybody else be kicked out, and then you think then everything will be magically solved if you just have your own kingdom of Josh, huh?
At least in our kingdom, it will be.
It's pretty close.
That's
I don't know.
right.
I don't know about the wilderness. The wilderness is going to suffer and die, but we're going to be living.
Buff, he's like that guy that's in Fallout that has like the kingdom of Chuck or whatever that place is. And it's like 5 people living there. It's like,
oh, this is Buff's friend. No wonder. I get it now.
It's not Buff's friend.
Yes. Excuse me. I like Buff a lot. Thank you very much.
I get it. No, it's all good. It's all good, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's making more sense than you, Mads. Dear God.
Oh, I'm not trying to make any sense, man. Because if what you think makes sense, shit, you know what I mean? Have you seen your hairline?
Is that a movie?
It probably it would flap.
Fees of $270.
Best joke. You could make a better joke if you want.
So it costs $275 to $600 to apply for a tax exemption. But if you're a religious organization, you don't have to pay that. So
nice.
We start a church, me and Mr. Mad.
Yeah. But we mean well. Like I really do mean well in this bitch. Like I'm trying to
I mean well too, and I don't want to pay taxes, so let's do it. And this is the problem right here.
Look, I don't need a Lamborghini, man. Like
This is how you get Waco and Jonestown and Scientology and Mormonism.
No, I'm sorry. That is a bridge too far.
No.
501(c)(3)s are how we got Jonestown. Especially when you realize that
well, they went to Guana, right? They left America.
Jonestown was a communist cult that started with religious fervor, but it turned into straight out communism. It turned into a communist commune cult. And it had nothing to do with them being a 501(c)(3). It had everything to do with the fact that they were that as they had gotten power, they got power with actually, if anything, they had a lot of influence in California politics. They were friends with the Carters, they were friends with Pelosi, they were friends with all those people in the DNC.
A bunch of Democrats.
Yeah. So that's right there is reason why you need to be very careful about how religious organizations, how close they are with government, because
but that's the wrong government.
Yeah.
Okay, but my point of what I'm trying to say.
So I'm not saying the churches should be buddy with the Democrat leaders. I'm saying the church should take over the government.
What church? One
unified Christian church.
And how are you going to get that one unified Christian church?
We're going to figure it out.
What up, though?
Okay, so
I haven't got that far.
Until you figure that out, let's work with what we have and acknowledge that right there, my friend, as well intentioned as you are, is a pipe.
There are already 2 very popular churches that say they're the one true church. The Orthodox.
I know there's a lot of people there's a lot of churches that are popular. I'm just saying, you trying to find uniformity in Christianity when it has been something that has been a struggle for most people in the Christian church throughout the history.
Well,
and a lot of it has to do with people who say, "Wait a minute."
But shouldn't that be the goal? Just because it's unlikely.
What do you mean that shouldn't be the goal? The goal.
Christian means Christ one, follower of Christ, little Christ. Shouldn't we be united? Shouldn't we? That's what the word Christian means. Those are synonyms. Little Christ,
that goes
baby Christ, small Christ.
Church, y'all have one unified belief system instead of different sectors of, like, just say Christianity. It shouldn't be 30 subsectors of what I think Christianity
No,
is. There should be one
35,000.
unified.
There's 35,000 denominations of Christianity.
And
Just said
why?
that
And
as an
why? Because somebody says, "Wait a minute,
example.
you
I
get it
don't agree
wrong.
with this.
I'm kicking you out, or
That's
you're
why I'm
bad."
not
Like,
religious.
Right. I agree, and we shouldn't do that.
So, but how are you going to create this kind of unified church? Because obviously
Find
you
a way.
believe you have an
They'll
idea.
find a way.
I don't have it all figured out. I'm just saying, ideally,
Okay.
that's what we would have.
I know we could talk about
But
ideally.
so if we all united as Christians under this
but how
idea,
would we all unite when we don't have a unified faith?
well, it's fine that we have debates and disagreements in doctrine,
Okay.
but we shouldn't start a whole nother denomination and a whole nother church.
Okay, I would agree with you. I think that that's been too much of an issue, but I think part of the reason why that is because what we define as church, what we define as uniformity in the faith has been that goal line is always being pushed. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the reason why it gets pushed most likely is because someone does not like something, or the other thing that I see so often is that you see churches where they're so worried about the culture and they're so worried about trying to get people in the seats that they then therefore alter the liturgy and they alter their traditions.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot of like gay churches now.
I know.
It's a mess.
So the problem is there's no way this will ever be solved this side of heaven. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
So I mean, at least not in a huge scale way, right?
Right. And I don't want a global church, or I don't want a global world religion. I'm fine with there being different religions.
Right, but I don't even know if you're going to be able to get a United States, let alone the state of Utah or the state of Colorado religion. What I'm saying is, so the thing to me, which would be how we.
Well, we've already got it in Utah. The Mormons run the state.
Well, yeah, I know, but my point is that with what you're trying to create, the problem is
I'm not actually trying to create this. I'm just talking on the internet.
Okay, well, so what you're saying is you're just throwing feces at the fucking wall and seeing what sticks. Then.
Well, yeah, whatever the corn cob didn't get.
Throwing an idea out there that could actually fucking make some traction. I mean, shit. I don't see it.
Well, we have to start with ideas, and then once I have war money.
Yeah. What's that, Buff? You kind of
were mumbling there.
War money.
You're kind of under your breath there, friend.
So make sure you hit up the Cash App so that we can have war money and we can make this happen, guys. That's what I think Tupac said.
Buff, what were you trying to say again? I'm sorry.
I think Lil Wayne said, "I got my mind right. I got my money right. I'm ready for war."
Who said I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind?
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg said that.
I know. Yeah.
I thought this was America.
America. Oh yeah.
America, freedom, my rights. How'd you get free rooms from gambling? That's awesome. I would go someplace too if I were giving free stay. Are you talking about in Vegas? Yeah, if you go and spend enough money at the casino, they'll comp your room. You don't even got to win. They want you to stay. Keep spending money. I need to go to Vegas. Free drinks? Just to sit I would take like $1 to the slot machine and I would sit there for like 2 hours with like 4 quarters. And I would play like penny slots and just really take my time just for the free drinks. I'm gonna have a fancy Bloody Mary tomorrow. I got Bloody Mary mix. I gotta get some vodka tomorrow. And I get angry when I'm on vodka, so y'all might see another side of me. But I got celery, I got lime, I got Bloody Mary mix, I got salt, I got a nice glass and a straw. I think drinking out of straws is gay, but but I'm gonna drink out of a straw because it's a tall glass. We're gonna get fancy tomorrow. And I got some fettuccine Alfredo. I've been craving Bloody Mary and I've been craving fettuccine Alfredo. And I got both for tomorrow. So let's go. Tomorrow's going to be the satiating your cravings stream. If anybody's been craving anything lately, we're going to fulfill our fleshy needs. That's kind of demonic. That's blasphemous. But
Our hair.
no.
I mean, no.
No.
Joking. Totally joking.
You cut out, but I know what you said.
I know.
What's up, concurrent viewers? We got 22 people watching. Hit the like button.
Hey.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Just for the halibut burrito and a margarita.
Yeah.
That's what you're craving, Raven. You craving some burrito? Pause.
Man, Raven craves wings 24/7.
Wings are good.
Hey, Black.
Drink through a straw and it gets you messed up faster. Is that? I've heard that.
No, that doesn't sound right.
If I didn't pay taxes, I'd donate more to Josh.
True that.
Yep.
Hulk and horrors. Not a what the? You really are my. Never mind.
No, we're not indulging all of our. We're not indulging all of our cravings.
Get your shit together, Nada. Come on. The buck stops here.
I saw you on Verbal Combat, John. Why'd you leave so early the other night?
Because I told my wife I would.
Oh, okay. That's a good reason.
Yeah. That's really
Plus I wanted to just kind of see what that was like, you know, and then it was kind of getting to a point where one of the guys was just, I mean, it just got to a point where it gets too many people.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the loudest, most aggressive person.
Yeah.
Kind of dominates.
Yeah.
But it's a blood sports debate, and then so some of the debates nobody really disagrees, and it just becomes insults, which it's, you know, I guess it's fun and stuff.
Yeah. Cool.
But yeah, that's why, like the first hour or two, it's usually a lot calmer, and then once you get later in the night, it gets a little more off the rails.
Yeah.
But it is entertaining.
Are you like a motherfucker?
That's DJ on Paul.
In the red?
DJ on Paul, you left last week because everybody was calling you a troll. I hope we didn't hurt your feelings, but you are kind of a troll.
What are you doing?
You're a good troll.
I was trolling. You were trolling.
He is a troll.
I tried to go back
he's a
on,
good
but it
troll.
wouldn't let me.
Oh, okay.
DJ on Paul, it's been a minute, man. Where the hell you been, first of all?
I thought you were pissed off, and I was like, I hope he doesn't. There are bad trolls, and there are funny trolls, and you're usually a funny troll. You're usually a good troll.
And as long as you know what someone really is the problem is like when you first meet someone and they're trolling you with no apparent reason other than and they don't give you that kind of, that's when I kind of think that shit's cringe because
I don't know what trolling actually is.
That's a real N-word, guys.
That's CJ and Paul.
I know I hear it. I do hear it a lot, but I don't know what it is.
This time I mean the N-word with the ER at the end.
You get a gold star for self-control on that.
For calling him the N-word with the ER?
Well, for not actually saying it.
DJ on Paul.
No! Don't say it.
Hold on. N-word with the ER. G-N-I-G-G-E-R.
Okay, we get it. We get it.
Honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
We get it. We don't need a word tower.
I love you, DJ on Paul.
Well, I love you
I have
too, and it just
exercise.
feels good to be called that every now and then.
You know, I aim to please. Pause. My N. I.
No. Okay.
I said I see you. I said I see you. 2 G's. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
So I was listening to these. I was listening to all these plans.
What if I need to go to the ER right
The
now?
plan. My plans.
My double D here.
Definitely. The plans for the Kingdom of Joshua.
Yes.
Yeah. So once you build that wall, I'm going to guard that wall. I'm going to keep Moose Man and Boof out personally.
Who's Moose Man?
Moose Man, Homer Simpson here.
Why are we keeping John out?
But they don't want to be a part of it. They don't like it.
I think he's secretly.
That's true. That's
It's
true.
our clubhouse.
Guys.
Yeah, that's true. We're not gonna allow. We're not gonna allow discrimination against the kingdom.
That's right.
I'll do what I want.
Oh no.
Down for the kingdom.
Guys, no.
No.
I was just
Get the word towers out of here. Stop.
What? Stop the word towers, Raymond. Come on. You're gonna get upset.
Oh my
You're
god.
gonna get somebody upset.
Stop it.
Besides that, don't look at that.
Kill him now.
Look at that while I'm roasting John. I think John is from the UK. Honestly, John.
He's definitely not from here.
He's not from around here.
No.
I think he's from the UK, and I suspect that
He's definitely on like one of the outskirts of maybe a state or the whole nation, somewhere like that.
He's he might actually be ER himself.
All right. How about no?
If you pick up what I'm leaving down, fellas,
we're not.
Honestly, just by the way he talks, I can kind of tell. I got an ear for these things. And it sounds like to me.
John's cool. He's just a filthy anarchist.
You know what I think I think if you ask him if you ingest an entire gram of fentanyl, do you think
Oh
you would
my
survive?
god! Stop. Okay.
What?
Stop. No.
What is that? What are these noises?
He's debating you guys through sound effects.
I don't like that. This is our.
This is a better debate than earlier. That's why I actually called in. I was listening to what he was telling you, trying to argue this whole Kingdom of Joshua thing.
I believe him actually.
And I don't know if you actually. I don't know if you caught that last paragraph, whatever that little point he was making, but it was hilarious. I actually have my phone queued up here.
What do you say? The argument is usually the world is bad, so we shouldn't try to stop it.
No, it was terrible. He called something a fact, and then said it was probably, I don't know. It was just it was like listening to Jordan Peterson when he had that alleged drug problem.
Well, I think I don't know what you meant by that, but first, I like Jordan Peterson, and he admit to his drug problem, so I don't think it's alleged.
Love JP, love him. But some of the stuff he would say was kind of funny when he was in that time of his life.
What do you say? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Word tower time.
That type of laugh sounds funny to me, so you got me with that.
Man.
Yeah, that's funny. We didn't do that.
I'm not.
Yeah,
is he still battling us with the soundboard?
No, that's he's really laughing at you.
Oh, that's really,
oh
man, he got me. I thought it was weird.
Whatever, I'll do what I want.
You didn't know we were making fun of him. Oh,
Good.
How about
Okay, I have my phone queued up here just
All
so
right.
you can hear exactly what John said.
All right.
Let me know if you can actually hear it.
I don't know if we're gonna hear it through the phone, but
We should
Here he comes.
I think that's been too much of an issue, but I think part of the reason why that is because what defined as church, what defined as uniformity in the faith has been that goal is always being pushed, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that the reason why it gets pushed most likely is because someone.
And that's it right there. First, you call it a fact, and then you said it was most likely.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a little,
That's pretty.
not the best point.
Sorry,
Whatever you said after
What-
that was hard to follow.
Right,
I'll
didn't-
just stop.
Didn't
Sorry, I was channeling Biden.
I think you're channeling your inner Biden or your inner JP or whatever.
What is JP?
so didn't
JPP?
don't you think Jesus would have wanted uniformity in the church?
Of course.
He does.
No,
want
no, because a lot of people say that, but then people will always say he was actually here to divide, not to unify.
He was here to divide. He did not come to, but that's divide good from evil. That's to divide believers from non-believers.
And I would agree with
Maybe.
that. That's what he meant by that. The problem is that the church is full of wheat and tares. So there are people who are in the church, people who are believers, who mask themselves as believers that aren't actually believers. And so you obviously are going to deal with that fact for a long time. And God himself, I think, in the Bible, from what I've read, tells us we can't focus on that because that will be dealt with. They'll be thrown into the fire at the end. So that's why when you go back into that verse, it says, don't let the when the wicked prosper get to you, because they will burn like grass in the end. So I mean, there's that kind of notion that there's a judgment for those people. So those people set aside. The other problem you have is that because people have brought the organization of church, and they've brought so much focus in the organization of church into the church itself, into what I mean by the church, I mean is the body of believers. Then what ends up happening is when someone says one thing or another thing that contradicts other people's traditions, and that's what's going to happen, because a lot of people are going to say, "Oh yeah, you're a Paedo-Baptist, you can't be with me. Oh, you deny the regenerative nature of baptism."
Charlie, I thought you were putting Charmin in the.
You know what I'm saying? And that becomes an issue.
Don't you think there would be less confusion if we had one? So like right now, I want to start going back. I want to start going to a church. So what I gotta do is I've got to visit. I gotta spend one Sunday and go to an Orthodox church. And then I got to spend one Sunday. There's a Catholic church near here. Then I got to spend one Sunday and go check out the Mormon church. And then I got to spend, which I don't think that's going to happen, but I would like to check it out. Then I got to spend another Sunday to go down to the Protestant church, and then go to all these. Wouldn't it be nice?
In Protestant, you mean all the different Protestants, not just one type of Protestant.
I got to go to 20 different churches to figure out which one of them is right. And
right, because there's like 3 different types of Presbyterians.
Yeah.
There's like 3 or 4 different types of Baptists.
I gotta check the Lutheran one. I gotta check the Baptist one, the Methodist one, the Unitarian one. Wouldn't it be nice if we just had one Christian church, and in that church, maybe we have a preacher who does his sermon, and then at the end we have a time where we kind of have a discussion with the audience involved, where everybody's like, well, what about this? And we talk about it, and we don't hate each other, but we say, and we hear each other out, and we really figure this out. Instead of just following what the church fathers told us, instead of just being subject to each individual's interpretation of what they read in the Bible, we all edify each other. We get together as a group, and we figure it out.
But the problem is, trying to figure that out, it's going to be difficult because you're going to find yourself in a situation
Because
where,
people act like women and they get emotional.
well, perhaps to some degree, but the point is that you're going to have people who are going to hold to these things, and you can want to the live long day that people not do that, but they're going to do that. So what's going to be the thing that takes them out of that?
Well, what if that's encouraged?
You would say the way to create that would be to just have somewhat government just say sit down and force you guys all to sit down. And
No,
have some church tell you to just sit down and talk about it. I think the reality of this is that a lot of things are. What we have to do is we have to go back and we have to create a consensus of what true authority is in the church. And until we can get to that point,
I got to tell you, man,
this is going to be moot.
Yeah, you're not going to be in the kingdom of Joshua, man. It's not happening.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I have no king but Christ.
Watch from behind the fence.
I have no king but Christ. I have no king but Christ.
Where there'll be just like Joshua said, there'll be no emotion whatsoever involved in these discussions. And if somebody says there is emotion involved,
if they
found it out.
Yeah, you got to get out. You're banished.
You're like, well, get out of here, you fucking sissy wussy pussy. You know?
Yeah. That's what will go on.
Yeah,
exactly. And
but
there's nothing wrong with.
And you'll be and Dijon Paul, you'll be his second in command, right? You'll be like,
but the king of the government, the king of the government we don't look at the king or the ruler of the government as the king. As Christ or God or something like that, that they're just the king of the lands,
right?
Because otherwise Satan is the king of the land. He takes over.
But here's the thing.
Then we got commies and Democrats running everything. Mob rule.
Satan is the
consensus.
Is the ruler of this world. Would you agree with me? That Satan is the ruler of this world.
Yeah.
Okay. So. Any type of system that you would try to create that would be in this world is going to be.
No, I don't agree with that.
You would have to find a way to go away from the things that would seem to be logical in this world.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that sounded weird. Why would you have to do that?
Just because Satan owns. Okay, so I live in an apartment building. I don't own this land. I don't own this apartment, but I rent here and I believe what I believe in my apartment and I'm the king of my domain. Even though they could kick me out, Satan could bring a hurricane that could wipe me out in a second. But we're in the world, but we're not of the world. So we're renting the land here.
But you want to create a system that's found in other places in the world. That is found in the broken, darkened world.
Maybe it's a new system. Maybe it's not the same as.
But see, how could you do that if you're using things like kings and monarchies? Because that's all been done.
Well, just because there's been a king before doesn't mean it's going to be the same king. It doesn't mean it's going to be the same system.
But it doesn't mean it won't be the same king either. So
that's why you're not in. That's why you're not in the kingdom of Joshua. That's why.
I know, Dijon Paul.
Because it doesn't necessarily make sense. I know you have questions, and I appreciate that. I really do. But that's what gets you kicked out. Okay.
Yeah, I know, Dijon Paul. I know. This is why I'm counterculture.
Maybe I'm the only one in my kingdom.
This is why
you're not counterculture. You are the culture. That's what's wrong.
No. I'm not. I am not the culture. I'm counterculture.
We are kicking that poison culture out.
I am counterculture to a lot of things.
I don't know if you're counterculture, man. I heard a lot of people that sound like you, so that doesn't seem like counterculture, to be honest.
Well, if you don't, but to me, there's a distinctness of what counterculture is, and I'm not talking about stupid hippie communist counterculture because
it depends on what the culture is what determines what the counterculture is.
It sounds like the same idea,
right?
If you have a Christian culture, then the counterculture would be the demon worshippers. But if you have a demon worshiper culture, then the counterculture would be the Christians.
But it becomes very difficult to create Christian culture in this world, is my point.
I know it's difficult, but that's not a reason to not try. Everything worthwhile is difficult.
No. It's not an issue of not trying. It's an issue of understanding what the limitations are, and it's an issue of understanding of at what cost do you sacrifice to create this thing. And to me,
But this always goes back.
I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to sacrifice the personal salvation of other people. I don't want to sacrifice people believing that Christianity is just another moral codex, than seeing it as the salvation plan that it is.
Who cares if people think that about you? Why would you even care about that?
This is the common anarchist argument, and it's like, why is murder
What do you
illegal?
mean it's a common? Just a few minutes ago, you're like, there's only 5 of us. So like, how?
Yeah,
many,
this is a common anarchist argument. It's basically world is bad, so we shouldn't try to fix it. Murder.
That's not what I'm saying. That's
murder.
Not what I'm saying at all.
Murder is wrong. We should not murder. We should make laws that prevent murder. But people are still going to murder. Why should murder be illegal?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, it
can't worry
is.
about failing. You can't worry about failing at all. You have to try as hard as you can every time, and if you do fail, you learn from it. And
We're
you
gonna
still
get
try as
back
hard as
up
you can the
again.
next time.
All I'm telling you is I'm saying from a Christian point of view.
This is what leftists say. We make abortion illegal, and they say people are still going to have abortions. We make drugs illegal.
That's
People
not
are
what
still
I'm
going to do
saying.
drugs.
Why are you
We make
continuing to confuse my
'cause-
point?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what other people say. Your job is to keep your own moral high ground. It doesn't matter what else happens or what could happen. That's like a chicken shit
You're
way to
saying
not try.
you're saying it's never going to happen because Satan owns the world.
That's
The
not
world
what
is
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
okay. All right,
I'm
my
not
bad.
saying it's not
Then
going
I'm
to happen.
then
I'm saying that the more centralized it becomes, I'm saying look at every church. The more powerful. This is just the nature of the world we live in. That the more powerful they become, the more power you get, the more you're concerned with keeping it. Just like with money, the more money you get, the more you're concerned with keeping your money. It becomes the center focus of your life.
I don't think that's
And
always
I
the
see
case.
this happen in so many different churches. Because I have been not just a church going guy. I've been in church congregational meetings. I have been vice president of congregations. I've seen how the sausage is made, and I'm telling you that
It is
right.
ugly.
You're saying
Churches-
absolute. You're
churches-
saying absolute
churches-
power corrupts absolutely. I'm saying.
and what I'm saying though.
But
is
I'm
this.
saying if somebody submits their will to God and He is the absolute power, then it will not corrupt them.
Well, it may not. I'm not saying it will corrupt them. What I'm saying is that when people try to find a pragmatic approach to bringing about Christian renewal or regeneration or whatever you want to call it, ethics system, pull up politics ideology, there's always something that is sacrificed. There's always something that is given because people when you give power to people to do things,
Right, and this is a fallacy.
because of their
I don't know
fallen
I don't
nature.
know the exact name of the fallacy, but this is a fallacy. Just because
not a fallacy.
it is a fallacy. Just because it's always been a certain way doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be that way.
Okay, but what I'm saying is what I'm saying is I'm not saying that that's not necessarily true, but what I'm saying is we have to examine that at least. But to just be blind in the eye and say, I've never ever fucking flown before, but I guess I could just spontaneously have pout out wings and start flying.
Right,
That
but
would be
hold
irrational
on.
from most people's
Hold on.
perspectives.
Let me use that
That's what I'm
analogy.
saying.
Let me use that analogy. Every time somebody tried to fly before the Wright brothers flew, they failed. And then eventually we flew.
Well, we found a way
Oh,
to
and
cheat
it was
nature.
beautiful. It was a beautiful thing once we flew.
But
And to
what
be
I'm
fair, I
saying-
think the Wright brothers actually stole that idea from somebody else, and that
There
there's
was
some
somebody else, there
conspiracies
was.
around
they
that.
stole
But
it from a bird.
but
They stole it from a bird.
No, not just a bird. Not just a bird, Diva.
there were some other guys that were working on that, and they still. But anyway, that's conspiracy stuff. But you get what I'm saying. Just
I know what you're
because
saying.
every time you tried to do something before and it failed doesn't mean
But
that
the
it can't
thing
be
of it
done.
But the thing of it is that I do believe you have to look at history, and I think you have to look at the nature of the world, and I think you have to look at people and the nature of people, and realize that there will never be a system on Earth where humans will be able to create a perfect anything.
Not with that
And
attitude.
No, well, not at all. Period. Not at all. Period.
Well,
because
never
men-
could.
Men will there will always be a flaw. Now that doesn't mean that the church isn't wrong. It doesn't mean
As
that it
long as you
loses its
say
authority.
never, and as long as you say can't, you're right. It will never happen. But I guess maybe I'm an optimist. I think it could happen. I think.
Well, but part of it is also, to me, understanding what makes people change. And to me, I don't see it as a artificial, well, if we just had a government, everybody would be better off. If everybody had a fucking big church, everybody would be better off. No. There is something about church and there is something about government. But there is also something about the individual person coming to accountability and coming to that truth and coming to that ability to see those things.
Oh, maybe you just need to have faith.
Well, yeah, it is you do have to have faith. That's you just said the right word right there.
I know.
But where does that faith come from? That faith comes from the Holy Spirit. It comes from truth. It comes from being faithful to God.
Where else would it come from? Of course it comes from the Holy Spirit.
And faith without works is dead.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait a second. I got a bone to pick here. I got two.
Pick your bone, but I gotta pee.
My first bone is I don't trust people that say pragmatic. First of all, my second one is with Matthew in the chat. He called me anticlimactic. Matthew, how dare you? First of all, and second of all, how damn dare you? Okay, that's all I had to say.
You're very climatic. Don't worry about it.
That's very funny.
You hear that? I'm climatic. I'm somebody.
That was funny. I like that. That was really good.
DJ Bug's hilarious.
I know. Yeah, he is.
John, why don't you and Josh have a debate, like a formal debate?
We're going to have one on, I guess, on free will, I guess. So we'll see how that goes.
I see.
Oh,
but see,
you
I don't
can
think
get
it-
mad,
I don't-
John.
I don't-
You
I don't
can't
think-
get mad. You get mad and you get emotional, like a
Well,
woman.
but I'm not. But this isn't me just like in a formal debate. This is me just talking, and I get animated a little bit. But
animated.
Yes,
John,
I
you
do
get mad. You don't get animated. You
No, I
wanna
get
be
animated.
right.
A lot of people think I get mad, but I get animated. It's my way of. I get animated. People always confuse me for being mad. It's not the case.
No, I'm
I'm
understand,
emphatic.
but-
I'm emphatic about what I'm saying because it's just how I am with the way I speak. It's just a personality quirk I have.
Well, when I used to draw a lot of stick figures, and whenever they would get animated, they would get emotional.
Like a woman.
The problem with having a debate though is you have to be able
Josh, he's
to
basically half naked.
affirm.
What is wrong with him? He can't be out in the internet like that. Josh, put some clothes on.
It's
what
hot.
are you doing half naked walking around?
It's hot in here. It's so hot.
There are women watching this.
What
What
was
do you
what was the temperature there where you're at today, Josh? It was like 98 here. It's like
I don't even know, but my swamp cooler's broken. I need to get this window unit in here.
Yeah.
I got a fan right next to me, blowing on me.
Yeah.
You better fix that, Josh. You better fix that when I get there. I'm not gonna be.
Hey,
dying of
you'll be able to survive it, right? I mean, you don't.
If you stay in the bedroom, it's nice because
I'm
there's
from
a
the jungle, not the desert.
yeah.
Well,
don't leave the bedroom,
Don't
woman.
worry. That's okay. I'll be there.
It's cool in there. That's where Echo hangs
Just
out.
give me a fan, though. Don't be like that.
No, there's an air conditioner in the bedroom. But now I moved the stuff over to this room, and I have an AC unit, but I gotta figure out a way to hook it up into that window.
It's harder than you think, man. Getting it in the window, once it's there, it's a beautiful thing, but getting it in there and
it's a
kinda
bitch.
plate
It's a
it is rough. Yeah.
I just
we
well,
went
it's
the other day
it's
to-
not an up and down window. It's a sliding window. So the thing I have is not made to go into it. So I have to.
Yeah.
I got to get a piece of plywood and cut it to fit into there, and then cut a hole out and put the air conditioner in that.
A couple of weeks ago, we went to Home Depot and we got one of those ones that has like the tank of water below and it's got the fan and it evaporates the water out. That works pretty good.
Huh.
You just keep cold water in it to keep and then you could just use it as a regular fan, or you can use the evaporative cooler part where it draws.
I
the
saw on
coldness from the
Amazon
water.
they have like cooling fans. I don't
Yeah.
know how good they work though.
You have to be careful of some of them. Like there's this one the ones that are like $40. Those are not worth the price. They're not even worth the box to put in. So But the one that we have is pretty good. But
I don't know,
our
but I'm
problem is that we don't
excited to
have a
get
good
out of this
ventilation in our
month
house.
of rain. I can't wait to be there out in the summer and just get rid of this rain for 2 weeks. That's gonna be nice.
Who's church are for? I'm only here
So
for
what
the
would you like to do
boobs.
the most when you get to where Josh is at, Flora?
Make babies with Josh. I'm not even gonna lie.
Well, I mean, that's a given, okay? Okay, that's a given. That's a given. But like, is there anything in general you would like to do? Like, is there just because it might be nice, especially when if it's because my wife and I did this tonight. When it gets so hot in the house, we'll just go out and go in the
Make
car
babies.
and drive around and just drive in the cool car and
I said we could go camping, and she's like, "We have to get a poop tent if we go camping,
Doo-doo tent.
a doo-doo tent." And I'm like,
what the hell's a doo-doo tent? I've never heard of a doo-doo
like a
tent.
pop-up
Like
structure
outhouse kind of thing?
and like a
It's a
portable
whole
toilet.
tent.
It's like a
I'm
Yeah.
not
tent with a
shitting
portable
out where
toilet.
anybody can see me. There could
Dude,
be a worm that
hold
can
on,
get
hold
off
on,
my ass, and
hold on,
then I can
hold on.
have this horrible parasites. I'm not gonna risk that. No insect is gonna
No, they're
go
Unless
on my
French.
booty hole.
unless he wants to go out in the middle of the woods, there's a lot of places where that are designated campsites where they have like
Bathrooms.
outhouses
Okay,
and
I
they've got
can take
bathrooms.
that.
And they got even sinks with running
The
water
place,
and
the
Hold on.
place where we,
showers.
Answering your question, John, actually what I'm more excited about is going downtown to the library. I really want to do
Oh,
that.
cool, nice.
To take a dump?
it's a really nice. we
No,
gotta,
DJ Umpa, that's what I'm gonna have my doo-doo tent for.
it's a
Okay?
really nice
Nobody's gonna
library.
see me.
So she's gonna take her to tent downtown Salt Lake to go before she goes to the library.
I kind of just want to walk around downtown and just have my memories like back, and because I miss that, I miss that. I miss
Our downtown
downtown.
library is very nice. It's like an art structure. It's like a artistic. The whole building is like it's
It's
really cool.
beautiful. I love being in there. Oh my goodness. I could have, since I went to the States, the first thing that I did was going down to the libraries nearby where I lived and
Now
just
there's a bunch
loved
of
it.
homeless people down there, so
I'm just going to ignore that. I'm just going to ignore the homeless.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good policy. Just ignore those motherfuckers.
We
The,
have tons of them here in the
the
city,
city's
Guatemala. Used
become
to
a
it.
mess under our current mayor, who's got another 4 years. God, people are so stupid.
You know what else I really want to see, John? I want to be able to go to the walking trails from Utah. They were so beautiful.
Uh-huh.
I want to do that. I want to take Echo out while Josh is sleeping.
Well, he's old.
Hey, he's
Echo
old.
and I are going to have the best times in the world. He's old. He's not paralyzed. He can move.
Yeah, but he's not gonna.
He's a
You're
dog.
talking about like the little cottonwood behind the Capitol. That's like 3 miles away.
Echo can do that. He is
No,
10 years old. He's not
no, he can't.
15.
No, he will not make it.
He'll
He
make
could
it.
barely.
I thought Echo was 12.
In this heat, he barely makes it around the block.
Josh, I'm going to shave Echo. That's a favor for him.
I
It's
I would like that.
summertime.
I would like that if you did that.
Yes, I can shave him and we can go on walks and we can take breaks. He's a dog. He can do it. He will love it.
He's old. Yeah, he's like 12 years old.
Oh, he's 12? Then fuck that. I'm not taking an old ass dog
Yeah,
to walk down the little canyon.
he's somewhere between 10 and 13. He's probably like 11 or 12.
So in dog years, that's between decrepit and ancient.
He's like
Yeah.
70s. He's
I
like
think he's
70s,
going
almost
blind
80.
because I throw a treat to him and he like can't find it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
And he's dumb.
dang. Well, he can go with me to the library, right? He can get into the track station, right?
I've never tried to put him on a train. He
I'm pretty
probably
sure that he can do that.
he's
Just say
allowed
he's your
there
service animal.
he's allowed you're allowed to bring dogs on the tracks. I just never have tried to get him on one. I don't you'd
I
have to
will try
like
to.
you'd
I
have to
can
drag
I
him
can
on.
carry him. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. We can do like old people stuff with him.
Now, will this be your first time to Salt Lake, or have you been to Salt Lake before?
I used to live in Salt Lake City.
Okay, gotcha.
That's where we met.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I'm here.
I didn't know if that's why, like, if that, like, when you guys were dating before, like, if it was in Tampa or whatever. If it was in Salt Lake.
I met her in Salt Lake City while I was doing traveling sales, and then when I stopped doing traveling sales, I came here with her.
Gotcha.
And then I've been stuck here
I
ever
don't
since.
remember meeting you in Salt Lake City. Like, I don't even remember seeing you until the little incident happened. Then I know.
The little incident.
First time you met me, I was laid up after the car accident. I was laid up in the hotel bed, and I remember John was dating you, and he brought you into the room, and that was the hotel in Salt Lake City.
I don't remember seeing you. Like, I promise you, the first time that I saw you was when everybody was making fun of you because of what happened, and you were on the back of the van. And
Ain't
I
nobody
was like,
making fun of me. Nobody makes fun of me. What are you talking about?
who's that? Who is that white boy? And then I started talking to you.
You're talking about the thing that happened with Sandra?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they weren't really
Then I
making
kind of
fun of me.
noticed you.
I was kind of getting
Come on, it was
props.
funny. David was making sure that we all knew.
Yeah, but is that making fun of that I converted a lesbian to straight?
Powerful.
I think that's
Yeah.
based.
That's how I remember
Yeah.
meeting Josh. He just converted a lesbian into being straight, and I was like,
And
oh,
I wasn't even
wow, serious.
conscious. I was passed out drunk.
That's the Lord's work right there.
That's how God put us together.
I didn't even do anything. I just laid there sleeping. Got taken
Josh,
advantage of.
how in the world you and I end up hanging out?
I don't know. Let's not do this.
Let's not do this.
Yeah.
So there are boundaries.
That's enough of that.
We can say this stuff, Josh, just because some people said something last stream. Don't let them rule it. I'm curious now. How is it that you and I end up hanging out? I can't remember that.
I was a pimp. That's what happened.
You were no pimp.
Oh, I was a pimp.
You were simping, matter of fact. You were simping over that Katie girl.
Damn.
You were totally simping
Not
over
for
that
you.
Katie girl. Not for me. Well, you were simping for me later on, but not at that moment.
Yeah.
Man,
I know.
Jeez. You got a lot to handle with this one, Josh.
I know.
He loves it. He loves the spiciness.
I only simped for the ones I couldn't have.
You know what I kind of remember when we were in Colorado, and Katie was still like hung up on this other dude, the blonde dude.
Yeah,
and you
she
were
liked
trying to.
she liked pretty boys.
He was a pretty boy, but he was.
And you guys were in Colorado when this happened?
I think so. I think we were in Colorado.
Yeah, Grand Junction.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Denver and Grand Junction.
And somehow.
That's insane. That's insane because I live like 10 miles outside of Grand Junction. So
Yeah, I told you I've been to Grand Junction twice.
I know.
I stayed there for a total of probably 4 months.
Yeah.
Well,
Who knew our paths would be?
I might have knocked on your door one day.
You might have. Who knows? Yeah.
Maybe.
You might have knocked on my friend's door because my friend used to always bitch about. It's like someone just tried to sell me like a vacuum cleaner or something. He said, "Who the fuck tries to still sell people vacuum cleaners or something?"
A lot of the sales, the door-to-door sales crews are based in Colorado.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know why. I don't know if there's some sort of tax law or something, but a lot of them are based out of Colorado. A lot of the managers, the high-up managers, live, and it's a pyramid scheme. So like the top dogs are rich.
Yeah.
And they all live in Colorado.
Did you know that Steve used to live in Grand Junction a long time ago?
Orloa?
Harloa, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice out there.
Didn't
Very,
we get
very,
kicked
very,
out of the Hilton in
very,
Colorado?
very anti. Yeah, you guys did.
It was the
Doubletree or
DoubleTree or the Hilton or whatever one's right off the interstate there by
Yeah, Doubletree.
by the Denny's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we got kicked out, and I think it was because you had a weed.
Well, I think everybody probably had weed, but
No, the
What year
maids
was it?
found
What
the
year was
maid
it? Because
found
if
a
it was after
bunch of
2012,
weed.
everyone had it.
This was like in
I don't remember.
2010.
Why
I
would
don't.
they care if you had weed?
No, yeah, I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about, but at that time, weed was already legal in Colorado because I remember knocking doors and people showing me
No.
their plants and
The
stuff.
maids smelled weed in the room, and well, plus you guys were being too loud for too long, and that
That
was
makes
like,
more sense.
and they were, and when they found the bags of weed, they were like, okay, you guys are out, and they never put us in a nice hotel after that.
No, I think one night another crew showed up and there was about to be like a dang outsiders, greasers versus socias battle
Shit.
on the
Salesman
hotel.
fight.
Oh, it happened. It happened
That's gonna be
regularly.
like an Anchorman fight.
Yo, the craziest story was what happened outside of Chicago. It was Independence, Illinois, which is a city outside of Chicago. And our crew, we had like 3 different crews jumped in, so we had like 30 mag agents. And me and this guy John got into it with these 2 bloods. And we said, "Mag agents!" It was like our war call. And all of them flooded out of the rooms. All these doors start opening up. Doo, 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 doo. And all these agents flood out. Now there's a circle of 30 people, me and John against these 2 black guys. And we fight these black guys. And then 2 doors open up and like a couple other like bloods come out. And they're like, oh shit. Oh shit. We're like, this is not good. We're seriously outnumbered here. And those dudes did not end up too well. Yeah. And then so then the hotel kicks us out. We all jump in our vehicles and we're going. Meanwhile, they're calling their friends. So all these cars are chasing us down the interstate, and we boxed in this car full of gangsters on the interstate, and we ran them off the interstate. I hope this is all like this is like 11 years ago, so I'm guessing it's out of whatever. But we had
statute of limitation.
Yeah, we had 2 15-passenger vans and another like excursion boxed in this car with like 6 gangsters in it, and we ran them off the road, and we went into Chicago, and we stayed in Chicago for a while. But
it's funny that Dead Reckoning in your chat says, I've been to Malfunction Junction. You know someone's been and has been in Junction for a while to know when they know to call it Malfunction Junction.
Grand Junction,
like what the locals call it.
Malfunction was Junction. So crazy, Josh. Like the most random things would happen there. There were so many young, wild kids in a hotel. You could only imagine things that happened.
You have 30 convicts and dumb shits in a hotel. Yeah.
Do you remember that chick that had, I'm not gonna say names, but that she has that she had a blocked vagina? Like she literally
blocked with what?
A blocked vagina.
So
like a square?
So
like
I heard
her vagina was blocked. Like he could not have anything.
So this girl is still my friend on Facebook.
Same with me. Yeah.
And she's a crazy liberal. And she hates Trump. She's got Trump derangement syndrome. So I try to get her to like delete me, but she doesn't delete me, which is kind of base. But I heard a lot of stories. I heard she was a hermaphrodite. Then I heard she was a transgender. And then I heard she had a blocked vajayjay. I don't know what the story was, but apparently this dude could only sleep with her and do butt stuff. And I don't know. I don't know
But
what.
she had this
Dang.
really rare condition where she had like a super strong, I think it's called hymen.
Hymen?
Yeah,
Hymen.
like like a super strong hymen. So
Damn.
it was like
She got that strong
excruciating.
hymen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like
That diamond
abnormally
hymen.
strong. So it was extremely painful for her. Like she will be like
That's the
excruciating
hotel.
in pain.
That's the one. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got kicked
that's
out of
the
that
one.
hotel. Now, if you could pan that image to the right, there's a rock structure on the side of the interstate there, and we graffitied the hell out of that rock structure.
There is where we smoked that giant joint. Remember the size of that joint? It was massive. I never smoked a joint that big in my life again. It was just massive.
I used to sneak out all the me and this girl Keely. We used to sneak out. And we used to tag up everything.
Well, were you doing this stuff with Killy? Now, boom! Now I just got memories. You were doing this stuff with Killy. Matter of fact, you know what I just remember? Oh, I don't know if this was
Her
you.
boyfriend had just died in a car accident, so she needed.
Yeah, so she was doing everybody in my crew. She literally did everybody in my crew.
Well, she needed some
After
emotional
that,
support. You know.
emotional, no sexual. That girl was being passed around. She was my roommate for a minute, and I remember that you slept over a few times. Like I didn't know you back then. And I think that you slept over her room a couple times, and that was her roommate. And matter of fact, I think that's how you and I started hanging out.
Yeah, that's
This is
how.
so weird.
That's
You and
how.
I had the weirdest beginning, Josh.
That's how it kind of worked out on Mad Crew. It was kind of yeah, it was kind of a mess. But yeah, we used to sneak. We used to go out at night and just tag stuff up everywhere, all over the country. I got tags. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I never went to Detroit, and I never went to New York City.
Weren't you guys like
New
very
York
close before
City.
going to Salt Lake City?
What were we saying?
I think that you guys mentioned that you guys were very close to New York City, but you guys didn't go.
We stayed in I think was it Buffalo? We stayed. I worked New York State, but we were outside of New York City, and then we were jumping to Maine. And so on the way, we stopped in Boston for a quick drop to basically just get some cash. And that was the craziest door knocking experience I ever had. It was no Baltimore. I'm sorry, Baltimore.
You better not be talking about your sexual weird stories,
No,
Josh.
this isn't a sexual thing.
Okay.
I
Okay.
knocked
Because
doors
you
in
were
the
a little bit
hood.
of a man whore.
I knocked doors in the hood in Baltimore, and that was like I knocked doors in a lot of hoods. Memphis is a mess, but Baltimore, we knocked for 2 hours, and we're like, we need to get the hell out of here. We need to leave. And like Baltimore, that was crazy. And then we went to Maine, and we stayed in Lewiston, Auburn, uh, the L.A. area they call it. Maine's beautiful, but that was a hood city too. Well, on one side of the river, so it's Lewiston and Auburn, and there's a river that runs through the middle. And one side is like super hood, and one side is very nice. But yeah, the Northeast was weird. We stayed in Gloucester, New Jersey for a while. Then we worked Philly. That's right across the bridge from Philly. And I couldn't sell anything there, but this dude Matt, who was missing all of his teeth, almost, he had meth mouth. He knew how to sell these dirty butt neighborhoods. I couldn't work the dirty butt. I was a power neighborhood worker, and which is rich people. I could sell rich people. He could sell poor people, kind of scamming them. But I would go to doors with him, and I was just like, "How do you do this? Like, I can't." Oh, I figured it out. You just lie, like you just make up stories, and you scam them. And yeah, but Matt was great at that. I remember Kenny knocked out Matt's like last remaining tooth one time, and then Kenny ended up losing a finger because he got infected because Matt had serious meth mouth.
Oh yeah. I remember that
Matt had like
story.
one tooth left, and Kenny knocked it out, punched him, and cut his knuckle, and didn't go to the doctor, and Kenny lost a damn finger. That was crazy.
Oh, look at Echo. Hi, Echo.
He wants the fan.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna hit the old dusty trail here.
All right, DJ and Paul.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
You do too.
Go.
Later. You're blocking my fan, Echo.
Oh, look at Echo. I'm gonna bathe you, Echo. I'm gonna shave you, clip your nails. We're gonna have a spa day, man.
I have nail
It's gonna be.
clippers for him, but I'm just scared to use them.
I'll teach you how to do it. It's pretty easy.
Where are you going?
He's gonna love it. We have to get a coconut cream for him and his nose and his paws.
There's no. It's cooler in the other room. Oh, you need water? It's because I closed the hallway door so he can't get out to his water.
You know what? You know what type of neighborhood I was actually very good at selling?
What's that? Mexican neighborhoods, trailer parks?
Nope, military.
Well,
Oh, I
all girls,
love military. You will find these apartments
all
just
the
full
girls
of
were good
bunch
at
of.
military because it's a bunch of military dudes.
Yes, yes. I remember in El Paso, Texas. You and I weren't talking back then, but Nikki and I were good friends, and
Yeah, Nikki
I
crushed
remember
El Paso because she had a military
we.
ID and you guys were going on base.
Yeah, she taught me how to do it, and then I remember they started sending me by myself, and I will end up in this apartment full of all these soldiers, and they will be like trying to get me to their parties and their after parties and the stuff like that.
Yeah,
It was
I know how the game
awesome.
goes. I know how the game goes.
Relax, Josh. This is back in the day, okay?
Did you bring your knee pads?
Oh my God. No, Josh. No.
I knew the game. I knew the hustle.
I never slept with
You
any
know all you have
girl.
to do, all you have to do is have a vehicle and then get a business license and then run ads. It's very simple. Like I could set this up and do this myself. Nowadays it's way tougher to do this, but they have other schemes now. But like I know the whole workings of that system, but it's a very degenerate system. I don't like it. But like I could do that. Like you get a van, you get a business license, you talk to the publishing company and you get receipts and stuff sent out, or you could just go to Kinko's and make your own. And you and then you run ads. You run ads to hire people, and then you pay for their Greyhound tickets. Not a lot of overhead, and you have a door-to-door sales crew, and then you start putting them
Like
out.
to deal with that type of people again.
Yeah, it's a.
I'm too old for them. Like I'm too old to deal with them.
But so when you figure it out, so if the magazine subscription is $53, that's a $20 front, a $20 back, and a $13 P&H. The $20 front is what pays the manager. So like and so that'd be like Thor or Tony. The $20 front pays the manager and the agent. So it's supposed to be $10 to the agent, $10 to the manager of a $53 subscription. Now, the way the managers do it is they say, we're going to pay you $5 at the end of the night. And then the other $5 goes on your books. Well, the books don't exist. What it really is the manager's making 15 and you're making 5. That's off the front. That's the $20 front. The other $20, the back, the MIC, goes to the owner. And then the P&H, the processing and handling, is really only like $3. So $10 of the P&H also goes to the management. So you sell a $53 subscription in cash. That means your manager's making $15. You're making $5. The owner is making $30. And then there's $3 for processing and handling. And so the owner has 10 crews. Each crew has 10 agents. It's a pyramid scheme. And you see how quickly these managers are counting their money by the minute, not by the day. Like these guys, the owners, the owners are making a lot of money.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I remember seeing them, and they will be like filthy rich.
Right. Selling your soul for $10. Right. And well, and also when you consider that if it's a cash order, they don't even have to clear the order. If it's a check order, then they clear the order if they're actually going through a real publishing company, which a lot of them aren't. A lot of these companies are totally fake. Some of them are somewhat legit, and what they'll do is, in order to stay above board, they need to clear 70% of their orders. So what they'll do is they'll clear their check orders and they'll keep their cash orders. So the cash orders, 100% is for profit. And then the rest, they don't clear those orders. Then the check orders they use to cover their 70% clearance rate on the orders. And then the check orders, that money comes in on the back end, and the owners make all that money. And then the owners are scamming the managers. So just like how the books are fake for the agents, the books are fake for the managers too, a lot of times. So the owner is getting freaking rich. And the managers, maybe they're making $200 a day. And then the agents are making $50 a day. But they're happy because these are homeless convicts and dumb shits, runaways and stuff that get a hotel to stay. They get to travel. They get to have fun. And they're making $50 a day and they're loving it. So,
I mean, if you are young and wild, I think it was a pretty good experience. Even today, we look back at it, it was a pretty wild, good / bad experience. But overall, it was good. We got to be youngsters, like causing trouble, but at the same time, you have to work as well. So hold on, Josh. I
and
just
that
really, really have to use the bathroom. Hold on.
that's why the managers would put up like magazine of the day bonuses. So the split wasn't always even. What we call the split, which is the 20/20, the front and the back, and then the PH is 13. And then as you're there, the P&H keeps going up. By the time when I started, the cheapest magazine was $49. That was a 20/20 split. Or no, I think it was 13, 13, 15 or something like that. Basically, it came out to $49 was the cheapest subscription. I think we had one that was 48. And as I was there over 3 years, I watched it go up and up and up to where the cheapest subscription is $63 now. And that's a 20/20 split with a $13 P&H, processing and handling. And so the manager, but some of them had different splits. Some of them, the split might be 10 and 30. Instead of 20/20, the split would be 10 and 30. 10 on the front, 30 on the back. And a $13 P&H. So the way the managers would work it is the magazine of the day. You get a $5 bonus if you sell the most of the magazine of the day. Of course, the magazine of the day is whatever has the largest back and the smallest front. So all the magazine of the day, or sometimes a lot of the subscription, that's the minimum price. 53, 49, 63. These are the cheapest ones. There are some where it's a $73 subscription for 2 years for 52 issues. Ebony, L. L was a weekly magazine. I always would push L because L is a $73 subscription, but it's a weekly periodical, which means it's 52 issues. So I can tell the customer, I can say 52 issues for $73 means you're only paying, $1.20 an issue or whatever. I had the math figured out and all that. I could say, you're only paying $1.20. If you go to the gas station, it's $5 each for this weekly. So you get 52 issues bi-weekly for 2 years. I had it all figured out. But some of them is like bi-monthly for 2 years, 12 issues. Every 2 months you get an issue. That's 12 issues for like $86 or something. And now you'll find the customers that are like, "Oh, I really wanted to get a subscription to this magazine, and you're at my door and you're charismatic. So it doesn't matter what the price is, I'm going to pay it." 99% of the time, that's not the case. 99% of the time, nobody wants the magazines, and they're just doing it because you're charismatic and you entertain them and you give them the fuzzies, and they just want to hand you some money. So I had twice where I knocked on somebody's door. One time I knocked on somebody's door. He came to the door on the phone, and I started spieling him, and he's like, "I'm busy. Stop. Wait here for a second." And he closed the door, and he came back and gave me a $100 bill. So, and that happened twice. Twice, people just said, "Shut up. Here's $100." And in 3 years. So, the majority of the time, the people don't want the magazines. But anyway, the point is, the managers would do bonuses on the ones with the larger backs because they know, or the owners would set the magazine of the day because they know they make more money off the back end than the front end. And dude, it's all a damn scam. Don't buy magazines from the kids at your door. We always
Remember how excited we used to be when we had our apartment and the magazine people would knock on our door, we'd let them in and feel excited about them.
That only happened one time, but okay.
I thought it was like 2 or 3 times because it also happened at Wayne's apartment.
It happened at Wayne's.
It happened in Murray.
No, I think it just happened at Wayne's house. I think one time while we were at like Bianca's house, you remember Bianca? I think we were at her house and they knocked one time. And I think I went to the door and I was like, "Listen, these people can't afford anything. They're trying to like save up money for spice right now. Get out of here." Like, let's go. But
To get out of here.
yeah.
What happened to Bianca? Do you ever kept
I
like
don't
in
know.
touch with her?
I think she went to jail.
She went back into jail?
I don't know.
What about Jesse? Did you ever talk to Jesse again?
I don't know about that guy either. I know the guy that this is before you were on crew, but there was a dude named J Boy that we hired that stole my laptop, and we found him at the Greyhound station, and we whooped his ass. And then later he got hired onto another crew that I was on, and Tony whooped his ass again. And so this guy got his ass whooped twice for stealing my laptop. And he popped up on my Facebook feed recently. And I guess he's doing well because he's married to a very attractive lady. Let's just say that.
Okay. I like your choose of words over there.
But I was like,
Word of choice, sorry.
I was like, man, I wonder if this chick knows that he's a piece of dirt scumbag thief that should just get his ass whooped everywhere he goes.
Well, people change, Josh. People change.
You're
They do
right.
change.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Do you know that John is super Christian now?
Which John? Red-haired?
The one that I was with.
I've talked to him on Facebook too. I don't know. I don't know.
He's always trying to talk to me on Facebook. He's always trying to like get me to hang out, and I'm like, dude, I live in Guatemala, and I am seriously just not attracted to you anymore. That was a huge mistake. I don't know what the heck happened to me. I was young and dumb.
Yeah, Amanda, that's what it is. That's what it is. You knock on enough doors, you eventually get a yes. It was now when you're good, like I was, so I could be dropped off in a power neighborhood, which is like a neighborhood full of rich people. Sometimes I would jump fences and go into gated neighborhoods and stuff. And I would canvas, I would walk through the neighborhood, I would figure out a street, and I would tell them, leave me here all day. Like, just drop me off here. I don't need to be, because usually it's like you drop somebody off, an hour and a half later, you pick them up and take them somewhere else all throughout the day. So the car handlers go around picking people up and dropping them off. But I would say, give me a power neighborhood, like a rich person's neighborhood where there's mansions and stuff. And I would jump the security fence, or we had our ways to get in through the security gates. But I would get into the neighborhood and I would canvas the neighborhood. So I'd figure out a street, and statute of limitations, this is like 12 years ago, but it's a little bit of theft by deception. I wasn't aggressive, but I would kind of be like, I lived on this street, or I live on that street. You know Mary, she walks around with the golden retriever. Or do you know Denise? She has the golden retriever. She's always walking around, and the people say, yeah. And what they're thinking is, well, I just know a lady that walks a golden retriever. I'm not lying. My mom's name is Denise, and she does have a golden retriever. This is just an example.
Lying, Josh.
But anyway.
You were lying.
But anyway, you basically, we had our ways. And I could pick out the houses. I could say, I'm not going to sell that house, but I'm going to get a reference. I'm not going to sell that house. I'm going to get a reference. I'm going to sell that house. I'm going to sell that house. I'm going to sell that house. So you knock on the first door, you deuce the sale quick because you know you're not going to sell them. But I'm going to get your name and I'm going to find out where you work while I'm talking to you. Next neighbor, I know I'm not going to sell you. I'm going to deuce the sale quick. But in 3 minutes at your door, I'm going to figure out your name and I'm going to figure out where you work. When I go to the next house that has a Power Wheels in the driveway and it has this type of car and it has this type of plants, I know who's going to answer the door. And I know they know their neighbors. So when I knock on their door and I say, you know John the dentist and you know Ann the real estate investor who lived next door to you, they just backed me up with 5,000 points. They did this one, this one, and this one, and then Ann did this one and this one and this one. Now this lady is about to buy 3. I'm about to hit her up with a $250 bill and she's going to pay it. So I was great at that. Like, that's what I was good at. But if you dropped me off in the ghetto, I couldn't sell anybody.
I used to be very good with old people. They
Well,
would drop me off with the old people.
Well,
They thought I was adorable.
Yeah, well, that was a kind of grimy side of the business, but
Yeah. But how can you blame me though? I thought that I was really selling magazines the entire time.
yeah, that's true. A lot of the people at your door don't know what's going on. Once you've been in it for like 2 years and you start to figure out the ins and outs, then it's like, oh, this is grimy. Like, yeah.
I started realizing that something was off in San Diego, California, and we left in San Diego, California, the crew, because I was like, this is just a bunch of people are just weird.
California and Vegas are the 2 toughest places. Like,
I disavow. I think that San Diego, California. I remember they sent me over to the
you did it for like 3 months, Floor.
Yes, but even though the
You
2
never
weeks that
worked
I
the
was
East
in San
Coast.
Diego,
You never worked the
they
East
put
Coast.
me. What you mean?
What
Nikki
I
and I,
mean,
we used to get on. I
you
remember there were this.
guys, that's not
Let
even
me
fair.
finish. Let me finish. They will put us where all the surgeons and all the rich people were at. And I
Nikki
remember
learned to work power from me.
yes, we used to, people will open the doors and you will see this huge
I was there when
Grossness
Nikki got hired
of
out of Clarksville,
people.
Tennessee, and I taught her how to work power.
Well, then she taught me how to do it, and in San Diego, I killed it. I remember I was selling a bunch. They would even put me on the college campus and the university
Well,
campus.
college is different. College is
It was so fun. There was this huge, I remember it
yeah.
was this
Well, that's
huge
the
like
problem with working
building.
college is you're just
The
scamming dumb college
dorms.
kids and
The
partying all
dorms
day.
were great. Every single door that they will open, it was a whole new world. I smoked a bong with this lesbian who was studying to be the judge, and we had this huge conversation. She bought a bunch of magazines for me, and I got super
I hated
stoned, and then
college. I loved
I
college
loved it. I
because
loved it.
yeah, I loved it because it's a party at every door, but I hated it because I couldn't pull any money out of it. I would just end up coming back faded and broke. Like,
Mm,
but
not
girls,
me. I would
well,
be back
yeah,
with a bunch
that's
of
because
money and stoned.
that's because you're a girl. Girls could work
Yeah.
college. Girls could work military. It's not the same. It's not the same. College and military is the same everywhere you go. If you have breasts, you can pull money out of them.
Oh my gosh, I remember that we went to Perla, something like that. It was called
So,
Perla.
so here's how it works. College and military, if you have breasts, you're making money. Dirty butt, which is the hood, you you got to be slick. You got to be sly. You got to be a con man. You got to and you got to work with the people and you got to con them and let them know that so so there's tricks you could do. So the cancellation spiel, which is basically, hey, just write me a check and cancel it in a week. I'll get paid for it. So you basically let them in on the con and you're scamming your manager. So that's the dirty butt spiel. And I was not good at that. But and then power is you have to sound smart. You have to look proper and you've got to be polite. Like there were kids that would cuss at the doors. And I was like, and when you're working dirty butt, that works. And I'm like, bro, you're cussing at the doors. I would never cuss at somebody's front door. And so that's why I worked power because I acted like a proper. I looked all preppy. I'd have a polo shirt on, and I'd say, "Mama," and I'd canvass the area, and I'm like, sound all smart, like I'm going to college and I'm a college student and blah blah blah. I'm taking your money. Whereas dirty butt, you're like cussing with them, you're down to earth with them, you're hanging out with them, and you're telling them this is how we're gonna scam my manager, basically. So you're bringing them into the con, and you're conning your manager. And but then military and college was girls. Basically, if you have breasts, you make money. And
Yeah, I liked it. I
yeah,
liked it. It was really fun. It was fun for sure.
yeah.
That was
So
crazy.
I would
Those.
take dirty butt workers to me to powerhouses, and they're like, I could never do this. And then they would take me to the dirty butt, and I was like, I could never do this. I don't know how you guys do this. Like, this is crazy.
I liked it. It was fun.
I would have done it, but I don't have checks. Well, look in that drawer over there. I'm sure you got a drawer somewhere. When you signed up for your bank, Amanda, I'm sure they sent you some checks out. It's probably in the kitchen drawer over there, or it might be in your desk drawer. I'm sure you have a box of checks that the bank sent you, and you can just write a check and cancel it in a week from now. That's part of the spiel, Amanda. When you tell me you don't know where your checks are, you don't have checks, I'm calling BS on that. You have checks somewhere in your house. Now,
Nobody has checks these days,
right,
Josh.
right, right. This is 12 years ago. So now people probably don't have checks. But back then, people would say they didn't have checks, and I would tell them exactly where their checks were. Yes, you do.
Older people used to have a lot of checks.
I would say, here's how you pay: cash check or check your pockets for more cash. And I get bonus points if you drive me to the ATM. That was the funnest part.
Oh yeah. That's true. They used to take you to the ATM. I forgot about that.
This is how dumb people are, guys. Like, I and people wouldn't kids would get hired and they didn't believe it that somebody would drive you to the ATM. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and there's also stemming. I sucked at stemming. I'm not good at stemming. But stemming is where they drop you off at a mall or a Walmart and you just walk up to people while they're shopping and you sell them. And now
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
they have no excuse because there's an ATM right over there. Let's go to the ATM together. Do you like chicken? Grab a wing. And that oh man, we had so many pickup lines and so many like oh man.
Man, and you wanted to sell because part of the whole brainwashing was that if you would not sell, they will put you in the back of the van and everybody will make fun of you. It was terrible.
Yeah, it was all a brainwash. It was all a mind fuck. It was if you so you're in your hotel room, you have 3 people in 2 beds. Whoever has the least sales on the day sleeps on the floor. Whoever has the least sales on the day sits in the back of the van. We had well shit, which is basically, in the very back of the van, or if you're in like an excursion or something, basically the cargo area where there's no seats. We called that well shit. And why did we call it well shit? Because when you come back with nothing on the day, well, shit, I guess you're sitting in the back of the van. I guess you're sitting all the way in the back. Like
And
all the
also,
way.
if you wouldn't sell, because remember that there was a point in San Diego that I think Thor didn't have any more money, so we were stuck there forever, and they would put up the same neighbor over and over again, to the point that none of us, like a lot of us, didn't have money to even buy food in the morning. That was really bad. I hated that.
That's what would happen is that because the managers have their connects, they have their people, they're living it up, they don't want to move. So whenever we would go to a new area, everybody felt refreshed. It's like new territory. But they would keep us in the same area for like 3 months, whether it be Vegas, whether it be California. These are the best places to be because it's cool and it's fun to be there if you have money. And the managers would keep us there for too long, and then business would dwindle, and then they get all pissed off and they start yelling at you. The worst was when we got stuck in Dodge City, Kansas for like 6 months because one of the vans broke down, and that was
There's where
crazy.
you guys picked up Megan and Katie.
Yeah,
Those two chicks were weird, Josh. I remember they would like have breakfast and then they
yeah.
would start throwing up their food. It was really weird.
Everybody in Dodge City, every girl in Dodge City was a whore because
Yeah.
they're in Kansas. What are they got cornfields. They've never seen a guy from like, well, I don't want to go too much into that. Well, let's just say we could go to the gas station and pick a girl up and um
Oh, can't
yeah.
see shit.
What's up, Nada?
Yo, I don't have my little clip to hold the fucking phone, so
Put it
I'm
on
just
your
gonna
lap.
jump. Yeah, well, I was hoping I could set it on my dash and it would work, but that's the
It's
view
gonna
you're gonna get.
fall.
Give us a different topic to talk
Uh,
about.
how about selling magazines door to door? No? Oh, wait.
That's what we've been talking about.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Different
write a book
topic
about
to
it one
talk
day because
about.
that was like a huge like chunk of my life, and it was crazy, 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 crazy.
Josh, do you think that because we were doing something bad, it was bad. At the end of the day, however we want to look at it, we were having fun and stuff. When like if we live in the Christian way,
Yeah, but
shouldn't
I
we
don't.
be repented about that?
Yeah, it was wrong. I don't support it.
But are you repented? Like,
Yeah.
Do you?
I just told you I know how to start a business up where I could make a lot of money, and I could do it right now. I'm not going to do that because it's screwed up. It was a mess. But there were funny
Right.
stories and good stories that came out of it. A lot of the stories were nasty and messy, but I just like telling stories.
You're a pretty good storyteller, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if there's stories that I learned something from my life, then I'll tell it. But yeah, it was grimy. That's why I always say it was grimy, it was dirty. I wouldn't recommend anybody do it, and I wouldn't recommend anybody give these people money when they come to your door. Uh
But if we wouldn't have done it, you and I would have never met. We were literally in different states.
yeah. If I would have never done it, I would have never got to see the country. I would have never got to talk to thousands and
Right.
thousands of people from different careers, different worldviews. I used to sit in people's living room and talk to them about their job, about their beliefs, about politics. I didn't know anything
But
about
that's what I'm
politics.
saying then. Like, are you truly repented of doing it? Because, like, the way that I see it,
I'm repentant of
like,
the what was wrong about it, but good can come from the wrong that we do, you know.
yeah, yeah, that's true.
I don't I don't regret it. I don't have regrets. I think that was part of my path. That was
I
like
don't regret it. I wish I never did it. Like, the only good thing that
if
came out of
Paul
there was
if Paul
you.
hadn't been Saul before he became Paul, he wouldn't be who he was.
But doesn't it make you wonder that maybe you could have been at that time, not now, but at that time you could have been a better version of yourself than that?
Like what? Like a college student?
No, but just a better version, like
Like
in my experience with it, I feel like I saw way too many drugs there. I saw too many, like, the
violence, sex, drugs.
it was things that I just wasn't really used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I got 15 staples put in my head because I got my head stomped into the ground. I got all sorts of things. Like like people got hurt. People got taken advantage of. It was not good.
Yeah, it was a very degenerate world, I think.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? What am I going to I can't go back to the past.
Right, but I always wonder, like, I don't know, maybe this is just like a personal thought, like, would will God like hold that over my head at the time of judgment,
No.
that I did that?
No.
But I was conning people. But I didn't know though. I in that part I am completely innocent. I
Nobody
had no clue.
well, we all make mistakes. The What God's looking for is that we learn from them and that we grow and that we don't keep doing it and we don't encourage it and justify it. So all that wrong stuff I was doing, I know it was wrong. It was evil. I shouldn't have been doing it. Now I'll tell the stories for YouTube because there's some entertaining, there's some funny stories, there's some you know, and we can laugh at kind of dark stuff. Sometimes the best thing to do is laugh at the dark things that we did in the past because what am I going to do? Am I going to cry about it? Oh my no. I'm not that guy anymore. God's not going to hold that over your head. God don't care about that. He don't got time for that. Where'd Nada go? He can't figure out his phone.
Oh, wait. I was on mute the entire time. I hate these headphones. I mute myself by accident.
Polytheism is greater than monotheism? I disagree.
Do you watch that Candace now she's like questioning World War II and everybody's going after her?
Do you watch Candace, her debate recently? Or she hosted a debate between Dave Smith and another guy. And she's
No,
like,
I haven't had time for that to watch that.
okay, well, she's like, the Times is reporting that the Israel knew about the October 7th attack before it happened. And it's like, yeah, thanks, Candace. Everybody who was paying attention knew that by October 8th. And you're just now talking about it now. Candace.
She couldn't talk about it before. See what happened to her when she
Because
started
she's
talking
fake.
about it. She lost her job.
No, she didn't lose her job. Her contract was ending.
No, it did not end it, Josh. She
Oh
already
my gosh.
clarified that. She already clarified that.
I
She
don't
got
care what she
fired
told you.
from the Daily Wire, but she's just not allowed to talk about it just yet because she has a time limit because of the contract that she had.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Sounds like
Sounds like that's how
sounds
they
like
go, Josh. It's a
sounds like
pretty
when she
big
worked for PragerU,
business.
when she worked for PragerU, she said everything PragerU wanted her to say. When she worked for TPUSA, she said everything TPUSA wanted her to say. When she worked for Daily Wire, she said everything Daily Wire wanted her to say. When her contract's ending at Daily Wire and she's going to go independent and be edgy now, she says everything she's allowed to say now that people have been saying and getting canceled for years and she wouldn't say then. Candace,
Josh, her contract didn't.
bruh,
We're not gonna expire until October of this year.
no, I call BS.
Yes.
I call BS.
Yes.
She plays
But
it
you
safe.
can't compare. You
She
can't
plays
compare
it
to what she
safe.
was in
She's
before
controlled
with the Daily
opposition.
Wire.
She's controlled opposition.
She started saying things that were opposite to what the Daily
Normies,
Wire wanted her to say.
normies like you love her because you think she's edgy and she's saying something deep and original. She's not.
Well, I don't think that she's like the greatest
This is
woman
why women
alive,
shouldn't vote.
but I do believe that she has very strong points. And you might see it like everybody should have known that,
But she didn't
or
come up
people
with
like
any
me
of
should
them.
have known that. But she does say a lot of things that I didn't know about it before. And she makes you look into
When
those things.
it's acceptable.
I don't think that what she's saying is acceptable, Josh. Matter of fact, she's being hated on
Hated
because
on
of
by
what
who?
she's
She's
saying.
blowing up.
Because yes, she is
She's doing
blowing up.
great.
But have you
Look,
seen
I
her
put a short
YouTube
out.
page?
I put a short out with Candace Owens' name in it. Let's see how many views it has by now. I bet you it's probably 10,000. Or
Well,
they
just because somebody is getting viewers, that doesn't
10,000.
mean that. Yes, Josh, but just because somebody has viewers, that doesn't mean that that person
10,000
is like.
views in a day.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
I am, and I'm trying to
When
reply
I
to what you're
But
saying.
listen, when I put out a short of Greg Locke saying something based, it gets 10 views. When I put a short out of Candace Owens saying something that was based 10 years ago and now it's acceptable, it gets 10,000 views.
How is it acceptable now
This is
saying that
why
Christ is
I
free?
make the shorts of clips of other people's stuff for two reasons. One, I want to see the comments and I want to keep my fingers on the pulse of what's going on. Two, I like to see how the algorithm works. And it's interesting when Greg Locke says something based years ago and I post it, it gets 10 views. But when Candace Owens says the same thing or something similar, when it's acceptable, it gets 10,000 views. It's like,
How is it acceptable to say that vaccines are bad in these times? How is that acceptable?
YouTube is not demonetizing channels anymore for saying that because there's studies that are coming out that's saying that that's an
But she's
acceptable
been
thing to
saying
say.
that for 2 to 3 years now. The page that she's using on YouTube, she have had it for many years. I think that I
you're
think
right.
just the fact that she's getting famous, it doesn't mean that she's doing it for the fame. It is what she's saying,
As
and
far
the things that
she was
I think that for her, like
early on
if
the
I
she
will
was
be in
early on
her
the vaccine
shoes,
stuff. You're right about that.
if I will be in her shoes, I will be like, I do want as much viewers as I can because I'm spreading something that everybody should know, not just what the mainstream media is telling you.
Or because it's gonna
Like,
make me the most money now that I'm independent.
but then you're thinking like she's just this person who's going after money. She won't if she wanted to go after money, she would have at least waited for her
Floor,
contract to be
Floor,
done.
Israel
Don't you think?
Israel was bombing Palestine 3 years ago. This whole debate that's happening right now was happening 3 years
Israel's
ago.
been bombing Palestine since like
Forever.
the 80s or
Right.
70s,
And she didn't say
recently
anything
speaking.
about it then, but now it's popular.
But how could you say something about that when your boss is Jewish?
Exactly. That's my
She
point.
gets a freaking contract. Well, she had.
Right. And then as soon as her contract's ending and she's going to go independent,
Her
now
contract
all of a
didn't end
sudden,
it
and
until
now it's
this
publicly
October,
acceptable.
Josh. Her
Now it's
contract didn't end it until this
okay.
October. She got
Let's
fired.
say she, yeah, I call bullshit on that. I don't believe that.
Okay.
We all knew her contract was ending. I talked about this on my show. I said Candace's contract is
know.
ending in 2 months. And then 2 months later, she gets
She got her
fired from the
contract.
Daily Wire.
No, you said that in October when she got her contract renewed for another year.
No.
Yes, you did.
Right. No, I said, watch, there's this little beef happening. Her contract is coming to an end soon, and there's this little beef happening, and it's getting all this clicks. Watch. She's not going to be with Daily Wire soon. Sure enough, shortly thereafter.
Renewed her contract.
No.
And she got fired 4 months. Yes, she did for a whole other year. Everybody was talking about it. I know
don't care what
about
everybody's
this,
talking
Josh.
about. I think I was right.
No. She started talking because I used to watch her every day when I was cleaning. I much rather watch Candace Owens than any other podcast, honestly.
I know
Because
you
she is
watch
a
Candace
woman.
Owens more than your
And she's
husband. If you watch,
shut up. That's
if you
not
watch,
true.
if you
That's
watch your
not
husband
true.
more than you watch Candace Owens, you might know this stuff 4 years
Yes,
earlier.
because my husband has the strangest hours to stream, and I'm trying to keep up with them, but I can't all the time. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if I will be her, I will be doing the same thing as she's doing. I will be getting as much views as that I can. And yes, and if you're independent, what you need right now
That's
is
fine.
money.
That's fine.
So you can keep up telling the truth.
So if you're gonna say what's acceptable and popular to get more views and to make
saying,
more money,
saying right now
then you're a
that
grifter.
you shouldn't care about the Jews, that you shouldn't care about Palestine, that what you should care about is America is the most unpopular opinion right now.
Yeah, and Alex Jones, and Nick Fuentes and Kanye West got canceled for that stuff, and she supported Kanye, but she didn't come out and say what Kanye was saying.
Yes, she did. If you would watch her recent podcast, now that she's independent and not ruled by the Jays,
That's my point.
She came. Yes, Josh, because you
No,
also have to
not
be
now.
professional.
Not now that she's not
When
run
your
by the
family,
Jays.
she has posted.
Now that it's
She has
popular.
showed the emails that he's been sent out to her when your family is being threatened, when your entire life is being threatened. You're gonna think about it
she
twice.
wouldn't come out and say it 2 years ago.
No, again, Josh, because
Miss Free Speech didn't say nothing when Nick Fuentes got
but
canceled.
I'm trying, Josh. She has showed emails, tweets, proof for the past 2 years. She's being harassed by this what's it called? This Jew, the one that came out with the kid
This
and
Jew.
put his little filth in. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that way, but but the Jew that he came out
Yeah,
and
that
saying
Jew.
like filth and making fun. The rabbi. The famous
Smoothie.
rabbi and him and his daughter, and she has proof. She has showed the proof.
Yeah, they have
For
a porn site.
For 2 years,
They sell
they were
dildos.
harassing and threatening her. And of course, as a mother, as a wife, you're gonna think about twice what you say. But it came down to the point that she said, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it.
She's not
And
thinking
just
twice enough.
and
Maybe she should
and
stop.
just 2 or 3 weeks ago, she finally released because the Daily Wire wouldn't let her
But we don't
have
need
an
her to do it. And this is the
Yes, it
problem.
is needed,
This is
Josh,
the problem.
because
No,
there is
it's
a
not.
lot of people
Women should
that
not be
start.
listening to her. They should be listening to men talking about this stuff. Because we've been
But
saying
what
all
men can
this.
you trust right now? Are you seeing all these men being weird? That you don't, for example,
Maybe
I
there'd be
used to
less
listen
beta
to Ben
males.
Shapiro. I
Maybe
used
there'd
to
be
listen
less
to
beta
Ben
males if
Shapiro.
Candace
I used
Owens
to,
wasn't the
Josh,
pinnacle
I
of
used to
political
listen to
thought.
Ben Shapiro 5 years ago, and look what have he become? And he was promising. I mean, when he started, he was very promising.
Ben Shapiro is still based. He's just a Jew, and I know a lot of people hate the Jews, and I'm not with that Jew hate stuff.
He's
But
becoming a little bit crazy lately. He's becoming a little bit crazy, and he's all about the Jews and
well,
the Jews and the
actually,
Jews
yeah,
all the
I'm
time.
lying. I'm lying. Ben was always a never Trumper. He was yeah.
So all these mainstream men, like
But
CNN,
so
like
why?
Fox. I used to watch
Listen.
Fox News all the time,
If
and look
I'm
what happened
working,
with Tucker.
if I'm working for Daily Wire, and they're telling me I'm not allowed to say what I want to say, I'm quitting Daily Wire right away. I'm not waiting till my
Yes,
contract
Josh,
ends and then
and that
pretending
is
like I
easy
got
to
fired.
say when you have. But what happens when these people? Because these people are evil. Don't forget about that.
And you think she's any
You
different? Obviously, she cares more about the money and the clicks and the views than she does about saying the truth.
When you're speaking out, Josh, what matters the most is to have viewers. And in this day and age, you have
Bullshit.
to have money for it.
No. That's no. See, that's
Do you know
grifting.
how much bigger your stream will be if you will have sponsors, for example?
Right.
If you have the money, she needs
Right, and
that.
this goes back to the church tax exempt status. You lose your sponsors if you don't say the right things. How about screw the sponsors? Here's the analogy. Right? I open a bar and I have women get in free night. But as progressivism happens, women are actually men. Men are dressed as women and they're coming into my bar saying, "Can I get in for free?" And then I say, "No, you can't get in for free. You're a man." But then the government comes in and says, "We're going to shut your bar down if you don't let these men who pretend to be women get into your bar for free." Your options are either let the men who dress like women get in for free, or do what you should have done in the first place and not have a women's free night. Does that make
How are
sense?
you gonna? So how
So the point
how are
is,
you gonna be able to get to people if you
if
cannot build up an audience?
she's not saying what she really wants to say because she's scared of. Now, I understand I'm on YouTube's land, and so there's certain things I can't say, but I'll still say what I want to say. I'll just find a way to say it where I get around that. I'm
Right,
going to
but
find a
it's
loophole.
different. It's different when you have 4 point something million followers following you.
Right, because it's all
You have
about the
to be
Benjamins,
extra
baby.
careful.
It's all about the
No,
Benjamins, baby.
she even got censored from YouTube multiple times for weeks because she kept saying, yes,
Did
she
she though?
did. Yes, there
Did
were
she
times where
though?
she
Does the
was
Daily
when
Wire
she
ever really
wasn't
get
giving a
censored on
show.
YouTube?
No, YouTube. Yes, YouTube censored Candace Owens.
Right, and when
And
they
by the
cancel,
way,
and when she gets
Matt Walsh
canceled,
had the
she's gonna
same
get more
punishment from
successful.
YouTube. And they try to cancel her right now. And what happened? She's like, fuck it, I'm going. Now, when you listen to her
She's
podcast
not saying
now,
anything that
she's
edgy.
a lot more freely
She's not.
than with the Daily Wire. Now she's speaking
Well,
her mind
except for
out.
the Bridget McCrone is a man stuff. I kind of respect that, but
I mean, she has a pretty good strong points in that one. You know, like where are the
yeah,
pictures, man? Just show us a freaking picture of
I
you as
kind
a
of
kid.
respect that. I'm just saying she plays it safe for the clicks.
Of course, you have to be smart, Josh. If you're playing with the wolf, you're gonna have to be very slick for you to know how to play with the wolves. She's not playing around with little baby turtles, like she is getting into the wolf freaking cave, and she's gonna have to become one, or at least to dress up as one, for her to be able to expose these people. You cannot just
All right,
say,
all right, all
"Whoa,
right.
I'm a
Hey,
free
Floor, calm
spirit."
down, Floor. I'm gonna give you 10 points.
Good job. Oh my gosh. You just got yourself 2 extra hours of baby making right there. Dang.
Floor got me. Okay, she got me on that one. Okay, okay, okay.
I respect Candace. I think that she knows what's up, and she's not free to speak about it anymore. But she's been growing, like just like us. She
It's
started
just
very
sad that
young, and now she's in her 30s, and now when you get into your 30s, you're more outspoken. You see things differently.
but we have to have a woman who has children doing this because women form consensus. And the women don't want to listen to a man saying it because they're all feminists. They've had feminism driven into their brains. So when a man says it and he says it kind of harsh, they don't like that. They want a nice woman in a frilly dress to say it to them. And then they're like, oh, yeah, that must be true. Even though guys have been saying this forever.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. But also it isn't this like if let's put it this way. Me as a woman, I will trust Candace Owens with what she says more. Why? Because she's a mother. Because she's not thinking just about herself. She's thinking on the future of her kids. But if
Is
I listen
she?
to a
Is
single
she?
woman,
If she was thinking about her kids, she has plenty of money to survive very great for the rest of her life. If she was really
no,
thinking about her kids, wouldn't she stop what
Josh,
she's doing and
I'm
stop putting
talking
herself?
about
No, no,
no,
hold on.
listen.
Let me finish. If
Okay.
she has plenty of money to survive and take care of her family for the rest of her life, if she really cared, if it was really about her kids, wouldn't she step out of the limelight and raise her children instead of putting herself in the crosshairs constantly, going and knocking on BLM leaders' doors for her career and stuff? She would say, "I'm going to be a mom now." She promotes this idea of be a trad wife, take care of your children, let your husband run the family and do the work and take care of the family, and you take care of the children. Meanwhile, she's the breadwinner. So she's not practicing what she preaches.
I see it in this way. If I have the children and I have all the money in the world, but the world around them is shit, all that money, all that raising that I could do is not going to work. What I would like to do is to change the world for the kids. Not the kids for the world, because those are just two kids. But she's reaching out millions of people. I much rather change that
That's a
millions
man's
of
job.
people that are going to be around.
But that's
Yes,
a
but men are
man's
not
job.
doing it. Obviously, men are not doing
And
it.
that's bullshit. To say that men aren't doing it so women should do it, that's
The
feminism.
president, that no, no, no.
That's
The president
feminism.
is a man. What is he doing?
Sleeping,
Exactly. Candace Owens is a mother. What is she doing?
working.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's
The
feminism.
men that are in charge
No,
right
no, no,
now
no,
are
no, 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 no. That's feminism. She's not
how is
practicing
that
what
feminism? That's reality. The men that are in charge
because
right
the
now
men aren't
want men
standing
to
up, the
become
women need to
women.
stand up is
The
feminism.
men that are in charge of
That
that
idea
country
right
right
there,
now
no,
want men
that
to
idea right
stop
there is
having
why
guns.
America's falling.
Men want that is the truth though. The men that
No,
are in
it's not
power
the
right
truth.
now
No, it's
want
not the truth.
men on the household to stop
That's
having
not the
guns.
truth. That's what
They want
feminism
men
that's
to
what
become
feminism has
women.
pounded into you guys' head. You and Candace Owens and
Josh,
Lauren
it's not. It's
Southern
the
and
reality. the president of the United States
No,
want
it's
men
not.
to
It
be
is the
women,
reality. You're
want
right.
people to
Yeah.
stop having guns.
Yeah, it's the reality
It's
because of
it's
feminism.
not something that I prefer. I
Floor.
much rather prefer have an
Floor, you're
all-American
promoting
guy
feminist
to
ideas.
be
You're
a president
you're
and
promoting
to be
feminist
based.
ideas
But
and you
until
don't even know it.
and that's what you get with Trump.
Floor,
With
you're
Trump,
promoting
you get an
feminist ideas.
all-American guy.
Floor,
But as of right
floor,
now, the
floor, stop talking.
government.
Floor, listen. You're promoting feminist ideas and you don't even know it. And that's the point.
Josh, but the
Yeah.
men in the Congress, the men
Are
that are
beta
supposed to
males.
lead a freaking country
They're
are
beta males.
beta males.
Right. So your solution is women need to stand up.
I never said that was my
That's
solution
what
at
you
all.
just said.
I'm
That's
talking,
what you
no,
just
I'm
said 2
talking
minutes ago.
about the
Hold
reality.
on. Somebody in
We
chat
have a
clip it.
stronger woman right
Chat
now
clip it. Chat
talking
clip it.
about.
Somebody in chat clip it. Somebody in chat clip it because she
Can you
just said
listen
that.
to my
No,
point?
no, you need to listen to me right now.
I just listened to you and I'm rebuttaling to what
No,
you just said.
but you're
I'm not
not.
saying that the solution is to put a
Floor.
woman in power and
Floor,
that
floor,
will
floor,
work.
floor, floor, floor,
All I'm
floor. I'm
saying
gonna
is
mute
I
you.
will listen to
Floor.
Candace Owens more
Floor.
than Biden right now.
Floor. Stop talking and listen. What you're promoting right now is feminist ideas. And this is what happens.
No, it's not.
I'm going to mute you if you keep interrupting me. Okay? What you're promoting right now are feminist ideas. When the men are weak, the women need to stand up. What do you think happens when Candace Owens is the strongest conservative voice in politics? Men get weaker and women stand up. Women form the consensus. What you're saying, everything you're saying and everything you're arguing for leads to more feminism. It leads to more men being weak, men being little simps, men being little bitches, and women taking over everything. Candace Owens does everything that she preaches against. When she talks about trad wives and women need to raise the children and men need to be out there working and men need to take over everything, but then she goes and does a speech, she's a liar. Okay, so you need to clear your mind out of the feminist garbage, which I know is impossible because it's been spoon-fed to you for your whole life in every nation in the world, in every culture in the world. This is
No,
cultural Marxism.
that's just you saying that I'm saying, oh my gosh, Candace should be president. I'm not saying that. And I don't think that you're listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that as
No,
of
I don't think
today,
you're listening to what I'm saying.
no, hold on. I just listened to you.
Yeah, but you keep saying
No,
that.
what I'm trying to
No,
tell
no, no,
you
no,
right.
no, 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 no. Listen.
Okay, if you don't let
A,
me talk, then what's the purpose of having a conversation?
because I'm a man and this is my show and I'm your husband. So you need to shut up and listen. Got it?
That's a pretty good point. Yes, I got it.
Okay. What you're saying, what you're arguing for is the problem. This is what leads to the problem. When you listen to women preaching you these ideas that they don't do, and you put them on a pedestal, and then you say, we're going to be trad wives, we're going to take care of the family, yet I want to sell my coffee more than I want to go. Anyway, now that's personal. I need to stop that. But
whoa, that sounded a little bit personal over there.
yeah, because you talk about things, but you don't live that life. Really, you're about the feminist life. And I see it. I see it everywhere.
What are you talking about?
I see it everywhere. And when a man tries to tell you, when a man, hey, see, this is it. This is it right here. This is it right here. This is it. This is feminism. This is feminism. Watch, you're gonna get muted. So you're gonna get muted. This is feminist right here. This is feminism. This is what happens. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You keep talking over me, and you keep talking, and you want to make your point. You're not listening. Listen. This is feminism. This is it by definition. When Candace Owens and Pearl and all these other women, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chin, 20 other Laurens. When these are the voices of politics in the country, and this is what all the women listen to, and all the women are voting, and they form consensus, this is what it leads to right here. Is the women don't, when the man says, listen, this is stupid, they just you're not listening. And you do what you say. You're not the trad wives. You're not being based. You're not being like based women. You're doing exactly what you say that women aren't supposed to do. Now, I'm going to unmute you so you stop talking over me. Go ahead. The correct answer is here is you're right, Josh.
No, I'm not gonna say anything about that. I think that was extremely rude.
Okay. Well, I think it's rude when I'm making a point, you keep no. Oh.
You do it too, Josh.
All right, feminist. Bye. And there you go. That is why. Yep. And she leaves. Good. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. They like to not listen, talk over you, tell you how it is, and then pretend like they're the trad wife, like they're based, like we're against feminism, but yet Candace Owens isn't raising her children. She's out doing conferences right now. She's out doing a show right now. She's the breadwinner. And then all the women listen to it, and all the women think, well, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be the women. We don't have to listen to a man. Ain't no man gonna tell me how to be. I'm not gonna listen to the man. There you go. Thank you, Flor. Thank you for a perfect demonstration of what feminism looks like, and how even the women who pretend to be based, they aren't, because they've had this stuff fed into their brains for so long. Amos 3, chapter 3. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known all of the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Can two walk together except they be agreed? Can two walk together except they be agreed? Nope, they can't. How can a man lead if the whole world is telling the woman that she should be the leader? When she doesn't listen, she wants to be right. It's not your job to be right. It's my job as a man to be right and do right and lead the way. That's my job. That's all men's job. That is our divine commission. It's not our job to listen to you. It's not our job to understand Candace Owens is based. She says everything 2 years after you got canceled for saying it. Once it's popular, now she says it. And then women will say, well, men are weak. They're not standing up, so we have to stand up. And that's what Floor just said and just showed you. She just demonstrated it to you. Welcome to modern day. Welcome to modern day America. Will a lion roar in the forest when he hath no prey? Will a young lion cry out of his den if he have taken nothing? Can a bird fall in a snare upon the earth where no gain is for him? Shall one take up a snare from the earth and have taken nothing at all? Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city and the Lord hath not done it? Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets. The lion hath roared, who will fear? The Lord God has spoken, who can but prophesy? That's Amos 3. Check it out. I gotta pee. Everybody left. Floor left. Oh, you thought just because she says some sweet nothings to me that I'm gonna let Floor come on here and try to steamroll me and talk over me? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Nope. I've always loved him, and him being president just made me love him more. What are you guys talking about? William and Amanda are having a conversation. I gotta go to the bathroom. When it gets to the whiny voice, I can't. I'm not doing it. Not gonna do it. Not in my stream. Not in my house. Not ever. When it gets to no, 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 but listen, no, 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 but no, cut it out. Stop it. Not gonna happen. Okay? Not on my stream. Not nowhere. Men do that too. When men come in here and start sounding like women, when I start hearing the whiny voice, I'm not doing it. Not gonna do it. So that's how that goes. I'm glad she left voluntarily. So she has logic. Who, Candace? You mean she has a script writer who's a man, probably? Right. Her logic comes from a script writer and a publicist and a marketing manager who tell her when it's okay to talk about certain things. Is that what you meant? Come on now. Guys, we gotta stop being so soft, dude. This is the problem. Candace Owens, but she's super based. Bro, she has a whole staff of men working for her, writing her scripts, planning what she's going to say before she says it. And that's based? You think that's based? Then you're gay. Straight up. For real. She needs to be taking care of her kids. Talking about being a trad woman. Yeah. Women need to raise children. Women need to raise their children and not work and let the man be the breadwinner. Meanwhile, she's a multimillionaire with a full staff of men working for her, telling her the base stuff to say so that the women can go in and form the consensus. And then they spout feminist talking points and they don't even know they're doing it. Anyway, I got to go pee. Let me find something to play while I pee. God forbid you attack Candace Owens with a woman, they will go to their grave fighting you over that. That's our example of a based person. This is why women should not vote. They should not be talking about politics, or be involved in politics, or the church, or any of that stuff. And that's why there's no such thing as a conservative woman, by the way. 1 Corinthians. Why are you not giving me the verse? You're giving me a bunch of extra stuff. I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for. Why are you not giving me what I'm looking for? They don't want. That's funny. Google doesn't want to give me this. Okay. That's fine. It's 14. First Corinthians 14:33 through 36. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church. What came the word of God out of you, or it came unto you only? Another translation of that. No, I'm not going to read the message, but I do kind of like the messages version. Or no, this is yeah. So the way the message says it, which I don't like the message, but the message says, "Do you think everything revolves around you?" Facts. Now, what a woman would say is, "Well, do you think everything revolves around you?" Yeah, this is my show. Yeah, this show, I'm talking. I'm the host. Yeah, this is the church. We talk politics. We talk theology. We talk philosophy. We don't argue and whine and cry. It's not going to happen. The woman should be respectfully silent during the evaluation of prophecy in the meetings. They are not allowed to interrupt, but are to be in a support role. A support role, as in fact the law teaches. If they want to inquire about something, let them ask their husbands when they get home. For a woman embarrasses herself when she constantly interrupts the church meeting. Now, this is not a church meeting, but church is wherever two or more are gathered together in his name. We've talked about church-related things, theology, politics. I don't think women should vote. I don't think women should be involved in politics. So, why do I want you yelling at me on my stream? No. You can wait till the stream's over and we can talk about it. But that's not going to happen on my stream. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. Definitely not. All right. I'm gonna play something. I gotta go to the bathroom. Your boat is sinking while being arrested for partying. Dr. Stephen Greer. Gifted hands. 17 people who deserve to rot in hell. The
Vivint
heck?
Home Security is trusted by millions of people because Vivint is a best-in-class, professionally installed security.
The community of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, was rocked by an unspeakable tragedy just weeks before Thanksgiving in 2023, when 32-year-old Tiffany Lucas was accused of killing her own children. Police were called to the home by a neighbor who felt something was off and found the victims, Jaden and Maurice, suffering from gunshot wounds. The siblings succumbed to their injuries at a nearby hospital, and Lucas was charged with 2 counts of capital murder. Lucas, who appeared emotionless at her arraignment, reportedly told detectives that she shot her sons by accident, but prosecutors are not buying her claim. She remains behind bars at the Bullitt County Jail on a $2 million bond amid the ongoing case. Speaking with local station WLKY, the victim's brother, Darrell Howard, said that the family had reported Lucas's concerning behavior to authorities multiple times prior to the double homicide. While it's unclear whether any action was ever taken in response to the complaints, Howard told the news outlet that there were family members who would have given Jaden and Maurice a safe and loving home. The boys' loved ones have been present at every court hearing so far and have been extremely vocal about their intention to ensure that justice is served. Number 16. Michael Gargiulo. Better known as the Hollywood Ripper, Michael Thomas Gargiulo moved from Glenville, Illinois to Los Angeles in 1998 to avoid police scrutiny after murdering his neighbor, 18-year-old Trisha Pacaccio, 5 years earlier. In 2001, he stabbed actor Ashton Kutcher's former girlfriend, 22-year-old Ashley Ellerin, to death during a crazed knife attack at her Hollywood home.
By the way, if anybody thinks I'm mad, I'm not mad. If Floor's listening and you think I'm mad, I'm not mad. I'm not pissed off. I don't need an apology. I don't want nothing like that. I'm glad that you left because you were getting heated, and I appreciate that. And that's probably the right thing to do at that time because I was kind of getting tired of it. So thank you. And just know, if you think you understand this internet stuff more than I do, you're wrong. And I'm not mad at you because I know the world has shoved this stuff down your throat your whole life. Every woman in every country has had this feminism garbage shoved down your throat your entire lives. And I understand that. So I'm not mad at you. And I get it. But you can't say when men are weak, women need to stand up. And then when a man acts strong with you and acts firm with you and says, hey, stop it. And then you don't want to listen. You can't have it both ways, right? It's going to be one or the other. Either we're going to lay down the law or we're going to act like little bitches. And I'm not going to act like a little bitch. So you need to understand that. And I hope you firmly grasp it. I hope you firmly grasp it. If you for the future, because I'm not going to play that game.
Ellerin's injuries were so severe that she was nearly decapitated. She had been stabbed 47 times and some of her wounds were 6 inches deep. Gargiulo struck again in 2005 when he stabbed his neighbor, 32-year-old Maria Bruno, at least 17 times at her home in El Monte. The only known surviving victim of the Hollywood Ripper is a woman.
How did I know? You know what's crazy? I knew.
I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad.
She's back.
At the fact. No, listen to me.
Okay.
You know what I'm mad about? The fact that you changed everything that I was saying. Because I never said when men are weak, women should stand out. I never said that. All I said was, if you put me into a position right now of listening to Biden, or Candace Owens. I will listen more to
That's
Candace Owens
nobody.
than Biden.
Where
I'm not
does that
saying,
where's that coming from?
see, like, I don't even have 3 sentences in, and you're already interrupting, and then you get
Yeah,
mad at me for doing the same thing. Like,
Floor,
that makes no sense, Josh.
Floor. Whoever told you that you have the option to listen to Joe Biden or Candace Owens? Where are you getting that from? What is that?
The
What are you talking
moment
about?
that I have the choice to have a channel that I can watch whatever I want, I have the choice.
So your
If you put
choice.
me
So you.
Kamala Harris or Candace Owens, I will probably listen more to Candace Owens than Kamala Harris. I don't
Yeah,
care if
I
they're
don't
men or
know,
for women.
but I don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about is that you're saying that I'm saying when men are weak, women should stand out. I never said that.
You
I
did say that.
never said that.
You did say that.
No, never said that. What I said is that the men that are in power right now, or the US, like Biden, like the Congress, are turning men into women, and they're having all these degenerate ideas. If there is a woman, or even Tucker Carlson, for example, who he shares the same views as Candace Owens, I will listen to them. That's what I was saying. I
Well,
wasn't
I don't
saying
know. I don't
women
know
should be in power,
who you're
but then
arguing
you
with.
got personal and start calling me a feminist, and that really fucking pisses me off, and telling me I'm not a trad wife and all that kind of stuff. When
Yeah, because
I
it's
think
not a
that you
real
got
thing.
personal with me, so I decided to end the conversation because you were getting personal with my beliefs, when all I was saying is that if you put me in the choice of listening to Biden or Candace Owens, I will probably listen to Candace Owens. If you give me the
Duh.
choice of listening to Biden or Tucker
Nope.
Carlson,
Who
I
gave
will
you that
listen to
choice?
Tucker Carlson.
Floor.
That was my point of view, and
Floor.
you took it so out of
See, this is
context.
why.
So
This is
yes,
why
that's what I'm mad about.
you're doing woman prattle right now. Nobody ever gave you that choice. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You did say when men are weak, women need to stand up. You did say that. And that's a
I never
feminist
said
talking
that.
point.
Somebody send me a clip to when I said that. That's what you've been saying. I never said that.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go back and listen to this 10-hour stream later to find it, but when we talked about
Less
this
than
and I
20
said
minutes ago.
when I said somebody find me the clip, it had happened like 3 minutes before. Do you think I'm not good
I
at
never said that.
Do you think I'm not good at this? Do you think I don't remember rhetoric? And when somebody's how often when I
I
say
said that when the men in power are weak, are trying to convert men into women, or not having the men of the house not having a gun, I will probably listen to a woman that it sounds based. That's what I said. I never said let's raise women because men are weak. I never said that.
okay, you're doing what women do right now, which is
You're
you're
putting
making
words into my mouth that I never said.
no, you're
And have
making
a
up
whole
words that you
conclusion
never
about
said.
it.
None of that ever happens. None of that what you just said, none of that conversation ever happened. Nobody ever said you
Whatever.
were forced to
You
listen to
got
Biden over
personal
Candace
with me,
Owens.
and that pisses me off because
Right.
I was not calling you out names. I wasn't going personal to you. I was just defending my point of view, never getting personal with you.
Okay, my point is that I understand that all you women have had this stuff shoved down your throat for your entire life. So you don't even realize when you're doing it, but you're doing it. You're doing the feminist thing. You did it.
There is the president of the United States is trying to convert children into the
What
opposite
does that have to do with
gender. I don't
anything?
care.
What
You
does
could
that
be a freaking koala bear that I won't share that point of view.
What does that have to
That's
do
what
with
I'm trying to
anything?
tell you.
What does
I
that have to
just
do with
don't
anything?
share the point of view of the men that are in power right now. That's my point of view.
What does that have to do with anything that we're
With
talking about?
everything, Josh, because
No.
you're saying now that I'm a feminist and that I believe that men shouldn't be
I
into
didn't
power
say you're
and
a
women
feminist.
should
I
get up.
said
I'm not. Yes, you said it multiple times. You even called me a feminist. And
right.
that was rude of you to call me because I never got personal with you or start calling you out things just to piss you off.
Are you a woman?
Obviously, I'm a woman.
Do you live in the modern era?
If you can call Guatemala modern era, yeah.
Then you're a feminist. You all are. Whether you like it or not. You pretend to be trad wives, but Your job is not to talk about politics and this stuff. Your job is to be emotional and be more liberal. That's why women shouldn't vote, because as a woman, your nature is more emotional and more nurturing and more caring and less logical by nature. You can't help it.
How are you going to encourage women to be more traditional, Josh?
By getting out of politics and stop talking about politics and stop watching Candace Owens. Go watch freaking go watch
What politics that are infested by women. So what is it that you do about that?
repeal the 19th Amendment, put a Christian king in place, and
Is
say
that
let's
happening?
well, it's not going to happen with that attitude.
No, it's not going to happen because you have a man that is weak as a president. You have people that are weak as people in power that are allowing these things, and we women are realizing that. And the fact that we're
saying-
speaking up against that doesn't make us, oh my God, feminist.
You're
It's
saying exactly what you're saying.
We go back to the same thing. You're living in a cave of fucking wolves. You have to dress up as a fucking wolf.
You're
if
saying
you want some type of
exactly what I
change.
said you were saying, and you said you weren't saying. You're saying the exact thing right now. You're saying exactly it right now. That's
Okay,
feminism.
There is no point of having this argument with you because
Right. Yeah, there
it's
is no
just
point.
pointless.
There is no point because you're proving yourself wrong.
Okay.
You just said literally exactly what I said you said. You just said the same thing. Men in power are weak, so women need to stand up. That's exactly what you just said. Is it not?
I'm not going to talk about that anymore.
All right.
Honestly, it's pointless.
Double Dutch. It's exactly what I said. Oh man. If you want to talk about anything else, we can. I knew if I went at Candace Owens, the women would get mad.
The Candace Owens. I didn't at that moment we were just debating. It's the fact that you got personal with me and start
But I don't
calling
want
me
to
out
debate.
stuff.
But I don't want to debate with my wife.
And then I guess we can't have a conversation then.
Why? We can't converse without arguing? Is that what you're saying?
I guess.
Huh. Interesting. So you don't think that women should obey their husband?
About that anymore, Josh. I don't want to talk about no more subjects about that, obviously.
Well, now we're getting never mind. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we don't.
Personal, you're the one who got personal with me, and then you're like, whoa, why you're mad? And then you started using the excuse of Candace Owens. I couldn't give any fucking less shits about Candace
Because
Owens at this moment.
if that's your
It was the
role
fact
model,
that you got personal with me. It's not that I see her as a role model, Josh, but that's the best that I can get right now to listen to as a woman.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this on the stream. So cut it out. You want to talk about?
30 in the morning, and I have to wake up at 6, so I'm just gonna go to bed.
So you just jump back in just to argue for a little bit and then jump out again. Okay, cool.
I guess I did. Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Woman named Michelle Murphy, who was attacked by Garguglia in her Santa Monica home in April of 2008. Murphy, who was 26 years old at the time, managed to fight off her assailant. Investigators connected Garguglia to the attack through DNA at the crime scene, and he was arrested 2 months after the attack. In 2011,
What a
authorities
mess!
in Illinois and California charged the suspected serial killer with the murders of...
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm making dinner, I'm listening, and after I eat, I'll be back in chat. Ring, ding, dong. Keep the heads ringing.
of Trisha Pacaccio, Ashley Ellerin, and Maria Bruno. The California cases finally went to trial 8 years later in 2019, and the jury found Gargulio guilty on all counts relating to the deaths of Ellerin and Bruno. He was also convicted of the attempted murder of Michelle Murphy and is currently on death row. Gargulio has yet to stand trial for the murder of Trisha Pacaccio. It's unclear if or when authorities plan to extradite him to Illinois to face justice in the more than 30-year.
This guy's voice is cool. All right. Let's see. Let's find something interesting to listen to. This is what Pierce Morgan and Candace Owens interview part 1. This is what happens when we have women debating men about politics, saying everything they're told to say. This is what we get. I carried a fishing pole in public and this happened. This is the best First Amendment auditor. Tuapri. He's funny. I don't like First Amendment auditors. I think it's lame. But I like Amagansett because he's like a photographer. And they actually they do the still photos of people and it's like and it shows people. And they stopped doing the thing where they go in a post office and stand there. This guy is just funny when he does it because he does the characters and the voices.
You are not allowed to be in here videotaping. Walk out the door now. Out the door. Okay. You are not supposed to be in an area where you are not allowed to be. That's that.
You're not allowed back. Did you read the sign on that door?
What's that?
See that sign?
Oh, I didn't see that. Pardon me.
Well, I apparently did, all right?
Yeah, because it was open.
Now, who are you?
I'm fishing out.
This is an attorney's office. You just don't walk into a confidential area.
Oh, the door was open.
Your name is what?
He's got a fishing pole and he's like, I'm doing a fishing video.
Fishing out.
Fishing hour?
Oh, fishing out. Well, you can pay me by the hour to fish.
Just read the signs next time you enter.
I'm making a fishing video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just maybe, and then close the door.
You're
Just
filming right now, but this is a confidential area here. Right?
Also confidential. Okay. And just try to keep the door closed, just in case another fishing arm comes.
You got that's good advice.
Okay.
Today we are at the City Hall here in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
You can't go in any rooms that the doors are closed.
What the heck did all that fine print say?
Oh, they gotta be locked there.
You can't tape if the doors are closed. You can tape the hallway.
Oh, they got their trans flag in the government building, but that's fine.
But you cannot come in people's office if their doors are closed. The doors are closed.
Oh, I'll just do a quick little open or whatever.
The doors are closed, so they say you can do the hallways or whatever you're doing, but if the door is closed, you can't open people's office and come in and start recording. This is an office.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I just can't go back past that little part right there.
But you're recording the whole thing, so I don't know what you.
Oh yeah, just trying to get some ocean views from.
There's no ocean view. This is the street. There's no ocean view here.
Oh, just because I see some seagulls.
There's no ocean view here. The ocean is that way. There's no ocean this way.
I like to contrast the ocean view with a non-ocean view. I like to get the seagulls.
But you're talking about you're doing this for fishing.
Yeah, it's a strictly.
Hello, Joshua.
I saw some seagulls.
Oh God, here we go.
How are you, sir?
All is well.
Did I miss my favorite part where you get super drunk, become combative, and then push everyone away?
No, I don't think. I think only one person left
Who
due to
left?
that. I think
John?
everybody else just left because it was getting late.
Which one left this week? John? Daddy Jub?
DJ and
Mr.
Paul
Mad,
left.
who's
Mr. Mad left. Everybody left.
DJ on Paul was here this week too.
I
Who
came
did
in
you
this
push away?
world by myself, so I ain't got no friends. I'd rather have it that way. It's okay. It's okay. You motherfuckers don't respect me. That's a Young Buck, I think.
Young Buck.
No, it might be Lloyd
Did you?
Banks. Somebody from G Unit.
God, that's 20 years old now.
Yeah, boy.
Well, I don't like that themes. Those songs make me feel old. Why'd you do that? Why'd you make me feel old?
If they think I'm being mean tonight, shoot, you should wait till tomorrow when I got the vodka.
You're doing vodka tomorrow.
I'm doing Bloody Marys. I'm not gonna drink the vodka
Oh,
straight. I'll probably drink some Bloody Marys and then I'll drink some beer.
no, do the vodka, but do the vodka. Or whatever it was you had during your New Year's Eve stream. Drink whatever that was.
That
What was that?
that was Everclear.
Oh God, yeah. Well, do it. It's a holiday month. It's a good month to celebrate and drink.
Yeah, White
Be
History Month
merry.
coming up.
Oh please, oh please, sir. You got you one of them racist ass shirts.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever tell me who you alienated tonight and made them feel small?
Nope. You can go back and watch.
Let's see. The comments will tell me. Let's see what they commented. Who in the comment section? Hey, Amanda. Was it Buff?
No.
She said Buff left. Must have been Buff.
I only argued
Not
with
yet.
we argued with John, but I think he was fine. I think he left because I don't think he left because of any contention.
Not yet, Steve. Hopefully soon. Let's see. Later floor. Later. Oh, God. Joshua. It wasn't Floor who you got mad at tonight, was it?
I didn't get mad at anybody.
Because it says later Floor, and she's always supporting her husband. What you do? Try to make her feel small for being a woman and actually having an opinion? And you were
Jalen, why
speaking
are you
over.
pretending like you haven't been listening the whole time?
I haven't. I literally haven't.
Yeah, okay.
I came in 10 minutes ago. I was like, what is he doing? Why is they doing this?
I call BS on that.
Oh, please. I would have commented earlier, wouldn't I?
No, not when you're lurking.
I'm not lurking. The only reason I didn't join earlier is because I had too much whiskey tonight. And I wasn't feeling well. But now I'm not feeling as hungover, so there's a little bit of a tidbit of my life. I threw up. I threw up tonight. I don't know why I drank so much whiskey tonight. I think it was I don't know. What did I have?
You drank so much that you threw up? What are you, 12 years old?
Well, I had a lot of whiskey today. Like I had a little bit of Bullet mixed with peach schnapps. Then I had some Makers.
Now I can't sleep because I'm mad at you and I don't want to be mad at you. Jalen, shut up.
Floor cheese, that's so rude to come in and tell me to shut up. Why attack me?
That's the most base thing she said all night.
Shut up, Josh. I'm here like a dog with the tail between their legs. Do not take advantage of it.
No, that's what the trad wife does. She says, I don't want to be mad at you. And shut up, Jalen.
I don't. In my defense, guys, I'm on my days. Just in my defense.
You're always on your days.
I was 20 days late, Josh. It's here.
What?
She was late.
Oh my gosh. I'm an irregular person, okay? I'm allowed to be late.
It's okay. Floor.
You guys
Floor,
tell me how periods freaking work. Both of you have no saying on this. I'm an irregular person. It came 20 days late. Sometimes it's 16. it depends on the freaking month, okay? So I'm a little bit spicy, and I apologize about that, Josh. I don't want to go to bed mad at you.
Well, good. And I'm not mad at you.
Good.
I just wanted you to see. I knew.
Stop trying to prove the point. It's too early. We can talk about this tomorrow. Stop it.
Okay, well the
It's
point.
not the time.
The point needs to be proven.
I got the point, Josh. Stop.
Like the internet guy who does this stuff doesn't know what he's talking about. But okay.
What is this drag wife, chat wife? What is that?
Some fake made up crap that isn't real.
You don't believe a lot of things are real.
A
But
trad wife wouldn't be on TikTok posting about how she's a trad wife.
A Chad wife? Like a Chad married to a Chad?
Trad wife. Traditional is short for traditional wife.
Oh. Who is doing that?
A bunch of women on the internet.
Actually, what's y'all's definition of a traditional wife? Because I would say Floor would be like a traditional wife in y'all's eyes.
Yeah,
according to Josh, I'm not.
No, you're a trad wife. I wouldn't say. So I say there's no such thing as a conservative woman. But she is a traditional wife. She loves to argue. So that's pretty traditional.
Shut up.
I don't think that's what makes
I
her.
got mad. I let my emotions win over there. I got
Lord, let me
really
defend
mad.
you. Let a man defend you since you always
the
want
gay guy's gonna defend you. The most feminine man.
Yeah. Oh, Floor is a
I'm
traditional
not
wife.
defending anybody, but he's right. I got mad and I wasn't listening to what he was saying. And he was right about something. Now that I was thinking about it right now, I was like, damn it. He's right about that. That I did grow up in a modern era. Therefore, I'm a modern woman.
And you lived in America for 10 years of your formative years. When you were a teenage girl, you went to school in America, and our public schools are a mess. And it's like, I'm not mad at you. I understand it, but like the women can't help it. It's like when you say, "Hey, just listen. Let me explain this." You don't want to listen.
She deserves to have an opinion too.
Of course I have an opinion. Josh never allows me not to have an opinion, but he's gonna correct it if it's wrong.
Yeah, right. But no, I was saying.
Yeah, but I don't want to argue with you all.
Lord Joshua,
We don't argue all the time. We just.
Sure do.
I think no, we don't. Shut up, Jalen. This is a marriage thing. This is
exactly. So can you let somebody?
You can't be like that voice like you all do. No, we don't. You guys don't know what we do outside of YouTube. So no, we don't.
Oh, Lord, jeez, let a man speak on your behalf.
Josh, do you like the pen that I got you? Isn't it so cute? It's very traditional from Guatemala. And it says "fuck Biden."
She got me a pen that says "fuck Biden."
But it's in braided. It's in braided with the traditional Guatemala textiles. So I thought that was kind of cool for you.
I probably won't write with it because I like ballpoint gel pens, like Pilot, whereas the Pilot G3 or the Pilot G5. But I'll because if I write with it, I'm gonna mess up the threads. I'll probably keep it as like a.
Yeah, it gets dirty really easily. Like I have it in a box right now, so I can take it to you and it's not dirty or anything.
I'll probably put it. I'll put it here as like a display piece or something. But
I like it because it kind of combines like both of our cultures, like the traditional handmade Guatemala textile with the fuck Biden. It's like our both cultures in one pen. It's just a pen, but
yeah, because you guys do that stitching and stuff, so it's like stitching on a pen that says "fuck Biden." So it's like,
yeah, I thought it was cool.
Are you sending it? Or are you bringing it with you?
I'm gonna bring it with me. I'm buying all these little presents for him already, so I can have them already.
make sure when you get to America, y'all get a fresh pair of scissors. He said you gonna cut it, get the cleanest, freshest pair, the sharpest, or whatever. It could be
Convinced
dirty.
him to cut his dreads before I get there, so the hair will have some type of form when I get there.
Oh, I don't want to know why, but when are you coming? Isn't it next
Well,
week
you
that
need
you
to make
coming?
up your dang mind, woman. 1 second it's
Why?
I want to cut the dreads. And then the next second it's cut them off a month before I get there so the hair looks nice. What do you want?
Because I'm scared that women are gonna be looking at you and stuff, but at the same time I'm like, wait, but I'm gonna be the woman now looking at him. So
Floor,
might as well have a nice little hairstyle.
Floor, if we cut the dreads off with scissors and I wash my hair with shampoo and conditioner, and then I
You're
go
gonna
in
go crazy.
and then I go to a barber shop, they can fade me up and it's gonna look fine.
Okay, let's do that. That's fine.
The only problem is it's gonna be a little thin in the front, and I got some hems for that.
Yums.
But it's not. Look, if you look, there's lots of new growth. Like, it's not gonna. If it's short, if it's like a crew cut, it's not gonna look crazy. It's just gonna be a little bit patchy in spots from where the hairs learn to grow certain ways. And if I use the hems, it'll make it thicker and it'll be fine. It's just gonna look a little thin in spots.
To make this argument up, you're gonna have to make it up.
What?
You're gonna have to make this argument up. You're gonna have to make it up for me.
Well, listen, if I'm doing a show on the internet and I'm gonna if I'm gonna punch up at one of my competitors, which is Candace Owens, how are you gonna attack me to defend Candace
For
Owens?
me, you're gonna have to make it. No, it wasn't about Candace Owens. It's the fact that you got personal with me.
I said you're acting like a feminist.
And you were like, you feminist, and you start calling me feminist. No,
Yeah,
that
I know a
bothers
woman
me.
like Flora hated being called a feminist. I know that.
Josh, listen, the point here is that you're gonna have to make it up. So I'm expecting a nice picture first thing in the morning.
A what?
God.
What? What'd you say? A nice picture?
Yes.
What was that singer's name? I was trying to think. It was she wrote isn't that ironic? Her last name is Morissette. What was her first name?
Alana.
Oh, Alana's dick in your mouth.
Oh my God.
That can be counted as making it up.
That was the joke. If anybody was watching the stream the other night and I said I got a D's nuts scheme that I made up the other day. You know, Ligma balls, D's nuts. That's the one. That's the one. You ask somebody, who was that lady? Her last name is Morissette, and then they say Alanis. Alanis dick in your mouth.
I'll let you two have a couple relationships. I'll go back to listening to the YouTubes, man.
I got Steve too.
Yeah.
I got Steve in the chat.
We round Jalen off. Now we know how to round Jalen off. We just start talking about us.
Daddy Jub missed it. Daddy Jub said, "You'll never get me with one of those." He missed it. So next time Daddy Jub is in the chat, 3 of 10. I thought it was pretty good. Next time Daddy Jub is in the chat, I'm gonna hit him with that. Nobody spoil it.
Man, I took an energy drink. Now I have to stay up.
You took an energy drink? You say it like it's a dang pill. Where'd Jalen go?
I did. Jalen left because we were being weird, I guess, for him.
Jalen.
Listen, Josh, you pissed me off one more time, and I'll punch you with this spear. You got me so mad. I can't believe it. You're gonna have to make this up, Josh. You're gonna have to make this up. I'm telling you
All you have to do is shut up and listen
that.
and never argue with me ever.
I can try.
It's not hard. Doesn't that make you gay? Yeah. Well, that's the point of a D's nuts joke. What are you eating? Some dang old sour cream and onion chips? Oh, they're what are those called? Not Fritos, but ooh, the twisty Fritos are good. Queso chile. Chaitos.
They're called crujitos.
Claitos. Claitos. You can't just eat snacks when you get angry.
Literally, chocolate is what just saved our marriage, okay? I was eating some chocolate and I was like, I guess I got a little too mad.
Candace Owens is chocolate. She about ruined it.
Have you seen Candace Owens' husband?
Yeah, he's a beta. Beta.
Georgie.
Oh, I got a honey bun.
To be that crazy in the head,
Man.
I got a honey bun.
Lord, you know you do. I will give you that. Beauty fades, but you beautiful today. How are you?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Stop letting that man talk to you like that. That man ain't got no business talking to you like that, husband.
Jalen, that's what I love about that man. He puts me in my place. I'm a feisty little Latina, and I need a man like that.
I like your feisty side though. When you be speaking up, like when you said, Jalen, shut up. I like the feisty side too. It does get feminist, but I know you're not no feminist. Don't worry. I would
Listen,
never.
when I become a mother, nobody's getting near my kids. Nobody.
What are you cooking,
I'll
Steve?
shoot them.
Aren't y'all homeschooling your children?
What was that?
Aren't y'all gonna homeschool your children?
Hell yeah.
Are y'all? Is it just going to be you teaching, or is Josh going to teach anything, or how's that going to work?
Josh is gonna be working for us. I'm gonna be doing the teaching.
Okay.
Too.
What would you?
I'll teach by being a man.
What you gonna teach your daughters how to be a man now?
English.
And what else?
Language arts, critical thinking, logic, philosophy, theology.
You could be the art teacher. That would be good, and then maybe math. Math seems universal.
I suck at math.
Yeah, Josh, you're doing the math part. I'm not doing that.
I don't do math. Our kid ain't doing no damn math.
Stay away from history because I don't want your children sort of learning your history way you would teach. You would teach
Black History Month is going to be great. We're going to teach about how Rosa Parks was fake. Martin Luther King Jr. was a communist.
What you going to teach them?
Malcolm X thought he went up in a spaceship with what's his name? Allahu Akbar or whatever that guy's name was.
And when they're drawing and making rainbows, what are you going to do?
What's wrong with a kid drawing a rainbow? It's beautiful.
That's
what from God.
Are you saying that what will happen if our kid is gay? That's what you're saying? You think
No,
that we're going to teach our kid if he becomes gay?
Lord, good God. I'm talking about how all of us as children drew rainbows before we even knew that it was associated with LGBT.
Yeah, when my son draws a rainbow, I'm gonna say, do you know what the rainbow means? And he's gonna say, it's a promise from God that he will destroy the world with fire if they fall to sodomy.
You crack me up. Oh, you crap me up. Why can't I see your camera?
I don't know.
You probably have it turned off. You have to go to his profile and turn it on.
Hold on, let me see. I
I
gotta
don't know
go.
why Discord does that. It does it to me all the time.
I gotta go to his profile and let me see.
And then
Okay.
when we drive by the gay parade, my kid's gonna be like, "Dad, why are all these sodomites waving the flag that is a symbol of their destruction?"
All these sodomites.
And
I will make sure that June, our kid is gonna come back here to Guatemala and just have a really nice vacation away from all that. He can see his roots too.
We'll go camping in the woods for a month, and then we'll come back for White History.
Yeah, for a whole month.
Floor, how I do this? What I need to do? Okay, I'm looking. It says touch channels, welcome politics. Let me see. The dreaded.
My kid's gonna go to a pride parade with paintballs and a slingshot and be like, "Pow!"
He's
You like
gonna
rainbows?
go to a pride
Yeah,
parade.
no. Our kid
You're
is
gonna
going
let
to
him
be
go
in
to
Guatemala for the month of
I just
June.
hopped
He's
in
gonna
to
be
say that Josh knows. Josh knows that's correct. The rainbow is God's promise, and it was.
Is that Nada?
Yeah. What's up, Jaden?
Nada, long time no see. How you doing, Sonny boy?
Good. But anyway, the rainbow is God's promise, and it was what's the word I'm looking for here? It was appropriated by the LGBT community as a slap in the face.
That's a
It's true. And I think somebody
focus on this, but I can't find it on the profile.
It's not even a
Somebody
slap in the
pointed
face because
out-
they perverted it.
Somebody pointed out that I don't know. I think I looked at it. I think it was at one time. I don't know if it still is, but the colors of the rainbow are inverted on the flag, right?
Well,
is that not correct?
Well, no, it's there's seven colors of the rainbow. It's Roy G. Biv. It's red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So there's
Is it inverted on the pride flag?
I'm not sure about that, but I do
Like
know
backwards?
they only have 6 colors. So instead of
Instead
of 7 colors, they have 6. 7 is God's
Oh.
number, and 6 is Satan's number. I'm not really into numerology, but that's an interesting. Yeah.
Anyway, I just hopped on
I'll
to
be
say
right
that.
back. Figure this out. I'm not leaving that.
What?
You thought you were maybe
What
your
I-
membership ran out, Steve.
What did Jalen say? Why was he leaving?
You might still be a member, Steve, but since you're a mod, it doesn't show your membership thing.
What did Jalen say before he left? We could go to hell? What?
I'm here. Accept that request. No, I still can't see you. Okay, what do I need to do, Floor?
Okay, so you're gonna go back to where is the channels for the Dreaded Conservative?
I think you hit the just chatting thing because I got to turn yours back on, Fleur. Or it depends. On a phone, I hit the just chatting thing, and I have to turn on your video.
I think you just
You can go to you can go to the welcome chat and just click on Josh's profile. Like in hold on, I will put something right now.
Okay, I'm on his profile.
I spilled beer on my shirt.
Oh.
It'll say like turn on video or something.
Turn on their video. Let's see if this works. Okay, do I need to log back out? I might need to log back out.
Same with
Okay,
me, Nada. I just sent something on the welcome chat, so you can just click on my profile and turn on the camera.
Okay.
Oh no, I did it. I did it already.
Hold on, let me log right back out and then I'll log right.
$135 billion donated to religious institutions in 2021.
But there's a cap. There's a cap, right? And how much you can deduct? I forget what it was. It's not that much, right?
I don't know. I think that's why Christians fight so hard for it, is because they want the tax write-off.
But I think it's way less than 10% of your. I think you can only write off like a couple grand or something, right?
I don't know. I don't know how that
Total.
stuff works.
Total of all
That's
of
why
your
I need
contributions.
to talk to this guy who challenged me to this debate, because he keeps saying it's a taxation debate. And I'm not fully engrossed in understanding taxation and stuff. I'm just looking into taxation of the church, so I don't know. We'll see. It's whatever. If he wants to get into taxes in general, I'll go off the cuff. If he's a nobody should pay any taxes ever type of guy, then I'll roast that too.
And that's gonna be on what's his name's channel?
I'll stream it here on my channel, but it'll be on Speakeasy's
Oh yeah, Speakeasies, right?
channel and my channel on July 4th.
Anyway,
which is why
I'm
people are gonna be doing fireworks. After I'm gonna buy some fireworks, and after the debate, I'm gonna switch to my phone and I'm gonna go outside and light some fireworks. So
I'm gonna hop back out. I might pop back in, or I might pass out. I don't know.
135 billion donated.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to the bathroom real quick. Hold on.
In 2021. This is great. James Madison, wasn't he a Christian? He was like super based. Wasn't Adams? Hey, Steve gifted 5 memberships. Tomas got a membership. Overlord Cly got a membership. Mayhem got a membership. I don't know who Overlord Cly is, but you got a membership. And I think the memberships go to the people who watch the channel the most. I think that's something I figured out. I don't know that for a fact, but I've noticed if
I don't understand how that would work.
If there's channels that I watch a lot, I always get the gifted membership. So like the Crucible, I've been a member on the Crucible for like 2 years now. And I've never paid for a membership, because every time they gift a membership, I'm one of the top people, because I watch the Crucible a whole lot. Same thing with Speakeasy. I watch his streams for, I'm in the stream for 8 hours while I'm working. I'm there the whole time. So I think people who are on the channel a lot get the priority.
Oh, who got memberships? Steve must have gave more memberships out. Because that's how I got mine currently. I wish I was on my other phone, then I could have got 2 memberships.
Steve Harloa gifted 5 memberships, and he was gifted one of them. Steve Harloa was gifted a membership by Steve Harloa. Stubborn One was gifted a membership. Tomas was gifted a membership. Mayhem was gifted a membership. And Overlord Cly, I don't know who that is, but they were also gifted a membership. Let's go.
Tomas. Did I hear you say you're doing a debate?
Yeah, on July 4th.
Would you like tips on how to actually win a debate?
Oh, yeah. Please. The guy who got destroyed, please give me tips.
Logical. You're delusional. Y'all some delusional motherfuckers thinking that. Y'all delusional as hell. What are you debating?
Should the church be taxed? 501c3s. Should churches be tax exempt?
Oh God, are you going to bring up strippers?
No.
You know how strippers don't have to pay taxes? Strippers and preachers don't have to pay taxes.
That's because it's cash money. So it's like how laundromats and arcades. Is that true? That sounds true. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's both strippers and preachers. Like clergymen and strippers don't have to pay taxes.
Well,
Two opposite things.
Well, no, but the reason, so if you pay for anything with coin currency, you don't have to pay taxes on it. So that's why an arcade slash laundromat slash car wash is a great business because it's very little overhead and you don't have to pay taxes on coin currency.
Yeah, I've seen Breaking Bad too. So I understand.
I didn't learn that from Breaking Bad, but
I thought you would know about the strippers not being taxed. But then again, you just stay at home all the time. You don't go out and experience any type of
or
life.
maybe I don't
Because
do a
he's
lot
a
of
good husband.
maybe I don't do a lot of research into strippers.
You lived a more adventurous life than me, so I would feel like you would know that because
I've only been to
Interest doesn't mean degenerate.
I've only been to one strip club in my life.
What was that like?
I've told this story before. I guessed the stripper's name, and so she gave me her phone number. And I think she gave me a fake number.
What's this, Josh?
this one I was 18. And her name was Jessica. So I basically just picked the most common white girl name. And I got it right.
Dang.
And before somebody says she was just lying to you, no, she called over to the girl who was on the stage and she said, "Hey, what's my name?" And the girl said, "Jess." "What?" And she's like, "See, you were right." I said, "All right, give me that number." What's up with that number, girl? And then I don't think it was a real number though.
Josh, we get it. She gave you her number.
I think she gave me a fake number. But that's fine. I had strippers on deck at the time, so I wasn't really too worried about it.
Who are you debating?
A guy named Wicked Wally.
Wicked Wally.
Wicked Wally.
Let me look up his channel.
Man, the panel of Speakeasy.
He doesn't have any content.
That doesn't mean none. I didn't have much content, but you could still easily look me up.
Yeah, I'd recommend nobody does it. I would recommend you go subscribe to Wicked Wally's channel.
You two have the most weird relationship I have ever seen because you two don't like each other, but
I can't stand that little bitch. He's a bastard and a half.
It's so weird. I could never be with somebody who I can't stand.
We're not gonna be with each. We're not being with each other. I like opposition.
No, like
the only time I don't like opposition is when it comes from you, Floor.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Josh, I know. I'm sorry. I will try to calm down on that one.
Lord, don't change nothing. Don't change nothing. You keep being you.
Well, I'm not changing.
Floor, don't take the gay guy's advice.
For my
Don't take
husband.
the gay guy's advice.
Can I ask y'all though, for real? Like when y'all in the same room together, how's that going to be when like y'all are having a disagreement?
Lots of baby making. Lots of baby making.
Because I'm going to be like, he can't just like log you out when you disagree. Y'all gonna be in the same room.
You don't understand when I like just the thought of seeing Josh, like this is why I like Josh. Okay, right now I'm behind a phone on the screen. It's 3 a.m. and I haven't seen him, but whenever I look at Josh and even just the thought of it, and it happened when I will physically be with him, is like I just love him so much and I just can't contradict him. You know, it's just
I know.
I don't know.
You love your husband. For months, I've heard you say that even on Joel's show.
Worst case scenario, I say, Floor, leave the room. Get out.
Yeah.
Go over there. Go walk Echo or something.
Oh, hell no. And you gonna do it too, ain't you, Floor? Floor, don't do it.
I will walk out of that room because I will understand that things just got to a point that we're both of us not understanding each other, and I have to leave, and I'll leave.
Walk out and flip his ass off when you do. Hit some if he
Now
kick you.
that I might do. but I will still walk out of that room.
Tell him to go. Okay, I'm looking at this. Is this Wicked Wally podcast? He got like 124 subscribers and 52 videos.
No. Last time I
Is
checked
that
his
not-
channel, he had like 25 subscribers and he had no videos.
Okay, so this might not be him. So there, how many Wicked Wally webcasts? How many Wicked Wallies are there?
I don't.
We're doing the show live.
No,
because
that's
the
not
most.
him. That's not him.
Post a link in the chat of one of his videos.
He doesn't have any videos. He doesn't have any content.
Oh, so how did he challenge you?
He goes on Speakeasy. You know the guy that came in?
Yeah.
He goes on his verbal combat things. And he challenged me.
Taxation on like should the church be taxed? I guess because you claim to be a Christian. That I guess it could be interesting.
So
There's
what do you think I'm gonna say?
There's better things to debate you on than like that.
What do you think my position is?
You probably might say the church should be taxed, to be honest, because you think we're. I don't know. What is your position gonna be?
Well, so we're both Christians. What do you think?
I am.
No. I mean, me and Wicked Wally are both Christians. What do you think the popular consensus is among Christians?
That the church should not be taxed.
So which position do you think I'm taking?
That the church should be taxed.
There you go.
Because, oh God, what time is this debate gonna be?
7 p.m. my time, 9 p.m. Eastern. So 8 p.m.
So that's time. What? This July 4th?
Yep, fireworks on the 4th.
That's karaoke night.
Gay.
And I'm probably going to sing firework. No, I can't sing firework because some theater guy sung it last week. Oh,
because I always got to take the back foot. Apparently, I'm not allowed to debate on the popular idea. Everybody else gets to take the easy way out.
It's not the easy way out. It's just with our debate, you chose to be the idiot savant and showcase them very well.
Idiot savants are geniuses.
Okay.
That's not an insult. Do you think that's an insult? Do you know what an idiot savant is?
I know what an idiot is.
Do you know what an idiot savant is?
Define it for me, because I like when you define words, like the strong man things.
It's basically somebody who's like socially inept, but they're great at what they do. They have their specialties and they're amazing at them. So basically, what you're saying is that in that debate, I destroyed you and I was amazing and untouchable.
No. If I'm calling you that based off of your definition, that
idiot savants are people who are like autistic and retarded, but they can play a Beethoven piece after hearing it one time.
Word, sir. Watch that artwork.
That's what idiot savant is.
My gosh. A person who has exceptional aptitude in one particular field, such as streaming on YouTube and causing fights with people.
Right.
I think
so. What you're saying is I'm amazing at debate, but I'm kind of dumb in the rest of my life.
No, I think you're good for having streams and stuff, and I think you're good at drawing. No, I don't. I think you're a great drawer. You're a great artist.
I think idiot savant is a great. Yeah, I would agree with that.
But no, I think I used the term correctly and stuff.
Right, you did, but you did use the term correctly, but you weren't saying what you think you were saying. What you're saying is I destroyed you in the debate because I'm amazing at it and I'm exceptional. I'm exceptional.
No. I was calling you an idiot, is what you was thinking I was calling you. That would also be true.
You're saying I'm exceptional at destroying people on the internet in debates.
No.
But I'm kind of dumb in the rest of my life.
You're really good at making yourself be an ass on the internet. You're real good at that. July 4th, taxation. Y'all couldn't do nothing about like dealing with America since it's July 4th. Why y'all choosing like?
And then on July 30th, I'm debating John on free will.
Are you really?
Yeah, I think
Are
it's the
you
30th.
really?
I don't know if it's the 30th, but it's no, it's after the tournament. So
Is he going to be able to control his
yeah.
temper?
Well, if he doesn't, I'm gonna win the debate. So
He gets so mad when you bring up free will.
yeah, the 30th.
So mad. Let me see. Okay, what day will that be? That's a Monday or Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
I got it. Why
So
y'all?
the 27th. The 27th, I have the tournament.
Oh, because Tuesdays are your Saturdays now.
Yeah.
Who's moderating?
Mayhem is moderating the free will one, and Speakeasy is moderating the church taxation one.
Mayhem is John's best friend. That's not fair. That's his best friend. No offense to Mayhem, but that's literally John's best friend.
That's fine.
That's like using Floor to moderate for you and stuff.
Yeah,
it's
but Mayhem,
but
Mayhem's a fair dude. I don't think he's gonna. Just because, like, a moderator is a friend doesn't mean that they can't moderate a debate.
You should have finally let Shania have one of those debates. You know he'd be crying about not being a moderator.
I'll debate Buff on atheism versus Christianity if he wants it. He don't want to smoke.
Yeah, you've tried that and stuff. All he does is get drunk and talk over you.
He does well because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
And then you let him disrespect the Lord. You let him call him a sky daddy. Let him say,
I don't let him disrespect the Lord if I make him look foolish for saying stuff like that.
So sometimes, what's your method? Sometimes just letting people speak so that they can embarrass themselves and really expose themselves.
If me and Buff got into we're gonna do a debate about Christianity versus atheism, I would bring up the fine tuning argument and the Kalam cosmological argument, and I would try to pin down his grounding for morality and logic, and then I would use a transcendent argument. If logic exists and God made logic, therefore God exists since logic exists, blah 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 blah. I would crush him. I would obliterate him.
Okay, let me try to be Buff in this situation.
Transcendental. I'm sorry, I said transcendent. Transcendental argument. I would use the transcendental argument if God made logic, so if logic exists, therefore God exists, and then I would use the Kalam cosmological argument to show that the universe had to have a beginning, therefore the universe was created, and everything that was created has a cause. And then I would use the fine-tuning argument, and I would totally obliterate his worldview.
I'm gonna try to be Buff in this situation if we're doing a debate, and you're going to be defending that God is real. I'm gonna be Buff. What my opponent here is trying to say is that some being that doesn't exist is real, and he's a fucking idiot. My God, is such an idiot and waste of time to even have this conversation about the sky daddy, about your sky daddy that doesn't exist. Fuck off. And then he'll get up and walk away and go get his beer. Is that
That was a
good?
great impersonation of Bob.
Yeah. So that would be Buff's opening statement. Then my opening statement would be 5 minutes of me breaking down the transcendental argument, the Kalam, and the fine-tuning argument, and then the debate would be over at that point.
Because he will get some.
That's what the debate would be, and then he'd be like, I don't understand anything you just said. Yeah, Sky Daddy. And I'd say, Buff, where do you get your morals from?
My morals come from being a good in my life. I've been a trucker for a long time. I have a friend from what is it? Colombian friend named David and all that.
Buff, do you believe the universe had a beginning?
Of course, the universe had a beginning. What type of fucking question is that?
Do you believe everything that begins had a cause?
Listen here, host of this stream on your own show. Oh, God.
That would be the worst debate ever.
That would be because would y'all do it sober?
We would have to be
Buff capable
super.
of
I'd have
being
to be
sober?
super drunk to even deal with that.
Right, like that fun part would be seeing if Buff could do it sober. He comes on here sober sometimes, but then he puts on them headphones, starts singing weird songs while y'all all having a stream. I'd be like, what the hell is going on here? Did he fall asleep? Or if the producer come in, producer, what the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing up still? Now, why don't you try to debate the producer on something? Because that would be an interesting one. Oh, the man that don't like you is back. Oh, the man that can't quit you is back. Have him put on a shirt and debate you.
Jalen, you should be an impersonator.
So I don't even know where this energy is coming from right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mayhem's
That's
going to be
hilarious.
totally fair. I'm not even worried about that.
What would you debate the producer on? Because you and him have had debates on here.
Probably like
So
land
that-
life versus sea life. Is it
No.
better? Is it better to live on a boat or live on land? I'd probably argue that if you live on a boat, your balance probably isn't as good.
Oh my God. You
like
were the producer.
Yeah, you're like constantly used to like rocking and swaying, and like so then when you get on solid ground, it's like, yeah, we'd have to debate that.
Uh-oh.
Also, I did not want to debate taxation in church, but I got challenged to it. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 links open in front of me that I've been reading all night. I've got probably 10 pages of notes taken. I've learned all about taxes. And by the way, it's very boring. It's very boring stuff. It's not.
That's ridiculous. If you live on a boat, your balance is going to be like 10 times better.
Oh, see,
Well,
you're right.
Not car shows. Why car shows are fun?
Like for instance, you skateboard. Your balance is better than everyone else's, isn't it?
See,
Mine is too.
I haven't done any research on this, and I think you're right. I think I would lose that debate because if you're trained on wobbly foundations, then when you get
when
on
you're
the
on flat ground, it's easy.
Yeah. See, you might win that debate.
Anyway, I'm out again. I just had to pop in and say that.
Don't leave yet. I haven't even asked you how you was doing. I ain't heard from you in a long time. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm tired. I just got home from work.
Oh goodness, yeah. I'm a bit tired too, but this is somewhat entertaining.
I'm probably gonna fall asleep, and I don't want to snore again. So
this is the snore stream one.
Shirt or no shirt. Yeah, me and the producer could debate shirt or no shirt.
Oh, sure.
There you go. That's a legit debate. All right, I might be back.
Bye, Nada. What a sweet young man.
I don't know because if it wasn't culturally acceptable to wear a shirt, I think no shirt probably is the better way to live, unless it's cold.
Y'all could argue why it would be like tequila versus vodka between you two. He would argue why tequila.
But I'm not like a vodka fan. I like dark. The only reason I'm getting vodka is because I've been craving Bloody Mary. So
Or you could do Jameson. It would be like Jameson versus tequila, and do like the dark liquor versus clear liquor. Wow, that's best.
Yeah, and every 5 seconds, every 5 minutes, we gotta take a shot, and then by
Oh, he
the
gonna
end,
take.
the winner of the debate is whoever's least coherent.
Well, producer gonna fall asleep. Producer gonna look you in that
Yeah.
camera and fall asleep.
Whoever's awake after 2 hours of a debate on Jameson versus tequila
And then
wins.
you're just gonna start yelling at people, being like, "No, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, get the fuck off my stream. No," and then just kick them off your stream.
I do that when I'm sober, Jalen.
That's you sober? God damn.
Yeah.
God dang. Because those 20 beers tell different stories.
It's not 20. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm on 11.
Oh, God. And
Yeah,
it's,
that makes the
that means
statement
you got
even better.
4 more hours of the stream left. Floor, what would you be what debate would you have? Like you and Josh? Like what would be a good one?
Candace Owens.
Outside of Candace Owens.
Candace Owens is not based.
Outside of Candace Owens, what would be like a good debate where people would come in and stream and watch?
I don't want to debate a woman. No, I'll debate a woman if it's gonna get views, I guess. But
damn, sell yourself for views and dollars.
But I'm not trying to.
You're judging Candace Owens and looking at you. Oh my God.
Well, if it's my job as a man to crush a woman in a debate, then so be it.
And Floyd, you couldn't just let him beat you. This would be like an educational debate and stuff. And if he don't get mad at you over an opinion, it might be good to hear y'all's opinion.
What are we gonna debate?
I will say I will debate him because he says that the probabilities of getting pregnant had to do with the sex position, and the doggy style.
No, making a boy.
Oh, Jesse Lee.
Oh yeah, of making a boy. I can argue that one.
Oh,
that's what science said. That's what science said.
According to who? What scientist?
Google it. How do you make a boy? Watch. Look. Watch. I'm gonna Google it.
Turn your search on.
Let's see.
Still on YouTube.
The sex of baby is determined by the sperm's chromosome, which is either blah, 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 which always contains us. The odds of having a boy or a girl are roughly 50-50, and there's no guaranteed way to influence the outcome. However, some people have suggested methods that might increase the chances of conceiving a boy. Diet, basal body temperature, and the Whalen method. Ovulation to conceive a boy, message sex 4 to 6 days before ovulation. So what they're not telling is that deeper, sorry if there's any children at 3 a.m. listening to the show, deeper penetration is more likely to make boys. And you get the deepest penetration from doggy style. Or, how we call it, the Napoleon style, which is while you're doing the dishes, I just bend you over and do it.
Oh.
Okay. I could swear that's a fantasy of yours, Josh. Like
that's not a fantasy, that's scientific.
Again,
I'm gonna have to be watching my back every time I do the dishes around.
I'm dating y'all. Look, all this
Well,
adult.
if you guys see that I get pregnant with a boy,
Look.
definitely you will know I was doing the dishes.
14 viewers.
Look. This is from Huggies.com. This is from Huggies, who makes the diapers. Top tips for conceiving a boy. Time sex to coincide with the day of ovulation, no earlier than 24 hours before you are about to ovulate. Number 2, deep penetrative sex is preferable.
Huggies.
Step 3, it helps if the woman orgasms.
What do you think a vagina is? It's just like
Well, so the point is, and this is like scientific, and it makes sense to me, if the woman is on top in the power position and she's like controlling things, then A, you're not getting as deep, and B, she's in the power position. And I think that's going to make more girls. I think if the guy is in the power position, he's like, blah, then that's how you make a boy. Have an energy drink, a cup of coffee, or chocolate before having sex. Get your partner to trade in tidy whities for some boxer shorts. I didn't even know that one, but that's Huggies.com. Said, stop wearing the whitey tighties, men. It reduces your testosterone. Men are supposed to wear boxers. Tidy whities are gay.
Tidy whities messes with the count down there.
Yeah. Facts.
Which I hate this.
Facts.
It's
if you wear tidy whities or briefs, you gay. Stop it. Stop constraining your nuts. Let them things hang.
You would have paid where I was Wednesday. You would have hated where I was on Wednesday.
And I honestly, I like coffee. I like energy drinks. I think women like it doggy style. I like boxer brief. I wear boxer. Bro, we're making a boy in this piece.
Oh my. Okay, here are the tips to make a girl. Then let's.
Tips to make a girl: wear whitey tighties, be gay, let the woman control everything, be submissive, act like a beta male. That's how you make a girl first.
That's how you make a girl first, because I want daughter.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that you just
but
said,
you're gonna go to an IVF clinic and have somebody else's womb carry you and your gay husband's child. So you guys can just pick and choose what you want.
Please manifest that, because that would be a good dream. Thank you. That out there. First, you have a husband, so thank you for that.
Bro said Floor's gonna be like, doing the dishes again, Josh. Josh, I'm doing the dishes.
I would be like getting the dishes dirty on purpose.
There ain't never gonna be a dirty. Yeah, there's never gonna be a dirty dish in the house.
Income. I didn't mean to type that. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm still drunk. I don't know.
You typed, this is so incomprehensible.
I was saying this is so uncomfortable that y'all was still having these romantic bedroom talk.
You asked what we would debate about. She said what we could debate about, and I read a source from Huggies.com. This is not an intimate conversation. This is science.
That's probably the only reason I'm still here, because otherwise, when y'all do that lovey-dovey stuff, I do not want to
That
be
wasn't
part of that.
lovey-dovey. That's science. I'm trying to help men out.
What we have.
You're not blushing right now listening to your husband talk about this stuff. You're not getting all excited.
Well, she might be getting excited, but it's not a.
You bet your ass it gets me excited.
I would do a whole stream. I could do a whole stream about this to help men out.
What?
Do it.
How to make a boy?
How to make a boy?
Because you know those boys.
Step number one: forgive your mother. Return to your father. Be an alpha male. Step number 2: don't let her control things in the bed. Step number 3: coffee and energy drinks. Step number 4: deep penetration. Step number 5: no whitey tighties. That's science, bro. And I just held up 7 fingers and said step number 5.
I know you did. I hate okay. Don't let her control things. Like when y'all are intimate, don't let her
I mean, at points she can have, because you're gonna get tired, and you can let her do that at points, but just don't finish in that position.
And the baby making what the doggy style? How's she gonna get pregnant if? I guess.
Don't finish with the woman on top. That's it.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Man, you're gonna have to have some self-control, man.
Lord, you making black man blush, Jesus. Oh, don't let her finish when she's on top.
No, she
Oh,
needs
God.
to finish before you finish. That's also helps in making boys.
Oh my God.
Doubt it.
Oh my God. Jeez Louise. But
Did you say?
Shut up, Josh. I doubt it.
Did you say doubt it?
Yeah, I doubt it.
All right. Well, wait, you throwing down the gauntlet? What's this? What? Is this a challenge?
Because just look it up. Yeah, look it up because
That's what
I just can't.
That's what Huggies says. Huggies.com. Look, it's on the screen. I need to put it on the screen. Huggies.com says it helps if the woman. Sorry if we're not adults here. We can't say adult words. It helps if the woman orgasms, which actually, I don't even think that's a real thing, by the way. But
what?
Yeah, but that means that they will have to finish together.
Well, no, she can finish and then he flips around and finishes for a bite.
Okay,
Still
you
have
don't have to
finish so that
explain what happens afterwards, Josh. Like we get it.
like it
You're
still
like
has to end up.
describing the whole act. Okay.
This is science. This is not for.
And he gets me excited.
This is not for perversion. This is not. This is for science.
I hope when you pick her up next week, you bring Gecko because y'all gonna need ice.
What kind of
as soon as
sick
y'all...
shit are you into, Jalen?
No, because y'all gonna. I don't want y'all to be doing nothing until y'all get to that trailer park of yours. And even then, I don't want to picture it. But y'all,
I don't live in a trailer park. I live in the city.
I know you two gonna just be all over each other as soon as you see each other.
I don't think so. I think it's actually going to be kind of awkward.
Why do you say that? You ain't seen her in person in years.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be a little. We're going to really have to have
It will be weird at first.
a heart to heart and a conversation.
Oh, y'all spouses.
Do you
though.
realize?
Like,
Do you realize I haven't even hugged a woman in like 5 years? I don't.
Hug doesn't.
Like if she touches me, I'm gonna be like, what? What are you doing? I don't touch. I'm not into like physical touch.
Josh's never been the touchy feeling guy.
Yeah, and well, I was when she met me. I was the touchy feely guy because I was a slut, a man whore, right? But like now, I see some of my coworkers. They joke around and they like poke each other and touch each other, and I stand back in the elevator and I'm like, the hell is wrong with these people? Like, I don't want to touch nobody. I'll shake hands. The most physical thing I've done with another person in the past like 6 years is shaking hands. And
I'm gonna hang on to you, Josh. I'm gonna climb you like a monkey, and I'm just gonna be stuck to you, whether you hug me or not. I don't care.
yeah, I'm gonna be like, whoa, hold on. Let me have an energy drink first. Let me take off let me put on my boxers and take off these whitey tighties.
If you're getting chocolate, make sure you got almonds. Like get like a Hershey bar with almonds.
No, I'm gonna have her a box of chocolates waiting on the counter and 2 cans of Red Bull.
Why don't you? Are you going to?
We can just buy cacao and I can make chocolate. That would be really nice.
That takes too much. We don't have time for all that. I can make it.
I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make
We got
Just ready
time.
to go.
All right, Willy Wonka, calm down. We don't have time to set up a chocolate factory.
But they're good. Oh, you say that now. But then you're gonna be like, make me more chocolates. I know you. I just know you. I'm gonna make like Reese's Pieces knockoff of cacao.
All right. Let's get back into science.
By the way, hello, chat. Sorry I didn't say hello earlier.
So
I am reading right now.
you see how I won that
Orgasm
debate?
has absolutely nothing to do.
You see how I won that debate?
Oh, with Floor? By giving just like facts and looking up sources or something?
Facts and logic.
It's a lot. You nervous about this one, or which one you nervous about? Because you're more comfortable talking about free will.
What's a fact and what's a fallacy? Fact: men influence the gender of a baby, not women. Men provide the sperm, which either has an X girl or a Y boy linked sex chromosome. There is no surefire guarantee of having a baby of a particular gender. Hoping and trying for a boy or girl is just that. It does not influence the odds in either direction. One testicle does not produce girl sperm and the other boy sperm. Who said that? Who thought that? What? People think that? Some men do seem to produce better quality X or Y sperm, which may account for the reason why particular females have large number of girls or boys. Right. Beta males produce more girls. Alpha males produce more boys. Herbal and complementary medicine remedies do not impact on the likelihood. They tend to offer spurious claims which are not based on scientific fact. Can't I choose? No, you can't choose. Wow. So you gotta plan your cycle out.
Mm-hmm.
So the best methods, plan the cycle out. Make sure she gets hers. Time the sex to coincide with the day of ovulation. No earlier than 24 hours before you're about to ovulate. Have an energy drink. And stop wearing whitey tighties. Basic.
If Doggy Style created so many men, my community would be a whole bunch of. I gotta start muting shit. Hold on, I'll be right back.
It is. That's the key ingredient right there. Is the doggy style. Let's change the topic.
Let's just change the topic. I don't even know what to say about that.
You said you wanted to debate me on this. You just lost the debate. You can't even say nothing. You're just like smiling and laughing and blushing and getting excited and flustered. How are you gonna win a debate against me in this?
Josh, why do you describe things like that?
Wait, her camera's on?
No, I don't have to see her to know.
It's your own fantasies that are speaking out.
Her camera's not on, and I know she's blushing, and I know she's flustered, and I know I don't even have to see her.
Stop, Josh. You're so embarrassing.
The show is crazy as hell.
It's not saying that word. Flustered. What a horrible.
Flustered. Does that make you uncomfortable?
It's just a weird word. I don't even know what it means, but it makes me think of dirty things.
Men get uncomfortable when they hear the word moist.
Moist.
What about that word?
Neither one of us got uncomfortable with that word.
I don't know. How does that word make you feel?
Moist? Hungry.
Oh, free.
Bruh, I told y'all I'm a pimp.
You going to the restroom?
Yes.
Out with the beautiful Lord Chief.
Don't be saying nothing weird while I'm gone, Jay.
What weird shit do I ever say? I don't say weird shit. I've never said weird shit a day in my life on this stream, especially. I don't say weird things. I say truthful things. Am I ranting? Sorry, I was ranting. Floor, it's almost 5 o'clock. You are.
Just here. I'm about to clean the mop.
You're about to clean the mop?
Yeah, because I have to get up at in 2 hours, and I'd rather have the mop clean.
Why do you have to clean the mop? What's going on?
Oh, I clean my house every day in the morning.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know what was going on. So when
But
you
Mhm.
when you call into like Joel or Nick and stuff, do that be like on your lunch break or something?
Yeah, whenever I have a break, like today, I gave training from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So I was able to jump in and listen a little bit of Joel.
Okay, because I was
Yeah.
wondering. I gotta go back and catch some of the shows because I missed a few minutes of some things, and I heard I got mentioned on one. I was like, how I'm not even here and I'm being mentioned just because
Do you call into Hake?
I'm banned from there. I can't call into him. He's the one that mentioned me, but I can't call into him because I got
Why are you banned from Hake Show?
I don't like them. I don't like them. I want them to
What
be.
did you say to him?
Let's see. Which times? What was the main reason I got banned from Bond? I told them that the FBI needed to be called on them, but I never called the FBI on them, Tar Baby Yoda. I told them a couple of different things. They used to make me so mad, and I would post the church militant documentary in their comments all the time.
That explains why you got banned.
That's some of the reasons that I got banned. That's some of the reasons I got banned. I'm so glad that I got
called in. But you have called in. Do they know who you are?
They know who he is. He's a piece of trash.
You're a piece of trash bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, Joel unbanned me because I still want to be able to disagree and like educate them on some of the things they said. And he was like, you know what? Let's unban JC. And so I was like, cool, I'm not going to mess this one up. But no,
yeah, that's true. You only called into Joel's show.
Whenever
he's banned on all the other shows.
When he says The Graduate, when he says, oh, The Graduate or the Zesty one or Z sent like a super chat, that's me. Yeah.
Zed's dead. We should call you Zed.
Zed. But no, I call myself the Zesty one because I know that messes with their gears. That grinds their gears when I do that. Or I'm the king of graduates on there. But yeah, when I do like my super chats, they're like, oh, this one person says, oh, what was that super chat I said last week? Oh, thank God Asmodor died during Black Music Month and Pride Month. Thank you, God. Wave down to
Hold
him.
on,
Hey.
did he really die?
Yeah, he died last week.
So what kind of Christian are you saying thank God he died?
You sound like what they were saying about Joe from Phoenix today. Hell yeah, thank God he died. I'm not mourning that bastard.
Yeah, you're a scumbag. You don't speak
You're
ill
a
of the dead.
scumbag. Fuck him. Fuck him. I hope he's burning right now next to Hitler.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
you're putting
you're
displaying exactly what I would expect from you.
Oh, good. Because I know he went more than me. I know he went more than me. And I only have one interaction with Asmodor, but I'm glad he's gone. There's a few more that I hope follow in his place soon. I hope Mark.
All right, enough gossip about people in other chats. That's irrelevant. I don't care.
Okay, well, anyways, those are my names if you ever listen, Floor. King of Graduates, the Zesty one, like usually when like a super chat comes from me, if they say my name, because James don't even like saying my name. But yeah,
They should just
that's
call you
some of the reasons.
Galen.
Huh?
They should just call you Galen.
Galen.
Oh, that's so funny and original.
I know, you probably heard it a lot.
Yeah, probably. It's so funny, so original. Galen, that's so funny. I'm not going to say what they could call you, but
What?
yeah,
Base?
I'm good.
Awesome. King?
No, let's not lie. Let's not do that. But JS Urban Adventures.
The only people that talk trash are the snakes. The Snakes
Who else
Club.
talks trash about you? Because you at least know I don't like
The
you.
Snakes
Who else
Club.
talks?
The Snakes Club.
Actually, no, I don't want to know who else, because you might mention somebody that I respect and actually like. So outside of that person, who else talks smack about things? Bless you. Gazoon tight. Jesus. Why am I a scumbag in your eyes or trash? Why, Joshua?
Because you just bragged
I
about
say
being
that-
happy that somebody died.
That I said he's burning in hell.
Yeah, so you make salvific claims. You know who goes to hell and who goes to heaven.
I know.
You
I
see
don't
people's
think you and I
hearts.
are going. I don't think you and I are going to be going to the same place.
Yeah, well,
And you
I
think
agree.
the same thing?
Hey, we agree on something. I don't
Exactly.
know, but I think I agree with that.
I'd be very shocked if I see you there. But I don't question the Lord's decisions. He created you.
I'd be shocked if I saw me in hell too.
No, I'm not going to hell. I'm not going to hell. I'd just be shocked you in hell. So I'd be very, very shocked. But again, I don't question the Lord's will or whatever.
Heaven is not the pit of sodomy.
See, when you do things like that, that's why I'm like, I'll be very shocked to see you in heaven. I'll be very shocked to see you in heaven.
Yeah.
If you do, though, I mean,
I don't know. I don't judge people's hearts and say what
that's a lie. What are you doing right now?
No, I judge your actions.
Judge. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you was just saying you don't judge in general. I was like, no, you.
I
you
don't
and
know
I
where
both
I don't know where you're going. I don't know.
Do you know where you're going?
No.
Like, if you were to die today, do you know if you would make it into heaven or hell?
All I have is faith and hope.
And do you admit that God is your savior and that he sent his son Jesus to die on his cross?
Yeah.
And you believe this?
Yeah.
And you confess this with your whole heart?
Yep.
Well, then I don't know, because you did at least do all the right things in that form and stuff, but there's still other things. But at least you admit, believed, and confessed it. So I'll give you that. Outside of your drawing, you at least know, sometimes feel like you know the Lord. Bless you. Who knows what this chat? I'm not going to read the chat because I'm scared what they.
They're
might
saying
be saying.
bless you because I sneezed.
Oh, okay, because those chatters, they've been wild lately. I'll be checking in sometimes. Your fan base been wilder than ever lately. I don't know what happened with Terry Strange and why they don't like her, but my God. Do you even watch the shows anymore, or you be sleeping?
Not those shows. I'm kind of sad that YouTube's put me in the StreamYard panel algorithm now, because a lot of these StreamYard panels are whack, dude. Like, oh my god, a lot of these people are so whack, and I don't want. Why are you on my feed? Cause once I start, so some of them are cool. Speakeasy's cool. There's Glenn Lawrence. He's cool. I'm not into like the manosphere bodybuilding stuff, but that's what he does. He's cool. I like Glenn. I like Speakeasy. Um, Steve's all right. Steve's all right if he would just get out and vote and stop being a dang fence sitter. But
Who is this that you talking about?
I'm talking to Steve, and I hope he's listening.
I know you know how I feel. You cannot talk about Steve Harlow when I'm here. You ain't gonna talk about my Steve Harlow.
But a lot of these StreamYard streams are lame, and I'm like, I don't want to be in this algorithm. I don't want to see these people. Like, what? Why are you showing up on my feed? And
none of these people
it's
sound liberal,
it's the
dog.
StreamYard. It's the new algorithm thing. It's the new popular thing. Is the StreamYard streams, and it's like everybody signs up and pays for StreamYard, so they boost your channel, and then it's these panels where they talk about nothing.
Oh God! Not everybody gets.
Not all of them. Not all. I'm not talking to everybody. Steve, I think you have a great channel. I like you, Steve. I'm just messing with you. You do need to vote though. But
I make a decision. I'll give you that. What was I saying? Dang, I interrupted. I had a good one. Was it a quip? Yeah, none of these people sound like they're liberals or anything, so they should all agree with you, which is hard.
well,
to
a lot
say.
of them pretend to be like conservative red pill types because that's popular right now, but they're actually just liberals.
Oh, that's the question. I remember. Okay, for StreamYard and Rumble, how much do you have to pay for those?
So StreamYard, I think it's like $400 a year for the. I'm not sure exactly. I was gonna do Restream just so that I could stream to multiple things, and because I'm anti StreamYard, I think StreamYard is an op.
Oh, why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
Yes.
Because I see the lesbian on my ads 1,000 times a day telling me to sign up for StreamYards, and I see channels that should not be gaining any traction gaining traction when they do the StreamYard thing. And Steve, I'm not talking about you, Steve. I'm not talking about Speakeasy. I'm not saying everybody who does StreamYard, but I'm seeing a lot of this StreamYard panel chat movement stuff. And it's like, and then you use the free StreamYard, so you get a boost, but you have the watermark there advertising for the StreamYard. And it's like, do you guys not realize that you could do this all for free? But you're not going to get the boost. You're not going to get the bump that you get off of StreamYard. So they incentivize you to pay for it. And it's just like churches not paying taxes. You get an incentive, and then it's like, oh, but if you stop saying what's acceptable to StreamYard, then you get booted off, and now you don't get that bump anymore. And I don't know. Maybe I'm conspiracy brained. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But anybody who's listened to me for a while knows that I probably know what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't go that far, but how much is Rumble?
Rumble's free. Rumble's not the same thing.
Well, see, that's what I'm confused about, because on those shows you don't like me to talk about, they said that you have to pay.
Rumble is a platform like YouTube. StreamYard,
Right,
StreamYard is it's kind of like what's the word for it? I don't know the word for it. So like I use OBS, which I use OBS to control my stream, to change my things. There's OBS and there's Streamlabs. And then Discord is a is a chat service. It's like so we can do, you could use Zoom. So there's like Zoom, and then there's Discord, and there's this way to have these conversations like we're doing right now in Discord. And then OBS is the way that I control my stream, and then that goes to YouTube, which is the platform. So StreamYard or Restream are basically things that cut out all that stuff, and they kind of like combine it all into one. And I think StreamYard is a giant op.
You've been on StreamYard before, though, right?
I go on other people's StreamYards, but I don't use StreamYards.
See, I don't know,
because I think when they incorporate stochastic terrorism into our laws, I think that StreamYard is going to be the first place that steps up and says, "Hey, look at this! Look at all the things we got on record." I think they're recording all of it, and it's intuition, it's instinct, it's paying attention, is reading the signs, and I could be totally wrong, but I'm usually not.
I would say, I'm telling Amanda, I think YouTube be stalking people because some of the videos I be getting suggestions for.
Jalen, they promote the worst channels. It's so true. It's so true.
Or some of the
I would
ads,
never give a cent of my money to StreamYard. Use Restream. If you want to do the same thing with somebody who isn't like that, there's a reason YouTube promotes StreamYard. And Dana, I always say, "Shut up, Dana," when I'm playing videos and the ad pops up, because the ad pops up constantly. Boom, boom, boom. Sign up for StreamYard. Sign up for StreamYard. Sign up for StreamYard. And the fact that YouTube promotes it so much, because they don't want you to use the other services. Well, first off, you don't even need to use Restream, but if you want to, so if I want to stream on Rumble, Kick, YouTube, there's ways I can do it, but it's going to use a lot more processing power and a lot more effort and a lot more computing. I'm going to need a better computer and stuff. There's ways I could do it, but I would use Restream. I would pay Restream before I would pay StreamYard, because I think StreamYard is an op.
okay, I want to see. I just logged out. I want to see what ads come up for your channel right now. QuickBooks Accounting is the one that's showing right now. QuickBooks, and then what's the second one gonna be?
Based. I'm not mad about that.
And then Expedia.com. Yeah.
Expedia.com.
See, that's
Travel.
always interesting.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's interesting.
I'm good with that.
Okay. No, sometimes I'll get like the weirdest ads and stuff. Like I'll be listening to an R&B mix and stuff, and then they'll show something about like the new Black Little Mermaid or something on Disney or some children's commercial. I'm like, how are y'all getting this from R&B love songs, and now you promote some about children? Like, I don't want to see that right now and stuff. Or a lot of alcohol commercials. They will do a lot of alcohol commercials, but they'll never do like the gay vacation ones. Like I saw one of my friends. I'm like, why y'all never show me that? I need a vacation. I just don't understand how they do ads and stuff, and they know that they're targeting certain audiences and stuff. That's why when you say StreamYard is an op, YouTube is also some that do
YouTube's
some
an
crazy
op too, but it's it's the best way for people to see your stuff. Like, so ideally I would love to do my stream and it go out to X, Kick, Rumble, YouTube, and I don't know, another source, maybe Facebook or something like that. And if you want to do that without having a whole bunch of processing power dedicated to having multiple instances of OBS open and multiple OBS accounts all open at the same time, all streaming the same thing, which is going to burn your computer out, you just pay for Restream or StreamYard. Those are the two competitors right now. And I say I'm going to go with the one that doesn't have ads all over YouTube and doesn't give you the bump, which is the, oh, you paid for StreamYard. Now all of a sudden you've got 50 people watching your stream. And I'm not saying like people who use StreamYard might get mad at me for saying this, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, so you're saying my audience is fabricated or blah blah blah." That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a lot of these StreamYard streams maintain 20 to 50 viewers, and they're not doing anything. They're not talking about nothing. Like, and
some people like stuff. Some people don't like substance and everything. Like, yeah,
maybe you're right, and I could be totally wrong about this. I'll accept that I could be totally wrong about this, but I don't think I am.
There's something like with your show and stuff. You feel like you create substance, especially like on your Monday night news shows and stuff. You'll give that, but then like I'll sometimes get the notifications about your reels, and I'm like, oh, he's just doing this to try to grow his channel. Like some of these things he might care about, but some of these things he's just doing for views. It's not you actually giving your statement.
I've explained. If I make a 1 minute reel of a clip from a Pierce Morgan show, and I know it's going to get 10,000 views in a day, and I know I'm going to get 10 subs off of it, there is an incentive to do that and keep doing it. But at the same time, I like doing it because it helps me keep my fingers on the pulse of what's going on. So I get to see all the comments. And then I can do a stream where I go through and I read the comments and I react to the comments. And I say, oh, sometimes I'll post some liberal ass stuff on those shorts. And then I'll see what people are saying and how they're reacting to it. And so it gives me something to talk about. And people will knock that. People will be like, oh, you got your subscribers from making your shorts. And it's like, yeah, but all you do in your stream is react to other people's content. Like, so how is it any different? All I'm doing is I actually listened to this 1 hour interview, and then I clipped 5 minutes of the best parts, and then I compressed it down to 1 minute, and then I edit it, and then I upload it, and then I react to the comments. How is that any different than you watching a stream for an hour on your stream? I was going to do a stream called Streamer Reacts to Streamers Reacting to Reactors Reacting to Streamer Reacting to Streamers. Because I saw this streamer was reacting to ABBA and Preach, reacting to a streamer doing something in his stream. And so if so like that's the YouTube game now. It's streamer reacts to reactors reacting to streamers reacting to streamers reacting to reactors reacting to streamers reacting. It's like this is streamer inception. Like
I like reaction videos like for like horror movies, but I don't like when like YouTuber reacts to streamer watching Twitch or something or on Twitch, and I'm like, yeah, that'd be too much sometimes.
Yeah.
Just
or when
that'd be
when a streamer is reacting to reactors reacting to streamers. It's like,
yeah, I would. So when people criticize you, they shouldn't. I understand they shouldn't criticize you on that and stuff. You should do more shorts on like the funnier streams that you do, like when we be drinking and stuff. I've seen you do a few of them. You should do a few more, promote some of these fun streams.
Well, the problem is if I do a 10-hour stream, I don't know when that funny thing happened. So for me to find that, I have to, and I don't like listening to myself. So what I do is while I'm at work and I'm listening to a 2-hour podcast and something interesting happens, I will record it and then I'll make a short out of it. But I'm not listening to myself. I'm not listening to my own streams. So I've asked people to give timestamps if they're watching later, to give timestamps, and then I can go in and get the timestamp and make it short and blah blah blah. But
I would be interested though. Like some of these streams, especially like when we've all had a few dreams and we all just be laughing and other things be being said. I mean, draw the people in. Don't just hold back. You ain't gonna hold back on YouTube. You just draw more people in. Be more honest. I'm never going to let y'all. Well, I don't post on YouTube intentionally because that's not. I intentionally do not like post because I don't want to grow a YouTube channel right now or grow my Instagram or anything. I intentionally don't post content, even though I very much have a lot of content I can post. I was asked, but no. One day, maybe, when I feel like I want to grow my audience. I'm looking at my pictures now. Oh, I still have those videos. Oh, yeah, there's... The
problem is...
I do need... Because I have 12 subscribers now, and those subscribers deserve new content.
So the problem is if you're saying edgy stuff, then they're not going to push you in the algorithm as much. And also, if you're opinionated and you're not a fence sitter, then you're going to upset certain people. And those people, they move in groups on YouTube. And so, it's like...
How do you have 10 people right now? And it's almost 4:15 where you are. God dang, you got some loyal fans.
Because they're based.
You got some loyal fans.
But I know people that stream all night and they maintain like 100 people all night. And they're doing good content.
So who's like your...
I don't have nothing bad to say about that. But then I know other streams that maintain 30 to 50 viewers, and it's like, why? But I don't know. I guess maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong about this. It could just be there's a lot of dumb people. Also, if you're a woman,
excuse me.
Excuse you what?
What are you about to say about women now? How are you going to disrespect the opposite
90% of the YouTube audience is men, and if you're a woman, then they're going to be more inclined to watch. So I know some women who aren't saying nothing. And I don't all these men that are watching these channels, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you watching this? I'll watch it for 10 minutes. I'll go check it out, see what it's about. Oh, it's not about anything. It's about drama. It's about mess. It's about gossip. It's about lame. But then I see they maintain a viewership of guys, and it's sad. It's like...
Yes, I guess. Are you on the TikToks too?
No.
Because you make the reels. I don't. I only watch the Facebook reels, and I only made one reel during the debate, just trying to promote stuff. But no, I'm not on TikTok.
I'm anti TikTok, but at the same time, so let's say I have a big channel, and I have somebody in charge of social media. I would be okay with them making a TikTok channel for me and putting my stuff on TikTok. I'd be okay with that. The only reason I don't do it is A, time, and B, I don't really want to get involved with that. I don't like TikTok. I think it's a mess.
But you make YouTube reels. That's basically the same thing as TikToks and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm already on YouTube.
So,
like, I don't even do X or Twitter. Like,
you don't have a Twitter?
I have one. I think I have 2 people who follow me. I think I've made like 10 posts in the past 5 years.
My Twitter got messed up by somebody that you don't want me to name. So my Twitter got messed up because since I reported him, he decided to report me back, and now my Twitter's messed up just because he's an evil bastard.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care. Yeah, you're right.
Ames reported my damn Twitter because I was on there after he banned me from the YouTube chat. And
Why do you assume that?
Because my Twitter wasn't messed up until I started commenting on this show. All I would tell him, and it wasn't even like bad stuff, like I wanted him to be canceled. I would just tell him, James, don't wear that brown shirt because it looks like number 2. It looks like a number 2 shirt. Don't wear that. And he would be getting mad at stuff like that. I was just trying to help the man. Messed up my Twitter. Now I can't log into an account I've had for over a decade.
You don't know that he's the one who reported you. You don't know that.
I know it from my heart, and I called him out on it. On one of my last super chats, I called him a liar for messing up my Twitter. I called him that, and he was like, "Well, you're in your imagination. You're just in your imagination."
Right?
No, liar.
You're
I know
lying.
it was. I know it.
No, you're assuming. You don't know anything.
Ain't nobody else messed up my Twitter.
It
and
could
I've
be
been
that
much
he
more.
has. It could be that he has a large following, and some of his people came in and did it not on command from him, but like Hake has been in the Groiper chats for a while, and the Groipers are notorious for that stuff.
What is Groiper?
Right. See, so you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. So
And see, I've said much more controversial things on Twitter way before I found out about Jesse Lee and Hake and all them. Because I used to argue a lot with like Big Brother fans because they are toxic. Way more toxic, well, somewhat toxic than y'all. And they've never fully reported me. So I know exactly where it came from.
You don't.
It came from that man's a liar and a demon. I know it came from him. And before you lock me out, let me stop, because I know you'll kick me out. But no, I know it came from him.
In here.
You was just sneezing like 20 minutes ago. How's it hot?
What, when you sneeze, it makes you colder?
It means you're like in a cold environment if you're sneezing.
No, it means I'm in a stuffy environment. It's humid and stuffy.
It was humid and stuffy and hot outside. Why don't you just turn on your air?
I don't have air.
Well, turn on your fan.
I have a fan.
Oh, good Lord. You about to bring this woman all the way from a third world country where it's already going to be extra hot and you can't even provide air for her.
The bedroom is cold.
No,
That's why I didn't want to move this stuff over to this room yet. But I had to do it. Oh my God, it's hot.
Oh yeah, because it is is this the different setup? Because have you changed it yet?
Yeah, it's a different room.
Okay, I think I was noticing that. It looks like you're a little bit more smaller and not as much space.
This is the smaller of the two rooms, but it's actually more space because there's no bed over there.
Okay, I guess. When did you decorate? When did you redecorate? I got so pissed off at you last week. I got so pissed off because there be so many freaking times that I make a special
So have you
guest
noticed
appearance.
the door? The door.
Did you interrupt my ranting?
You see how the door is on the sidewall? The door used to be on that wall over there.
Mm-hmm.
And
because you used to walk further when you go to the restroom.
Right. So this room, whereas the other room, the door is on the far wall and the closet. The other room is bigger, whereas this room, that wall right there, is where the closet is. So the closet takes a chunk out of the room.
Why did you change? Why did you change?
Because I want to. Because I had an empty room that I wasn't using for anything. and I had my bedroom and my studio in one room.
Oh, that made sense.
So I want to have a bedroom in one room and a studio in the other room.
I forgot you had that extra room because you was probably going to try to find another roommate and stuff to see. So that's probably why you kept that room vacant for so long.
For a little while, I was trying to, but once I got used to paying the rent on my own.
I'm going back to my rent. Yeah, I wasn't even going to come back on these streams because every time you end your stupid little funky little ass stream, you don't even say, good night, Jalen, or thank you for coming, Jalen, or whatever, or fuck you, whatever. Don't give me no type of acknowledgement. Everybody else gets some type of an acknowledgement. I've noticed that. I wasn't going to come back. I only came back tonight because I got bored and I was like, listening and stuff. I wasn't gonna come back, and to be honest, I shouldn't come back in the first place because y'all don't want me here. But I also don't like when people be on the streams alone, just talking. I like when people have somebody to talk to. That's why I've been here this long.
Oh, I don't need nobody to talk to. I'll talk to myself.
I know you will.
It's the best conversations I ever have.
Talking to yourself?
Yeah.
That's where you get some of your education from, isn't it?
My best debate opponent.
And still lose? Are you in a conversation with yourself and still lose? It's like them homeless people.
Wait, if I lose in a debate to myself, that means I also won the debate.
I didn't say all that. I just still know how to call
it's just logic.
I just still know how to call you a loser. I still know how to call you a loser. I can't believe I drank so much tonight. Like, I drank so, and I usually I'll have makers, like an after work makers and stuff. But today I had makers, bullet, peach schnapps. I had I guess maybe 3 or 6 of those. God, I drank so much. I did not even mean to. When was the last time you was hungover? Do you get hungover?
No. I don't drink enough to get hungover.
Lucky. God, that was
I have self-control.
Ah, okay. I've seen your self-control on some of your deleted streams. We know where that's self.
I didn't have hangovers on those nights.
No, you just spoke from your heart. Let your true colors come through. I am going to bed though, because I'm tired and I need to catch up on the new episode of Drag Race.
Oh my God, you're so gay.
My friend who won was at Paris Fashion, the Paris Fashion Show yesterday. I was so proud of him. So proud. I think they got one. The one that's on there this season is from Florida. You know, making your state proud.
Yeah, he's probably originally from, I don't know, New York
from
or
where?
something.
No, they're originally from Florida. They're very much. That's a bit storyline that they're from Florida and talking about all the don't say gay stuff that your state, that your hometown is putting in the world, all that pollution. Why am I going to do this? What is your thoughts on that, Joshua? I'm surprised I've not heard your opinions on the don't say gay bill and things like that.
There is no don't say gay bill. Do you mean the
don't say gay, whatever was going on in Florida?
What's the bill called?
I messed up. It was a Freudian slip. It's 537, 27.
What's the bill called?
I'm allowed I just said I don't remember the name of the bill.
Right. So you only know what the media told you the bill was called. You don't know anything about the bill.
I know what they're trying to do. I know what they're trying. How people like you.
So do you think that children? Do you think that children should be taught stuff about homosexual sex and transgenderism and
Y'all get so confused. Like, is this about like the
no,
drag
you're
queen?
confused. You don't even know the name of the bill that you're talking about.
You're talking
You
about
brought
the
up
drag queen,
you
the
want to
children, right?
you want to question my ideas about a bill, but you
I
don't
want to
even
hear
know
your
what the name of the bill is.
want to hear your thoughts. I do want to hear your thoughts. I don't.
All
I
right.
want to hear.
So before I tell you my thoughts, I need clarification on what bill you're talking about.
Where you know what I'm talking about when I'm
No,
talking
I've
about
never
the
heard. I've never heard of a "Don't Say Gay" bill. I don't
Okay,
watch.
so what
I
about
don't watch
topic?
CNN and MSNBC. So tell me what bill you're talking about and what the purpose
What
of the
are
bill
your
is.
thoughts before you tried to do that?
Tell me
What
about.
are your
Tell me.
That was the
Tell me
original
about
question.
the parental rights and education bill, and tell me what the purpose of the bill is.
What is your thought? Why are you doing that? You're introducing more questions instead of actually answering my question.
You asked me about a bill that doesn't exist.
I asked your thought. It's not even for me to try to debate
No,
it this time.
you asked me about some CNN Democrat narrative fake bill that doesn't exist.
Okay, this is annoying.
All right, yeah. So he's talking about the parental rights and education bill, and there is no "Don't Say Gay" bill. He's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He repeats what CNN and MSNBC tell him to say. And yes, I believe that if parents say this is some degenerate sex stuff, I don't want my kids to be taught. First off, I don't want my kids to be taught how to put a condom on a banana, much less how to stick the banana in the donut when the donut is a man's butthole. Sorry. I think as a parent, well, my kid wouldn't be in that school in the first place, but yeah, so that's my opinions on that. First step is get the name of the bill correct and don't come at me with some Democrat narrative about "Don't Say Gay" bill, which is stupid. The word "gay" is not in the bill a single time. It's not in there once. It's the parental rights and education bill. And I don't think my kids should be taught about how to have anal sex, or that there's 72 genders, or that they could cut their wee-wee off and become a girl. Nope. Sorry. Based Florida, based Ron DeSantis. Let's freaking go.
You know, we were having a good conversation and like a good discussion today
Yeah,
and stuff.
HB 1557.
Do what you like to do.
Right, then that's not what Jalen said either. I don't know the code for it, but it's called the Parental Rights and Education Bill, and Jalen didn't even get the code right for it.
We were literally just having a good conversation tonight. These last couple of hours,
Yeah,
we was actually somewhat chilling.
We're still having a good conversation. You asked me about you asked me about a fake bill called a "Don't Say Gay" bill, which isn't a thing.
Alcohol take over, then you push people away. I see why people get so fucking annoyed with you and stuff. Because you're a fucking asshole. You've been an asshole for a long time. You need to change yourself. That's why people you push people away and people don't want to be around you.
Let's
now you have a good.
Let's go. If I push you away because you want to bring up a fake bill that doesn't exist and repeat
away because I literally was just asking your thoughts, even though I knew I was going to regret it.
You asked my thoughts. You asked my thoughts about something that doesn't exist.
Ask more questions and stuff.
You asked, what are my thoughts on the "Don't Say Gay" bill? And I said, that's not a thing.
It's annoying. That's why people want to even, if they want to even have a debate, they don't always want to argue. Sometimes they want to just hear the opposition without.
There is no "Don't Say Gay" bill. There is no "Don't Say Gay" bill.
God. Work on that, sir.
Right.
Work on that.
Right. If you like pretending that bills mean something that they don't mean, then I'm gonna destroy you on that.
Oh no, you're not going to destroy me.
Yeah, you just ran away with your tail between your legs.
No,
played
I
the
didn't
chicken
run
song.
away. I got upset because you're an upsetting person. You literally ruined
Good.
the good month
I hope I upset you.
of us just chilling.
I
We were
hope I
just
upset
chilling
you.
and having fun times and stuff. Even
Right.
just having conversations. I got a chance to know a little bit more about you. Yeah, we don't like each other, but sometimes maybe I will possibly want to respect you one day. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe I
Jalen,
want.
you asked me about the Don't Say Gay bill. I told you there is no Don't Say Gay bill. What are you talking
Again,
about?
this is your show, and you're going to talk over everybody. So, like I said, if I don't have a way to speak and stuff,
No,
I don't need to be here.
I don't want to hear
Bye.
woman prattle.
Bye-bye.
Bye. You asked me about the Don't Say Gay bill. I told you that's not a real thing. What are you talking about? And then you couldn't answer the question because you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe if Joy Reid could come on here and debate for you, I would talk to her. Maybe if Rachel Maddow or some other lesbian could come on here and explain what the Don't Say Gay bill is, then we could have a conversation. But bodied. This is why I don't go on TikTok. This is why I stay off of TikTok. And here we go. All right. 2021, Americans donated $135.78 billion to religious organizations and churches, according to data from GivingUSA.org. None of that money was taxed at the local, state, or federal level. Have you ever wondered why are churches tax exempt in the United States? If so, you're not alone. It's a topic that's frequently brought up for debate. Before we answer your question, however, it's important to understand how churches are defined by the IRS and reasoning behind their tax-exempt status. The Roman Emperor Constantine, we already knew this, was the first to grant churches in 312. Following his conversion to Christianity, America's tax exemption for charities, however, can be traced to English statute charitable uses of 1601. 1601. America's tax exemption. 1601. So we have the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s. We have two cases of interest. We have two Supreme Court cases of interest. Trinidad versus Sagrada Warden. And we also have Waltz versus the Tax Commission of the City of New York. Both times challenged in the Supreme Court. Waltz lost because he claimed that basically what Mr. Mad was arguing earlier is that if the churches are tax exempt on their property taxes, then the property owners are paying the taxes for the churches. And Waltz challenged this in the Supreme Court in Waltz versus the Tax Commission of the City of New York in 1969. Now, since the founding of the nation, churches were tax exempt, but they got their official federal exemption in the Tariff Act of 1894. 3 people challenged this of interest: James Garfield, James Madison based, and Ulysses S. Grant based. Ulysses S. Grant submitted a 900-foot petition with 35,000 signatures in 1875. This is 25 years before the Tariff Act, saying that churches should not be tax exempt. So I'm on the side of Ulysses S. Grant. I'm on the side of James Madison. So let's see, what else do we have? Same-sex marriage decision and exempt status of religious organizations. The U.S. Supreme Court's recent decision creating a constitutional right to same-sex marriage raises difficult questions about how the court resolve conflicts between this new right and the legal and tax accommodations provided to religious organizations. One such accommodation about which questions have been raised is the eligibility of religious organizations to obtain tax-exempt status and receive deductible contributions. This is not the first time that the tax-exempt status of religious organizations has been perceived to conflict with constitutional rights. In the 1970s, the IRS determined that many religious organizations were no longer... I'm slurring my speech because I'm like 12 beers deep, guys, so bear with me. Eligible for tax-exempt status because they violated the constitutional rights of minorities by prohibiting interracial dating and marriage. Ooh. Wait, so in the 1970s, interracial marriage came into question regarding the church exempt status. Guess who lost? The churches lost. The churches folded, and they said, we're going to interracially marriage people because we don't want to lose our tax exempt status. Now, modern people would say, well, that's racist of you to say that, Josh. Why would you be against interracial marriage? I really don't care about interracial marriage. All I know is Ezra and Nehemiah would differ quite a bit. When we did our whole breakdown of, was it Ezra or Nehemiah? Was it Ezra or Nehemiah? One of those two. I think it was Ezra. One of the whole minor prophets books was about interracial marriages. And, well, I know people will be like, oh, it's the old law. It's the old law. It's the old law. We did a whole breakdown of this book. It was either Ezra or Nehemiah. I can't remember which one it was, but he was very explicit. And he said basically that it was hard to maintain the census when the Israelites are intermingling with other races. We need to maintain a genealogy, not genetic, not a genetic genealogy, but a family tree, a written family tree. So-and-so begat so-and-so, begat so-and-so, begat so-and-so. This way we know where children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren come from, right? Once you start having every race intermingling and you have no census, now the bloodline is contaminated. And I don't believe in DNA and genes like that, but I do believe in a family tree. I do believe in your family line, your great-grandparents and your parents, that form of genealogy. And that's what Ezra was all about. The minor prophet Ezra came along and he said, we got to cut this out. So that was contested in the 1970s. And guess who won? The government won with tax exemptions to the church as long as they start doing interracial marriages. Now we have Beto O'Rourke and the modern LGBT low IQ STD movement saying, we want gay marriages. And if you don't do gay marriages, then that's hate speech. That's stochastic terrorism. That's discrimination. So you're going to lose your tax exempt status. And the churches think, oh no, we can't survive without daddy government taking care of us. We need our tax exempt status. God forbid we have to pay our taxes like everybody else. So what do? They allow gay marriages. And that's why we see so many gay churches uprising. Interesting. Let's continue. IRS determined that many religious organizations were no longer eligible for tax-exempt status because they violated the constitutional rights of minorities by prohibiting interracial dating and marriage, even though that's a biblical teaching. That's in the Bible. So for anybody who wants to say that's racist, they want to say gay marriage is bad, but God forbid you say interracial marriage is bad. It's in the Bible. Just so you know. I'm not a bigot. I'm not a homophobe. I'm just a Christian. And I'm married interracially to a Guatemalan. Doesn't mean I condone it. Doesn't mean that I think it's what you should do. It's what happened. And it's so funny. Like the conservatives nowadays, if you say, what do you think about gay marriage? They'll be like, no gay marriage, no gay marriage. What do you think about interracial marriage? Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. You're a progressive. Bottom line, you're a progressive. In 20 years, If we ask those same conservatives, what do you think about gay marriage? They'll say it's great. And they'll say, well, what about bestiality? What about marrying a dog? No. God forbid we marry animals. 20 years later, those same conservatives are having sex with elephants. Pay attention, folks. You might learn something. And here we go. This is not the first time. Bob Jones University was one such organization. In its case, challenged the IRS actions, reached the U.S. Supreme Court. In its decision in 1982, the court sided with the IRS. The court determined that the IRS actions did not violate the school's rights under the First Amendment to freely exercise its religion because the school's rights were outweighed by the government's interest in eradicating racial discrimination. The school's rights were outweighed by the government's interest in eradicating racial discrimination. The government's interest, the court said, is indeed so fundamental and pervasive that it is embraced by the concepts of due process law. Accordingly, the government's interest substantially outweighs whatever burden denial of tax benefits places on Bob Jones University's exercise of their religious beliefs. Now that same-sex marriage is likewise protected under due process clause of the 14th Amendment, we are left to wonder how the U.S. Supreme Court will resolve this new conflict. Will it again decide that the government's interest in eradicating discrimination against constitutionally protected groups outweighs whatever burden denial of tax-exempt status places on religious organizations exercise on their religious beliefs? Or will it diffuse the conflict by deciding that some difference between homosexuality and race makes the government's interest weigh less, or the religious organization's interests weigh more? In its same-sex... Now, so the argument here is race is different than sex. Or race is different than sexuality. But, which I would agree to that. I would agree you don't get to pick the race that you're born as. You don't get to pick what skin color you have. You do get to pick your sexuality. But the homosexual LGBTQ low IQ community would argue that you don't choose it, you're born that way. So from that logic, and those are the people that run the government, are these crazy folks, these Marxists, these communists, these Satan worshipers. These people do think that race and sex are interchangeable, or race and sexuality, I should say. So good luck, churches. Either give up your tax-exempt status or start marrying the gays. That's what the message is here. In its same-sex marriage decision, the U.S. Supreme Court stated the following regarding the decision's effect on religious organizations. The First Amendment ensures that religious organizations and persons are given proper protection as they seek to teach the principles that are so fulfilling and so central to their lives and faiths, and to their own deep aspirations to continue the family structure they have long revered. Yet, it is unclear whether proper protection means that religious organizations will not lose tax accommodations like federal tax-exempt status. Furthermore, in dissent, Chief Justice Roberts wrote as follows: the majority graciously suggests that religious believers may continue to advocate and teach their views of marriage. The First Amendment guarantees, however, the freedom to exercise religion ominously. That is not a word the majority uses. Right. So currently, the churches are okay. Currently. But we see Beto O'Rourke, and we see the LGBTQ movement growing. How long do you think that's going to last? In light of the questions raised by the U.S. Supreme Court's decision, our concern is that the IRS may have reason to believe that revoking the tax-exempt status of certain religious organizations, such as religious colleges and universities that prohibit same-sex relationships, may be permissible, as it was with Bob Jones University. There are undoubtedly many at the IRS who believe that religious organizations should not qualify for tax-exempt status and would be eager to revoke their exemptions. In an effort to restrain the IRS, 14 state attorneys general recently wrote a letter to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Speaker, Mitch McConnell's a dang robot, and John Boehner urging Congress to take steps to prevent the IRS from choosing this course. We're also hopeful there will be a legislative solution to this matter. If not, it seems inevitable that momentum will build at the IRS in favor of inserting itself into this matter, similar to the way it did in the 1970s. It's coming. It's coming, guys. It's coming, churches. You either marry two men or you lose your tax exempt status. It's coming. It's coming. Pause. I'm looking at the case law. I'm looking at Trinidad versus Sagrada. I'm looking at Waltz versus the Tax Commission of the City of New York. I'm looking at its Constantinian origins. I'm looking at these things. Okay? I'm looking at James Madison, James Garfield, Ulysses S. Grant, objecting to this. Let's continue. Let's read from CNN. What's CNN got to say? And by the way, this is not all news articles. Some of this stuff, so I've read from oyes.org cases, britannicaprocon.org, taxdefensenetwork.com, capandcourse.com. We have CNN, we have AP, we have Time, we have brotherhoodmutual.com, we have openbibleinfo.info, we have Wikipedia, we have taxfoundation.org, churchandstatetaxes.procon.org, we have Lingoba. How many religions are there in the United States? Well, that's just extra. I got lots of stuff here that I'm looking into. So let's get to the CNN article. Fact check. Beto O'Rourke said he would support removing tax exemptions for religious institutions that oppose same-sex marriage. Is that legal? CNN's Equality Town Hall focused on LGBT low IQ STD issues and co-hosted by the Human Rights Campaign 2020 Democratic presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke was asked by CNN's Don Lemon if he thought religious institutions like colleges, churches, charities should lose their tax-exempt status if they oppose same-sex marriage. Yes, O'Rourke replied, adding that there can be no reward, no benefit, no tax break for anyone or any institution, any organization in America that denies the full human rights and full civil rights of every single one of us. Now, this didn't hold up. I understand that this did not hold up. It hasn't held up yet, but how long do you think it's going to be? How long do you think it's going to be? Facts first. Legal precedent is pretty clear in determining that denying tax-exempt status based on a group's viewpoint would be in violation of the First Amendment. Beto's explanation. In response to whether O'Rourke believes this plan would be constitutional, Aliga Cavalier, O'Rourke's national press secretary, told CNN that Beto was referring to religious institutions who take discriminatory action. If O'Rourke was not referring to viewpoint discrimination, but rather to discriminatory action, as his campaign says, there is legal precedent for organizations to lose their tax-exempt status if they engage in such actions. Camilla Taylor, director of constitutional litigation for Limboda Legal, one of the oldest organizations focused on LGBT low IQ STD rights, told CNN in the past the Supreme Court upheld the IRS when they issued a revenue ruling that educational institutions that discriminate on race do not qualify as charitable institutions, given that they are acting contrary to public policy. So once they combine race into the same thing as sexuality, which, as we've seen with there's a reason Juneteenth, and they'll say it's because it's the oldest holiday in America. Shut up. Juneteenth happens in the middle of Pride Month for a reason. There's a reason all the BLM riots were also waving rainbow flags. There's a reason the rainbow people and the BLM people and all those organizations, those civil rights movement people, the climate change people, they're all the same people. If you don't know that, then you're an idiot. Okay, so they've already combined race into the same thing as sex. We see this all the time, right? In the past, Supreme Court upheld the IRS when they issued a revenue ruling. The educational. Okay, I already read that. My reading is that Beto feels it would be consistent to treat LGBT low IQ STD discrimination in the same way Taylor said. First Amendment issues. Lemon's question, however, was whether O'Rourke would be in favor of denying tax-exempt status if a religious organization opposed same-sex marriage. If not if they took broader discriminatory action. This left many wondering if such a move would violate the Constitution. It's open and shut. Eugene Volokh, a professor at UCLA School of Law and First Amendment expert, told CNN, everything old is new again. In the 1950s, various governments tried to do that. They were going after supposed communists. Volokh pointed to the 1958 Supreme Court case Spicer versus Randall. So we have another case of interest, which I have not looked into. Spicer versus Randall. U.S. Supreme Court argued. Let's see what this is about. Appeal from Supreme Court of California solely because they refuse to subscribe oaths that they do not advocate the overthrow of federal or state government by force, violence, or other unlawful means, or advocate the support of foreign government against the United States in the event of hostilities. Appellants were denied tax exemptions provided for veterans by the California Constitution. The filing of such an oath was required by California statute as a prerequisite to qualification for the tax exemption. In order to effectuate a provision of the state constitution denying any tax exemption to any person who advocates such actions, which was construed by the state Supreme Court as denying tax exemptions only to claimants who engaged in speech, which may be criminally punished consistently with free speech guarantees of the federal Constitution. What is the decision? A discriminatory denial of tax exemption for engaging in speech is limitation of free speech. The method chosen by California for determining whether a claimant is a member of the class to which its Supreme Court has said the tax exemption is denied does not provide the procedural safeguards required by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Therefore, free speech may be denied since it places on the taxpayer the burden of proving that he is not a member of that class. I'm reading horrible right now and speaking horribly right now. I'm a little drunk, guys. When a state undertakes a restraint, unlawful advocacy, it must provide procedures which are adequate to safeguard against infringement of constitutionally protected rights. Blah, blah, blah. What's the decision? We're not reading all this right now. Damn, this is long. Holy crap. Just get me to the decision. Why was the other page on this site so small? Materials, open argument, case, oral argument. Can I listen to it? These are almost the same Supreme Court as the other case. Well, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Black, Frankfurter, Douglas. Frankfurter wasn't there. Harlan was there. Brennan was there. Whitaker, Douglas, they were all there. Very similar case. It's 4 hours long. I'm not listening to this whole thing. Why is it?
Number 483 and 484.
Oh, no, it's 4 minutes. We can listen to this.
Against the city and county of San Francisco. This is the veterans.
Little in the middle, but she got both back.
These cases involve the same constitutional provision, Article 20, Section 19 of the California Constitution, and Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 32. The issues in these cases are exactly the same as the preceding cases, with the exception that it does not involve a question of freedom of religion or establishment of religion, nor is there an organizational question involved. We are dealing with a privilege.
Just so you know, this is a Supreme Court case that happened 4 years before Waltz versus the Commission of the City of New York. We're actually going to listen to that next, too, because I haven't listened to that yet. But the Supreme Court judges are, looks like, 8. Looks like of the 8, I think 6 of them are the same. There's a couple different ones.
There's no question about that. We aren't saying that there is a right to an exemption. and even historically, you will not find the same granting of exemption to veterans in this area as has been granted to churches.
So this is about veterans getting a tax exempt status. And this was brought up because commies were trying to get tax exempt status in our country. This is
I'd like to suggest that there is a classification distinction that should be made between exemptions.
So this is 1958. So we'll listen to two excerpts from this trial. This is the oral argument for Spicer versus Randall, which is April 8th of 1958. And then we will listen to the oral argument for Waltz versus the Tax Commission of the City of New York, which happened in 1969, 10 years later, which was a Supreme Court case that was brought up because Waltz was basically saying, my tax money is paying for these churches who don't have to pay taxes.
As they are given, and when you take an exemption away, for example, it would not be proper, it would seem to me, to grant an exemption of any kind to redheads, Republicans, or adulterers. But if you grant exemptions to the general public, it may be bad, and it would be bad, to take away exemptions or to exclude from exemptions in general redheads, churches with redheaded ministers, or Republicans, or adulterers. Now, I am basing my argument on a broader scale than the preceding counsel. I contend that we do have an issue, the constitutional amendment. We have it an issue for several reasons. We have it an issue because the state Supreme Court construed it, interpreted it, and in its findings on free speech question, it was talking about the constitutional amendment. We have it an issue because the state Supreme Court said it was self-executing, it was mandatory, it was prohibitory. It applied to all exemptions in the state. And it said that Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32 was merely a procedural device.
Would you mind indicating in a word why the householder exemption
Excluded. The Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court indicated that it was left out for administrative difficulties. Too many. It encompassed too many people. The dissenters suggested, well, this would be all the more reason for including them if you were concerned with protecting some vital interest of the state, that you would want to extend it as broad as possible.
The legislators have been then fearful.
Apparently not.
So I'm trying to understand what that guy in the background was saying. He said, could you explain the exemption? And then I couldn't really understand what he was saying there.
Now, I concede the fact.
So we have a transcript right here. So Frankfurter said then the legislation is entirely inaudible. Apparently not. Now I concede the fact that advocates. Okay.
The fact that advocates in this area are not in the same class as redheads, as I suggested.
Right. Bad example, dumbass.
But in determining the validity of this and the purpose, we have to look at two purposes. One, the purpose of the exemption. It's the Article 20, the constitutional amendment itself. And then secondly, we have to consider the purposes of all exemptions and see whether there is a broad overall purpose. Now,
how long has it been? This is William J. Brennan, another Supreme Court justice, saying, how long has it been? And then it's inaudible. We can't hear what he's saying. This is recorded from 1958, so.
I believe it covers specifically all wars that have.
And also, I just want to say, if you think just because the Supreme Court ruled on something that makes it just or that makes it right morally, then Yeah. I guess you're more of an authoritarian than I am, because I think the Supreme Court gets it wrong all the time.
Existed since California was in existence. Now, I'm not sure when it first came into existence, but it states veterans of these wars, and it goes on down a number of them, and then it's amended usually to include new wars as the situation arises.
Okay. So that's the first. And then this is the oral argument from the next day. Oral argument, pause.
County, San Francisco.
Now, how does this relate? How does this relate to the topic? So basically, Volkov pointed to the 1958 Supreme Court case Spicer versus Randall over California's decision to require applicants for certain tax exemptions to sign a loyalty oath to the U.S. in the state of California. The court ruled that California could not oppose an oath, and in the opinion, Progressive Justice William Brennan wrote, that a discriminatory denial of a tax exemption for engaging in speech is a limitation on free speech. I would argue that a tax exemption in general violates Establishment Clause. The court made clear that if you deny a tax exemption, it's the same as a fine. Volokh said, so one question you might ask is, would it be permissible to say we're going to impose a fine on any group or any religious group that takes a particular view about same-sex marriage? The answer is, of course, not. Clearly, it would be a First Amendment violation. So currently, the Constitution is working in our favor. They can't take a church's tax-exempt status for not doing a gay marriage. My argument is it's coming down the tailpipe. Pun intended. It's on the way. Courts have reaffirmed this time and time again, more recently in 2015. Now, this is 2017, I think, from this article, or 2020. So this is, it is not getting any better. 2015 Circuit Court of Appeals case over IRS denying certain tax exemptions for a pro-Israel organization. The court found that in administering the tax code, the IRS may not discriminate on the basis of viewpoint. Currently. But you can't support a candidate or a party. In 2017, Volokh notes the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the government could not reject trademark applications that were seen as disparaging, because it would be viewpoint discrimination. Even when it comes to these kinds of fairly modest government-provided benefits. So churches are allowed to state their viewpoint on issues and topics, which is what I said 10 hours ago to Mr. Mad. But they can't support candidates. And the problem is that progressives and Democrats are constantly attacking this. And the Supreme Court's rulings are based off of who is the majority in the Supreme Court, who is the majority in government. So if Democrats and commies and Marxists run the House, run the Senate, president, local governments, Supreme Court, guess what? We're killing all the babies. We're having sex with dogs. And if the church doesn't do the gay marriage, then the church loses its tax-exempt status, which is a problem. I'd rather the church not submit their will to the government like that in the first place, and they just pay their taxes like everybody else. And then the government can't wave that welfare carrot in front of their face anymore for them to chase after. It's welfare. It's we're going to give you food stamps as long as you do what we want you to do. But once you step out of line, or once we get a government in there that says that you're stepping out of line, and you don't follow what we say is right, what we say is morally objective, which is actually morally subjective, then you lose your tax exempt status, and now you're sad because you don't have daddy government's protection anymore, which violates establishment clause. It is the church giving a special, or it is the government giving a special protection to the church for acting a certain way. Look how the Supreme Court unanimously. Let's listen to this one, and then we'll go, and then we're gonna jump ahead 4 years to 1894. Is this 1958? I'm sorry, 1969 will be the next case.
I would like to discuss 2 points in the cases which I think are fundamental both to these cases as well as to the preceding ones. One is the question of the infringement on freedom of speech as encompassed within the language of the constitutional amendment and within Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32, and the reason why this language has not been limited by the state Supreme Court in its interpretation of it to language of advocacy as a rule of incitement, but encompasses within it advocacy which may be merely discussion or advocacy of abstract principles. And secondly, I would like to discuss the fact that there is no legitimate legislative objective to the constitutional amendment which is an issue here, and that it is totally unrelated to the purposes of the various exemptions which are granted under state.
Oh, what happened?
Advocacy of the support of a foreign government against the United States in event of hostilities. So there is no gloss on that. There's no indication as to whether they were Justice Burton.
All right, we're not listening to this whole thing. I want to listen to some of Walt's. How long is this? This is an hour long too. I wonder if I can speed it up.
Number 135, Waltz against the Tax Commission. Mr. Enos, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court, this is an appeal from a final order of the Court of Appeals of the State of New York affirming an order for summary judgment obtained by the defendant dismissing the complaint which asserts that the plaintiff, appellant here, is a citizen and a real estate taxpayer who sought an adjudication that the constitutional and statutory provisions of the State of New York, which exempt from real estate taxation all the property of religious corporations used solely for religious purposes, violates the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. He asserts in his complaint that he is a Christian, not a member of any particular sect, and objects that the amount by which his taxes, real estate taxes, are increased by the exemption of all
to pay for the churches,
religiously owned property.
I don't go to the Mormon church.
Taxations constitutes an involuntary contribution.
Facts. So in Utah, like what Mr. Mao was talking about, my taxes pay for the Mormon churches, and the Mormon churches have a requirement that they have to be They have to build a Mormon church, and they do this because of this stuff, because of this 501c3 tax exempt. They don't have to pay property taxes. That's exactly why they do this. For every so many houses and people that live in Utah, they have to have a Mormon church. Because essentially what it is we're all paying, like Mr. Matt was saying, we're all paying for that property tax. We're all paying for that church. So every neighborhood in Salt Lake City has a Mormon temple. They're all over the place. Oh, damn. So I'm just now thinking of this. So if you make it part of your religion, that for every so many people and every so many houses that get built, you have to build a church. And that church is tax exempt. You're making sure that there's always enough people to pay your taxes and to cover that expense. Then, so now the government, the local government, that's not a drain on the community, because there's a church built for every... I got to work this out in my head. So if I'm making a religion, ideally, I would figure out what would the property taxes be on this property. Now, I don't have to pay the property taxes on this property if I'm 501c3 tax exempt. But somebody's got to pay that, right? So if I make sure, if I can figure out the math, and I can figure out how many people it takes to pay for this plot of land, then I can safely build a church. So let's say it takes 50 people to pay for this plot of land without it affecting them too negatively. So for every 50 people, we can build another church. Bro, it's such a gambit. It's the Queen's Gambit. It is wow. What a scheme. Wow. The more I look into this, the more I'm glad this is why I go with my instincts. I may not thoroughly know the arguments, and I may not have done the research, but usually when I have instincts on things, if I go with my instincts, I'm usually right. And when I look deeper into this and I see the schemes and I see the games that have been played, the court decisions, oh man, it just makes me
by him to the activities of these religious organizations, which violates his freedom of religion. Before taking up my main argument, which will be very brief because the principle I assert is very simple, I would like to address one word to the Corporation Counsel's suggestion in the first point of his brief that the court should either dismiss or affirm this appeal on the ground that the record is inadequate. We submit to the court that all of the facts required for a decision of this issue, no matter how momentous it may be, are present, either in the pleadings or in the facts which are judicial notice. It was the defendant who moved for summary judgment, and the facts were quite sufficient to obtain a judgment of the Court of Appeals in favor of the defendant, and the defendant is not in a good position here to assert that the facts are not sufficient for review by this court. All of the facts required for decision are present.
I wish I could play this in double speed because...
Before you proceed with your argument, I'm a little curious.
This is an hour long, and this one's a lot more interesting than the last one. I wish I could play it at double speed, but I can't.
Curious about the whereabouts of the plaintiff in this case. I refer particularly to Romans 6 of the appendix of the amicus brief of Mrs. Madeline
plaintiff's
Murray
not there?
O'Hare, in which it is indicated that the post office couldn't find
Now, oh man. So now we see why Mr. Waltz lost the case. Not because he had a bad argument, but because he didn't show up. Oh, what?
Well, did somebody else sign for this?
Well,
let me tell you what I know.
Letter?
Well, let me tell you.
Mr. Waltz is a member of the New York Bar, and he's taken the case to this stage.
Mr. Waltz didn't show up for court. What the? So he could have had a great case. He could have had a strong case. And he didn't show up for court. I wonder why Mr. Waltz didn't show up for court. What happened to Mr. Waltz?
And intended to argue the case. He requested me to argue it and present his position on his behalf because he happens to be suffering from a very high blood pressure. And frankly, he stated that
Bro, they got
he
to
did
Mr.
not think
Waltz.
that he emotionally.
Bro, they got to Mr. Waltz. They gave Mr. Waltz the dang COVID Vaseline. And his blood pressure skyrocketed and he couldn't make it to court. And he passed the New York bar and he was intended to argue his own case and he didn't show up because he had high blood pressure. Bro, they took out Mr. Waltz.
Could undertake
The commies got
to
it.
present the oral argument to this court. I know Mr. Walls. He's been in my office several times, and I can communicate with him anytime I wish. I mean,
that satisfies my question. I just wondered if he was still.
Thank you.
If he was still around. No, he's not around. The ops took him out. The ops took him out, and now you got this beta male lawyer in the courtroom who's mumbling and stumbling. Mr. Waltz was about to handle shit, and then they freaking took the boy out.
Now, going to the merits of the argument, I do not intend to quote to this court much of what it has said in the over 500 pages that the court has written between Gobitis and Flask on the question of the meaning of the First Amendment. I think it appropriate, however, that we approach our argument with a statement made by Mr. Justice Jackson speaking for the court in the Barnett case, which established that the flag salute violated the First Amendment. And Mr. Justice Jackson for the court stated that the task of translating the majestic generalities of the Bill of Rights, conceived as part of the pattern of liberal government in the 18th century, into concrete restraints on officials dealing with problems of the 20th century, is one to disturb the self-confidence. These changed conditions, from the laissez-faire situation in the 18th century to the government control of our century, often deprive precedents of reliability and cast us more than we would choose on our own judgment. But we act in these matters not by authority of our competence, but by force of our commissions. We cannot, because of modest estimates of our competence in such specialties as public education, withhold the judgment that history authenticates as the function of this court.
Is it loud? Is it popping in the red? Bad?
Approaching this question, it is the appellant's submission that the plain words, the first 10 words of the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights, that Congress, which now includes the states, shall pass no law respecting the establishment of religion, bars all aid to religion, including the massive
Exactly. And this
tax
is it right
exemption
here.
from real estate taxes.
Right. So when people, if Wally wants to bring up that taking away attacks his church exempt status would violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, he's wrong. Flat out wrong. By giving churches a tax exempt status, you are violating the Establishment Clause. By giving churches a special allocation and special rules that they have to follow to maintain that allocation, you are violating Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. Now, I understand the Supreme Court ruled against this in 1958 or 1969. But as we know, the Supreme Court is a mess, and it's just whoever's in charge. And in the 60s, we had commies infiltrating our government, and Mr. Waltz didn't even show up for court, and he was supposed to make all these arguments himself. And he didn't show up. He got high blood pressure. He got dang injected. Now I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I told y'all my instincts. Hey, what you think happened?
Presented in this case. I will not pause to lead the court again, as it has gone through its opinions through the course in the first Congress, which produced
I'm going to read ahead,
these general words respecting an establishment of religion. It is suffice to say that out of the narrower words introduced into the House, no law establishing religion, and out of the still narrower words introduced into the Senate, no law establishing articles of faith. In the conference between the two houses, in which Mr. Madison was a member of the conference, we extracted the words, no law respecting an establishment of religion, which the Congress adopted and the states adopted. Now, this court has said, in Everson, and in every case considered since Everson, that the generalities of these words not only prohibit the establishment of a church, but they prohibit any aid to religion. Only two sentences from the court's opinion in Everson, which has been quoted by the court in every opinion since. The Establishment Clause of the First Amendment means at least this: neither a state nor the federal government can set up a church. Neither can pass laws which aid one religion,
After the stream, I got to
aid all religions, or prefer one religion over another.
My new mattress is
The
coming
appellant's
on
position very
Wednesday.
simply is that just as this
My new mattress arrives on Wednesday, and then I have to open it, and I have to let it sit for 3 days to fully expand. I got a body pillow. I got a nice body pillow. And I got 2 nice new pillows. I've got a full comforter and sheet set. I've got satin sheets that hold cool air. Nice satin sheets, nice comforter set, pillow, a decorative throw thing, and a pillow. I'm kind of gay when it comes to like decorating and stuff. I'm like into that. I want stuff to look nice, and I'm a little gay in that way, but you can blame my mama. I forgave her, but I'm not messy. And so on Wednesday, my mattress arrives, and then I have to open it and let it expand for 3 days. It's a mattress in a box, which means if today is Tuesday, I've got 4 days to finish cleaning this room and put my bed together. So I think after I finish the stream, I'm going to finish cleaning the room and move all the furniture in there. I'm going to put my mattress on the floor, my current mattress, and I'm going to take the trundle bed out to the shed in the back or to the front or something. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. And it's heavy as shit. The thing is heavy. I've got to get it down the front stairs by myself. I'd like to have somebody come help me, but I don't have any friends. Praise God. Whatever, I'll get stronger. If it doesn't kill me, it makes me stronger. I'll get it downstairs myself. Take it either to the front, and maybe somebody will take it, or take it to the shed. Put the mattress on the floor, and then once I finish, I'm almost done cleaning that room over there. And I'm talking about cleaning the baseboards, cleaning the walls. About done with that. I just got to move all the stuff that's currently in there to one side so I can build this big ass bed, because I got a big ass bed. Big old king size bed instead of the little twin size bed that I have now. And then probably tomorrow I'll lay out all the pieces tonight and sleep on the mattress on the floor. Or today, I guess. I sleep during the day. And then tomorrow I'll stream. And after the stream tomorrow, I'll build the bed. And then Wednesday I get the mattress, open the mattress, finish cleaning the rest of the room where I moved the furniture away. Finish cleaning all that stuff. Open the mattress. By next weekend, we got a badass bed. Why don't you just ask Shane to help? I don't know where Shane's been. I don't know where he's been. I think he's living out in the mountains again. He's not around here. I think he was just staying in that apartment over the winter, and I think he's back in the mountains now. Not sure. I could ask him. But I need to try to get this bed put together quick this week. And I got to write my debate thing. So that's the main priorities, is put the bed together. And I know people are like, well, it shouldn't take you long to put a bed together. The problem is, it's like Chinese Amazon furniture, and the instructions are like garbage, and there's a chance pieces are going to be missing. So I need to find out if pieces are missing so I can send it back before July 9th. So I can get a return. If I can return it, I'm going to actually get a queen size, because the king size is a little too big for that room. It's going to take up a lot of space, and I don't want to send it back if I don't have to, because it's going to be a lot of work. I have to freaking put it back in the box, tape it up, get it downstairs, get it into the truck, take it down to you. And it's a very large box. It's like a 9-foot box, and it's big and heavy. And so if it's missing a piece and I have to return it, then I'm going to get a queen size. Well, no, because I have a king size mattress on the way. So I have to get a king size. So that's fine. I'm fine with having the king size. It's bigger than I expected it to be, and it's going to take up a lot of space in the room, like more than I thought. But are you doing your debate, then going to work? No, I took the 4th off. I took that night off work so that I can do the debate, and then I can hang out on a panel with them afterwards and do a stream afterwards. So July 4th, we'll be streaming all night. I took that day off work, which nobody should complain, because I'm like the only white person there. So none of these other dang Muslims should be asking for the July 4th off, right? I'm like, there's like 3 people there that might potentially ask for the July 4th off for a holiday. And I think we should all get it, because we're the only white people there. So, they could have like Ramadan or whatever the hell they celebrate. They can have those days off. We're not going to ask for those days off. We should be able to have Thanksgiving and July 4th off, and let all the dang brown people come work. Pause. Pause for racism. Is that not true? I think that's true. If you don't agree with that, then get the hell out of my country. Only white people get July 4th and Thanksgiving off, right? No? Is that racist? Or is that just true?
This court has repeatedly stated, and indeed in the last case, in the Flash case, that of course the First Amendment forbids aid to religion and that any tax funds, that any taxes be exacted or spent on religion. That it's the appellant's submission that this exemption from real estate...
Well, first off, who says that I took paid days off? Unfortunately, I did take paid days off on accident when I requested it because I didn't know. I've never requested a day off before. I've been there for 6 months and I've never asked for a day off or been late. So I didn't know what I was doing. So I did request paid days off, which I have like four paid days off and I took one. So, which is fine. But honestly, in either November or December, my mom wants me to go out to Florida to visit the family. Sometime, I probably can't do it like for Thanksgiving or Christmas because a lot of people will be asking for those days off. But sometime in there, I want to try to go down to Florida for like a long weekend for like 5 days. And I'll use paid days off for that. And then whatever the Dragon Ball Super Nationals is next year in like January or February, I would like to go to that. So it's basically floor coming. I'll probably take 2 days off. And then I'll take like 3 days off in like November. And then I'll take like 2 days off in like January of the next year. And if they're not, those are paid days. I can take days off that aren't paid days off. But those are paid days off. So that's really all I care about is go see my family sometime over the holidays, have a couple days off the floor, and then have a couple days off for the tournament. I hope they do the tournament in New York this year. They've done so the past year it was LA. The year before that it was I think Miami, Florida. And the year before it was LA last year. The year before it was Vegas, and the year before that it was like Miami, Florida. So I'm hoping this year Nationals is going to be in New York. That would be so epic. It'd be a lot of money. It'd be expensive. We have to do some crowdfunding, but I could do some content, go to Times Square. I would love if Dragon Ball Nationals was in New York this year. That would be epic. But yeah, that's all. That's basically like as far as travels and days off that I need. I don't take sick days. July 4th. I didn't want a paid day off for July 4th. I was gonna say, because my days off are Monday and Tuesday, I was gonna say, can I work Tuesday and have Thursday off? But I accidentally requested it in the phone with one of my paid days off, so whatever. Next time I won't make that mistake, but it's not a horrible mistake. I get a paid day off on July 4th, I'm not mad about it. It's just that's not what I intended to do. I intended to work a different day and just get that day off. And then when floor comes, take like 2 days off. Should be here for 2 weeks. And then we have 2 days off. We can go do stuff on those days. We can do stuff on the weekends. I probably won't be streaming. Well, I'll still be streaming late at night once we get home, but if it's my 2 days off and she's here, those nights we'll probably go do something, and then we'll come home and start the stream up a little bit later. and she can stream with me. And then over the holidays, go see my family, get my teeth cleaned, and get my fillings checked out. And the dentist that did all my fillings does implants now, so it's a long process, but maybe I can go down there and get like the measurements taken and get like the beginnings of the implants put in, and then go down there like 6 months later to get the teeth put in, to get this filled and some of these other gaps filled from my my self-destruction phase. At least just this tooth. If we could just get this tooth filled, I'd be happy. But I do want these ones filled, because what happens is when you don't have these molars in the back that you guys can't see, is your jaw starts to shrink and it deforms your face. So, but really I just want to get this. If I could get an implant put here, that would be cool. When John or Mr. Mad show up again, I suggest you ask them to teach you about paid time off. Yeah, it's not something I need to learn about. I understand how it works. It's just not something I participate in a lot. Because if you don't take any of your paid time off at the end of the year, they pay you for all that paid time off. So, regardless whether I take the days off or I just don't use it and I get paid for it, works out either way for me. I know how it works. It's not a problem with me understanding how paid time off works. It's a problem with me understanding how the app works, and I requested a day off and I used the wrong option. Like, they don't need to teach me how to do that, dumbass.
State taxes is precisely the same as if the state of New York had passed a law stating that all religious property shall be valued, so that it will, at least we might know its valuation and its increasing valuation, and shall be taxed like all other property. But that upon application by the taxpayer, disclosing that it is a religious organization and that the property is used solely for religious purposes, these taxes should be refunded. We submit to the court that the exemption before us is no different, and that if this court would strike down the hypothetical statute I've suggested, it should strike down the exemption statute of the state of New York.
Mr. Ennis, does this statute limit the exemption to religious corporations?
No, Your Honor, the statute...
Part of a broader statute, is it?
Of course. It's the religious corporation is in the general provision which exempts educational institutions, hospitals, and the like, and it includes religious corporations. We, of course,
primarily for
religious
religious
have a word
corporations,
to say
though,
about the suggestion that religion can be subsumed under charitable activities. But it is, so far as the statute is concerned, included with these other classifications.
So this applies to the common misconception that a 501c3 is a nonprofit or is a charity. So churches are charitable nonprofit 501c3s, but not all 501c3s are, I'm sorry, not all nonprofits are 501c3s. I think all 501c3s are nonprofits. And then charitable, so it's 3 different qualifications. And I watched like an hour-long video about this. This stuff is super boring, by the way. This is not my favorite topic. I'd much rather talk about philosophy and solipsism and how the mind works and what reality is. And I think that stuff's way more interesting, but somebody throws down the gauntlet, we gonna learn. We're gonna learn today.
Would your argument go so far as to reach hospitals run by religious orders?
No, of course not, Your Honor. The hospitals, the asylums, the orphanages, the educational institutions, schools, all of these institutions which are run by religious organizations are exempt from real estate taxes by virtue of their function. Our argument only reaches to property used exclusively for religious purposes.
Does that not assume that religious oriented schools are not teaching religion?
No, it does not at all, Your Honor. But the
But
statute...
you have no trouble, I take it, with a school which is teaching religion to young children at an early age or to college students at a later age.
I have no trouble in exempting the real estate from taxation.
Property
and in any event, Your Honor, the statute relieves us from this problem because the statute we're addressing ourselves to exempts only property which is used exclusively for religious purposes. And we do not have to address ourselves to what might be a more difficult.
But this exemption also applies to Scientology churches. It also applies to Mormon churches. So I can start a religion and say we're going to worship the spaghetti monster and I can get a tax exemption. That's nonsense.
As to whether a hospital run by a church institution, whether physical care is sufficiently permeated with religious instruction to render it suspect. We don't have to deal with that.
Planned Parenthood is a 501c3 tax exempt. Black Lives Matter is 501c3 tax exempt. I don't think any of them should get it, including the church. This is not just and so in the debate, I'm going to have to make it clear that I'm not pro taxes guy, right? I'm north of conservative and I'm right of conservative, which means more capitalist and more theocrat than a conservative. The farther right means less taxes. I'm pro less taxes. My problem is when the taxes aren't equally distributed and when certain institutions get to dodge taxes with encouragement from the government for certain benefits, as long as they act right. And I don't think the church should be doing that. So I want the church, if the church has to pay its taxes to get involved in the government and take over the government, then at that point, then we can have this debate again. And when we have a Christian king, we could say, now the churches don't have to pay taxes. Now nobody has to pay taxes except for the damn atheists. If we're not going to banish them, which eventually we will, but at the beginning, we'll just make them pay more taxes to force them out. It's like, if you're an atheist, LGBT, low IQ, STD, BLM supporter, that's fine. You can live here, but you're going to pay a whole bunch of taxes while all the Christians pay less taxes because they go to the churches where the churches pay the taxes to fund the government that the churches installed a leader of. So the government is now ran by a person who was installed by the churches, which pay the taxes to the government. And then that government leader says, hey, churches pay a lot of our taxes. We take in this much money every year from the churches. So Christians who go to these churches, you guys don't have to pay as much taxes. All you atheists and all you demon worshipers and all you Scientologists and all you other people, you guys got to pay more taxes. And then what that does is it drives them out non-violently. It's still by force, but it drives them out. Heat warning in effect. Is that a heat warning of my laptop? Oh, I got to turn the fan on. Oh shit, the laptop's overheating. The fan's not on. Oh my God, I haven't had the fan on all night. I forgot to have my laptop fan on. The laptop's getting hot. It's hot in this room. So now the churches run the government. The churches are paying taxes to the government. The churches install the leader of the government. The government is transparent with its use of the taxes. The church is transparent with its use of the tithes. The people can no longer write off their church donations, but they know when I give the church this money, it's going to a righteous cause. The government's going to take this percent and the government's going to use it for this cause. So it's all a good cause. And we're going to charge more taxes to the people who don't qualify, which drives out those people. Population is reduced naturally through differing opinions and theology rather than eugenics and murdering people and killing babies. Population is reduced in our homogenous culture. We develop a more homogenous culture. Population is reduced in our area naturally by driving those people out because they don't want to be part of this anymore. They don't want to pay more. We don't want to pay more taxes to be part of a government that we don't support. So they leave. Then we step it up a notch and say the people who are rich and who can afford, the atheists who are rich and who can afford to pay these taxes, these boosted taxes that we just put on them, and are still sticking around and trying to infiltrate us, then we banish them. Then we bring in the banishment clause and we banish you. Bro. Josh America sounds epic. And I'm not even going to be the king. Because I'm a damn criminal. I'm not a politician. I'm just the guy that comes up with the ideas. I'm the advisor to the king. Right? Now, the advisor also is the first guy to get his head cut off when he makes a bad decision. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Could I ask you this question? Supposing New York changed the statute and granted the exemption.
I'm just going to be stronger than the king. You can't beat me. Right? You're going to have to take my head. I'm going to tell you how it is. And if the king the power starts to go to his head and he starts to get a little crazy with his power, then his advisor, the guy who came up with the whole system, is going to be building an uprising. And we're going to handle that king, and we're going to install a new king with the church at our backs. Imagine if all the Christians joined together and we handled shit like we used to do. Imagine.
Every kind of charitable organization except a purely religious organization. Would you think that would give rise to a free exercise question?
No, Your Honor, I do not.
You don't?
I think that the Constitution does not forbid the legislature to grant exemptions to charitable organizations, but only to religious organizations.
In the debate, make sure that your viewpoints are fully showcased. Oh, we will. We will. I'm going to be wearing a White History Month shirt, Jalen. It's going to be July 4th. It's going to be Christian nationalism on full display. Don't worry about that. Ain't no soft allowed.
It is our position, Your Honor, that if prayer and Bible reading in the public school is an age religion, it's inescapable that the practical, economic, financial aid of real estate tax exemption is an aid to religion. This proposition is so simple that it's rather difficult to expand upon it. Its very statement is its own proof. Unless this court is prepared to say that factually an exemption is of purely property used purely for religious purposes is not an aid to religion, unless the court is prepared to say that, it must say that it is an aid to religion which is unconstitutional. I think I would like to say a few words about the defenses, if I may call it that, or the arguments which the Corporation Counsel has presented in his brief on this subject. And these are the defenses presented usually to support this awkward fact that we have in all of the states this exemption. And although we've had it in all the states for 180 years, it now for the first time comes squarely before this court for consideration. The first argument in support of it is the argument of history. How is it that this exemption stands on the books of all the states for so long without having been challenged in this court? Of course, the answer, I think, is attributable to the great political power of the religious organizations in this country that have been able to achieve this exemption from taxes for so long. Another reason is that when this started in the beginning, in the beginning of our republic, the tax question was a very minor one. The tax question has only loomed large when, in part as a result of tax exemption, religious organizations in this country have accumulated literally hundreds of billions of dollars of property. And now, with the increasing...
Okay, so Wally responded to me in Discord, and I didn't see this. I don't know when this happened. I asked him, what is the exact premise of the debate, so that I know who's the affirmative and who's the negative. Because if the premise of the debate is, should churches retain their tax exemption status, then he would be the affirmative and I would be the negative. He says, the premise as I understood it is, should tax exemption be taken away from the churches? In that premise, I am the affirmative. I'm saying yes, tax exemption should be taken away from the churches, which means in that premise, I am the affirmative. He is the negative. We're saying, should tax exemptions be taken away from the churches? I say yes, which means I go first in the debate. So that's just what I wanted to clarify with him, and I'm glad he responded to me. And I asked him for a picture so I could put it in the thumbnail. So, should tax exemptions be taken away from the churches? For the thumbnail, for the YouTube title, I'll probably title it, should churches lose their 501c3 status? That's how I would word it for the thumbnail. So I'm responding, okay, so I would title it, should churches lose their 501c3 status? Which means I am the affirmative, which means I go first in the opening statements. And that's all I wanted clarified, because while composing a formal opening statement, I need to know if I'm going first or going second. Because if I'm going first, then I can address all these things as if my opponent hasn't spoken yet. As if my opponent hasn't contributed anything. So, if I'm going first, which so far I haven't gone first in a debate, I usually go second, which means you have to preemptively assume what your opponent might say while writing your opening statement. And I know a lot of people don't write their opening statements. I do. I like writing, and this is like a writing exercise for me. So to me, when I'm doing something like this, my opening statement is my punch. That's my power punch. I'm trying to knock you out in the first round. So I'm going to try to compose an opening statement. And so it changes how you write it, whether you're going first or going second. So if I'm going second, I have to assume what my opponent might say in their opening statement and respond in a way where even whether they say it or not, and so like with Jalen, in my opening statement, regardless of what he said, I made my points. But I also said things where it's like, my opponent's probably going to say this or probably going to say this. So, because I don't know what your opening statement is. Now, this is why, with experience and with doing lots and lots of debates, especially if you're doing debates on the same topic, you don't have to write an opening, and you can just react. If you're going second, you can just react to the other person's opening statement. Whereas in this case, I'm going first, which means I'm going to put all my stuff out there. I'm going to assume his arguments beforehand, and I'm going to say things like, my opponent will probably argue this. Here's how I would counter that. And so it's good to know if you're going first or going second. In card games, this is actually considered an unfair disadvantage because like in Dragon Ball Super, you draw 6 cards, and it used to be you draw 6 cards and then you mulligan however many cards you don't want and you draw more cards. Well, your decision on your opening hand is going to be affected based off of whether you go first or second. So, in Dragon Ball, in this card game example, you roll the dice before you draw any cards. If you draw cards before the dice is rolled and you start planning your hand out, that could be a misplay. That could be a reason for disqualification. You can't, because well, you wouldn't want to do that in the first place. But essentially, you need to know who's going first or second before you determine what your opening hand is the analogy I'm trying to make here. So I'm going first, as long as he agrees to this, which is typical debate. The affirmative goes first. In legal debates, whoever starts goes last. I don't like that. So I'm going to ask him if he's okay with the way I like it is if I go first, if I'm the affirmative and I'm going first, he gets to go last. In like legalistic debates, whoever goes first also goes last. I don't like that. I don't think internet debates, I think if you go first, you shouldn't also get to go last. And in formal debates, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think on internet debates, I think it's more fair if I go first, you go last. So that's the way that I've done it in debates that I've done on my channel. Like with Jalen, he went first and I went last. If you get to open, I get to close. And I think I like that. I like that more. So I said I would title it, Should Churches Lose Their 501c3 Status? Which means I am the affirmative, which means I go first in opening statements. I am fine with that. And you go last in closing statements. So we'll see. Maybe he's going to say, if he's really into debate, maybe he's going to say, well, if you go first, you're supposed to go last. And if he says that, I'm fine with that. But I think it's better that if I go first, you go last. If you go first, I go last. But I know in like informal debates, usually whoever opens also closes, which doesn't make sense to me. Which is why I don't like it that way. We'll see what he says, but dangerous. It's a debate, not a cage fight. It's a verbal cage fight. Handle shit like we used to. You're dangerous. I'll watch the debate. I like your comedy shows. I missed it. Who exactly is going to be in the debate? Also, who's the debate going to be? Yeah, it will be on my channel. It'll be on my channel and Speakeasy's channel. In debate, if you're right, you don't even have to worry about what your opponent is going to say. Yeah, but so in debates like this, which in my closing statement, I'm going to make it very clear that I actually don't have a strong stance on this. And the goal is to understand your opponent's arguments better than you understand your own arguments. So I understand when people say churches should be taxed or should not be taxed. I understand where they're coming from. And I really don't have a strong stance on this. The only reason I'm getting so engrossed in this is because he challenged me to a debate. Otherwise, it's not a big deal to me whether they are or they aren't. I see there's upsides and downsides to both sides of the argument. So it's a nuanced debate. So it's more like I'm not even doing this. For one, I'm doing this for practice. Even though it's like a real debate on the internet, a real internet debate. It's a real internet debate. I'm doing this for experience and to learn and to grow from it. And he may be in the right here. I may be wrong about this. Or maybe we're both right and we're both wrong. Well, it's contradictory statements. We can't both be right at the same time. But this is like a nuanced topic where there's upsides and downsides to both sides of the argument. And so something like this, to me, is just, it's not about proving the other person wrong or proving myself right. It's about experience. It's about having fun. And it's about people listening to something instead of all the garbage that's on the internet. You know? So really what this is to me is just a contest. It's just a competition. And I like to win. I don't like to lose. Doesn't mean I don't lose. I lose a lot. When I play card games, when I play chess, I lose all the time. And you learn sometimes, well, a lot of times you learn more from losing than you do from winning. So that's what it's about for me.
Public services, social services that are required, the matter becomes acute as to whether this isn't part of the real estate in the United States, which constitutionally should be subject to tax. And indeed, another simple argument is that history cannot turn aid into no aid. Not only real estate tax exemption, but it's been common in our public schools saying public prayers and Bible reading. This has gone on since the beginning of the Republic, but it only reached this court in the last 20 years when citizens determined to raise the issue. Take the Sunday school laws. The Sunday school laws, as this court in its cases, in its decisions recognizes, these of course had a religious origin, and yet they went on.
Exactly, Dean. And sometimes you'll listen to a debate and you'll hear something you never heard before, and you'll be able to listen to it, or you'll be able to hear it presented in a way that you never thought of it before. And it could make you step back and rethink the whole thing. Sometimes, like, for example, if somebody says racism doesn't exist, 99% of the people are going to say racism does exist. But then when you hear somebody say racism doesn't exist, and they go against a person who says racism does exist, and the person who says it does exist has no good arguments, but the person who says it doesn't exist crushes it, then you might step back and think, I never thought about it that way. Or you might be predisposed to have a certain opinion where you think, this is the truth, this is false, and then there's a debate, and you see the person you agree with just crush the opponent, and the opponent has no arguments, and you're like, yeah, that's kind of how I expected this to go. So it validifies, that's not a good word, it validates your preconceived notions, no, your presuppositions.
With this religious justification, legislative justification was religious, they went on from the beginning of the Republic until a few years ago. And the court, in its opinion, stated, we would strike these Sunday laws down as unconstitutional establishment of religion if it were not for the fact that in the development of our country, a secular reason for these laws has supplanted the original religious purpose of the laws. And the court said that if the purpose was aid to religion.
Worst case scenario, I get totally bodied. Worst case scenario is Wally yells over me the whole time, and it turns into blood sports and a roast battle. But I've heard him in some of his roast battles, and some of his burns are kind of corny. And I don't know if he wants to make it that. I don't know if he knows who he's stepping in the ring with, but I'm a little wittier. I'm a little wittier than you might think. So if it turns into a dang blood sports roast battle, your boy about to get roasted. The worst case scenario, nobody wins the debate. We both look like morons, and I light some fireworks at the end. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it should be fun.
These Sunday laws would have been stricken down, and they were saved because the purpose has become secular. Now, but it's only as our country developed and people wanted to open up stores on Sunday, the stores that were involved, that the question was presented to this court. Despite the fact that
I don't want to listen to this whole thing. I wish I could play it.
Its origins unconstitutional.
I wish I could play this faster, but it's not on YouTube. I could read it faster. I think this takes care of the... Bro, Waltz... What's his name? Bro. Waltz got poisoned so he couldn't show up to court, and this dang public defender showed up in front of the Supreme Court, and they handled this guy. That's what I think happened. That is interesting, but it's 6 a.m. I gotta leave soon, so I can't listen to all of that. Okay, we understand that currently gay marriage does not threaten the 501c3 tax exempt status of the church, but how much longer is that going to be the case is the question. Can a ministry or charity lose this tax exempt status? It is possible. Fair Labor Standards Act. Substantial penalties may be imposed. So this is the important one. Not all ministry. So that's important. If they have a coffee shop, if they sell books, they still have to pay taxes on all that. Also, not all churches are 501c3 tax exempt. Also, if you're not 501c3 tax exempt, you can still get out of paying taxes. You just need to show proof that your income is substantial enough to offset the taxes. So you could write it all off still. But this is the avoid personal benefit. Well, they don't do that. Use caution in political situations. This is the important one. So, number 6, if your church, make church documents available to the public. If your ministry has to pay unrelated business income tax, UBIT, and files an IRS Form 990T, then your organization needs to make that document available to the public. So that's like what I was talking about. If you're selling books or coffee, if you have a coffee shop on the church and you're selling coffee and candy and things like that, then you still have to pay taxes on that. And you need to make those unrelated business tax incomes available to the public. Other documents for public inspection may apply to your ministry as well. Churches can be audited. Because your churches and other nonprofits enjoy certain tax benefits, the IRS has the right to audit any organization it believes no longer qualifies for exemption or has failed to pay applicable taxes. Organizing your information can streamline a potential audit in the future. Maintaining your ministry's tax exempt designation requires ongoing commitment. While this list offers general information, see the IRS tax guide for churches and religious organizations. A ministry can participate in some political lobbying as long as it's issue-driven and not related to a particular candidate. That's my main contention. If lobbying becomes a substantial part of its activities, a church could jeopardize its exempt status. Learn to keep. So, I want all the Christians, I want all the churches to be united under one Christian church. Not have all these small little pop-ups. Not have all these cults popping up. Not have Scientology. Not have Mormonism. Not have Seventh-day Adventists. Not have Waco. Not have all these different little groups, the Anthill Kids, and all these different cults that pop up. We have one Christian church. and we are united. Now you could make smaller branches of it. So it's like a franchise. It's like a franchise, or is it incorporated and franchise? I'm thinking about like fast food restaurants. So you don't want the franchises, or I forget the words, but you don't want the franchises. You want incorporated. We're all incorporated into the same body of Christ. We have one united church. We have little churches everywhere, but they are all incorporated under this thing. Now, this giant mega church, people hate that word. I don't think they hate the mega churches, but I think they hate the false prophets that lead them. We have one giant mega church, and all the little churches across America are affiliated with that one church. Through that, now your little home churches survive. Your little small churches with 5 members survive because it's all paying into the one tax pool for the government. And because of that, the Christians get much more active in the government. They get involved. And now the church says, who's our best guy? Who's our guy? Who's our guy that we think could run this country better than these weak-ass politicians? And the Unified Church of America, Christian Church of America, says, this is our guy. We're going to run him. And then he runs for president, and they all say, we're going to vote for this guy. And they all vote for him. He becomes president. And a bunch of other versions of him become governors and mayors and school board. They run the school boards. They run everything. We take over everything. We take over all of it. And now we're paying taxes to these politicians who we installed and we voted for and we as a church agreed upon. And those people are running the government. And they say, here's what we're going to do with your taxes. I know you don't like that the church has to pay taxes. I know you can't write off your tithes anymore because that's so important. The whole reason you tithe is just so you can write it off, which is weak, by the way, communist. But now the leaders of the government are people that, since we're paying this giant pool of taxes, the leaders of the government now are people that we installed into the government, and they say, here's what I'm going to do with those taxes. We're not going to send money to Ukraine. We're not going to send money to Israel. We're going to defend our borders. We're going to defend our country. We're going to banish these demon worshipers. We're going to end all these cults. We're going to shut this crap down. And we're going to save America. We're going to make America great again. Let's go, boys. Let's go. That's it. That's the dream right there. So you want United Church. The way that will happen is if they pay the government. Yeah, maybe just listen to what I just said. Yeah, maybe just pay attention to everything I just said. WTF. People write off their tithings? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Dean. That's one of the biggest reasons why Christians are so against this idea of churches paying taxes, because they want to be able to write off their tithings. Oh yeah, Dean. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what it's all about right there. Romans 13, 6-7. For because of this, you also pay taxes, for the authorities are ministers of God, attending to this very thing. Pay to all what is owed to them, taxes to whom taxes are owed, revenue to whom revenue is owed, respect to whom respect is owed, honor to whom honor is owed. Matthew 22, 17-21. Tell us then what you think. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not? But Jesus, aware of their malice, said, why put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the coin for the tax. And they brought him a denarius. And Jesus said to them, whose likeness and inscription is this? Whose face is on the $100 bill? Is it Jesus? No, it's Benjamin Franklin. He was a Mason. Whose likeness and inscription is this? They said, Caesar's. Then he said to them, therefore render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. Based. You're not going to see one church? Yeah, that's nonsense. That doesn't make any sense. So you just ignored everything I just said. So what you're arguing, Matthew, and I'm just going off of one line of your text. What you're arguing is that if churches were not tax exempt, nobody would start a church. Interesting. Interesting. You should read your Bible, buddy. You'll see a united people and church if hell freezes over. All right, so yeah, so you're making the same anarchist argument that John was making. The world is bad, so don't try to do anything right. People sin. We can never be perfect. A Protestant idea, a whack Protestant idea. We're all sinners. What's it called? Something depravity. What's the Calvinist? What is it? Depravity. Yeah, we're all depraved. The world's a horrible place. Satan has dominion over the earth. So there's no point in anything. It's nihilistic. It's yeah. Let's make murder legal. Let's make abortion legal. Let's make drugs legal. Because people are still going to murder. People are still going to do drugs. And people are still going to have abortions. So let's just make it all legal. Because doing things right is impossible. That's the argument. No, Bubba. You're having a debate about churches paying taxes? I know, and I'm practicing right now, and I'm looking at your arguments. So you're saying if churches had to pay taxes, even though lots of churches are not 501c3 tax exempt, they don't apply for it, they don't believe in it, they pay their taxes. You're saying that if churches were not 501c3 tax exempt, if the government didn't wave the carrot over their head, that we would never see a church. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I can't debate with 160 character text messages, bruh. You'll see a united people in church if hell freezes over. You don't have an argument? I don't think you do. I think I just destroyed everything you just said. So even though we have lots of churches that are not tax exempt, they don't apply for it, they don't believe in it, they think it's communist. You're telling me if we took away the tax exemption that there would not be any churches. Is that your argument? You're not going to see one church. You'll see a united people in church if hell freezes over. Right. Right, and I rebutted that. You don't have an argument. Win the debate, I'd agree with you. Well, that's subjective. That's subjective. A lot of people are going to the audience is going to side with who they side with regardless. So how do you determine who wins the debate? So like in this little debate we just had, every argument you made was a bad argument or a fallacy, and I rebutted it instantly. So in this exchange, I won objectively. Objectively, if we were scoring this, if you say, if we remove tax exemption from church, you're not going to see one church. I rebuttal that. I say, there's lots of churches that exist that don't apply for that, and they don't believe in that. And we still have lots of churches. So that's rebutted. That's a point for me. You'll see a united people in church if hell freezes over. I say that's a fallacy. You're saying that since people do bad stuff and it can't happen, oh, it's not going to happen. And I tell you, does that mean we shouldn't try and we shouldn't strive for it? And I show you examples. I say, just because abortion, if we make abortion illegal, people are still going to have, that's the liberal argument you're making, the atheist liberal argument you're making. And I show you why that's illogical nonsense. That's another point for me. Lots of churches prove it. Bro, I just made a short on my channel the other day of Greg Locke. Is it Greg Locke? What the heck's his name? I just made it the other day, and he's a mega church. He canceled his 501c3 status and denounced 501c3 status because the government told him he wasn't allowed to talk about politics. You want me to prove it?
I'm to the place right now, if you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons. Somebody say amen. The rest of you, get out.
Get out.
Get out.
I'm pretty sure you should lose your tax exempt status.
Everybody mad because I said that in this day and age you can't be a Christian and vote Democrat, which, by the way, you can't. Okay, so I still believe that. Because everybody's like, oh, what we need to do is take away their tax exempt status. I got an attorney, and I dissolved our stinking 501c3 in this church because the government ain't going to tell me what I can and what I can't say. So IRS, we don't need your stupid tax exempt status. I renounce 501c3 communism in this church.
All right.
I'm to the place right now. If you vote Democrat,
another one of your arguments debunked. There's an example. Proven. What's next? What's next? What else do you got? Objectively, I'm arguing with my chat now. Objectively, I'm up 3 points. You have 0 points. Anything else? Any other comments? Anything else? Over 200 denominations. 230 million people practice some type of Christianity in America. 7.3 million Judaism, 4.17 million Buddhism, 3.45 million Islam, 2.5 million Hinduism. Right. So and they can all apply for their tax exempt status. Over 200 Christian denominations in America, over 35,000 worldwide. Wow. Where do I have the article about what percentage of I don't remember where I saw that, and I don't have it saved. Some percent of the world Orthodox Church, they're paid for by Americans because we don't pay taxes on our church, which I'm okay with us helping out other countries' churches. So that's a tough one. I have to develop this. And this might be a argument for the other side. Essentially, the idea is, since American churches don't pay taxes, but the majority of the rest of the world churches do pay taxes, the American churches are funding, a lot of our funding goes to churches of the same denomination in other countries, which I'm not totally against that. I am pretty America first, but I'm more Christianity first. So if the American Orthodox Church is paying to keep the rest of the world's Orthodox churches alive because of the fact that we don't pay taxes, that could be an argument for the other side. I'd have to work on that. There's something about it that sounds fishy, though. I don't know enough about that. Just so you know, I'm trying to help you. I think you know that. Yeah. I'll keep lots of churches for, I'll keep my segregation. Don't think I'm going to praise Jesus with some of these people under one roof. Right. But you're okay with America having everybody under one roof. Our home isn't the church. Our home is our country. This is how I would respond to that. So we're okay having Scientologists and Buddhists and Muslims and atheists and spaghetti monster worshippers, and BLM can be 501c3 and LGBTQ can be 501c3. You're okay being under one roof with them, but you're not okay with the Christian church leading this house. Just so you know, I'm trying to help you. I think you know that. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not mad at you. You think people will all of a sudden stand up and there's only going to be one Christian denomination under government raising heaven on earth? No, I don't think that will happen all of a sudden. Let's call it progressive. It's actual progression instead of regression. The progressive movement of the left is actually regression. I think we could actually make progressive steps toward that. And it's not it's not going to be some snap your fingers and it happens thing. It's something we have to work towards. We have to join together and work towards this slowly. So no, I don't think it will all of a sudden happen. And I also don't think it's realistic, but it's also not realistic to think that if you make murder illegal, that murder's not going to happen. That's not realistic. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And all I need to do is ask them to pay taxes. No, but if they paid taxes, they would be more incentivized to get involved in government. If I don't believe in one thing or another, why? If I don't believe in one thing or another, why would I and all churches? I can't see because of this stupid heart. I don't know why this heart is in the chat. I wish it would go away. I don't like it. Convene? I think you're saying convene? Convent? If I don't believe in one thing or another, why would I and all churches converge and be one church? Because we should all agree on the core tenets. And this is what I was talking about with DJ on Paul and Mr. Mad earlier, is that we may have small doctrinal differences, and that's fine. And that's why the church body is for edification. That's why we join together and we have these conversations, and we don't get emotional about it. As men, we stand and we figure this stuff out. And the only way we figure it out is by discussing it and not getting emotional about it. But the core tenets should be, we should agree on that. So then the exegesis and the different interpretations doesn't matter as much, because the substance isn't in that stuff. That stuff's just fun conversations to have. How's the law going to work with the way some churches preach? Then men should be head of the church, and others would say that equality and equity is a thing. Yeah, well, those people would be banished. Yeah, I think that's a pretty clear. We would just banish them. Yeah, those people are gone. You take women out of the equation. The women are at home raising the children. The women aren't in the congregation. The women aren't in the politics. The women aren't in the church. They can come down for maybe like we have a women's only worship where they sing songs and they raise their hands in holy praise, and all the women are like, "Oh, holy, holy," and then the men come in and we debate. We have verbal combat. And the women go home and they take care of the kids. That's equity. That's equality. And this really isn't like a cure-all. It's not like we start taxing the churches, now everything's fixed and we have Josh Erica Josh America. We have the kingdom of Joshua. You know, that's not how it happens. But it's a step we take. We take the step. Churches have to pay taxes now. So here's how it goes. Churches have to pay taxes now. But now all the churches can start supporting political candidates and get involved in government. So the churches tell all their congregations, hey guys, we got to pay taxes now. You can't write your tithe off anymore. We've got to pay taxes on this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to need all of you to get involved in government. If you're not voting, don't come to this church because we have to pay taxes to this government. And if you can't do the least bit to help affect this government, then you can get out. We don't want your money. We don't want to pay tax on your money. We don't want your tithe because we have to pay tax on your tithe. And you don't care about government. You're an anarchist. Get out of our church. Go live in the woods somewhere. Because right now, we have to pay taxes on all of this money you're giving us. So we need to get people involved. And the church tells the congregation, the church has debates. We debate about theology. We debate about philosophy. Instead of a preacher sitting in a pulpit telling people what to think, the congregation is getting involved. People are going to naturally rise to the top. There's going to be a hierarchy. There's going to be a Pareto distribution. There's going to be the people who are the best at talking and speaking and arguing their points in the church. And the church is going to say, man, you know your stuff about politics. Man, you really know your stuff about philosophy. Man, you really know your stuff about theology. You three guys are going to join together and we're going to run you as a political candidate. We're going to get you on the ballot for governor. And all of the church is going to vote for you. And this is going to be your advisor. And this is going to be your marketing dude. And this is going to be your other guy, all within the church. And now the church is more involved. We get involved in local governments. And there's a headship. There's a hierarchy, right? There's one ring to rule them all. And so all these little churches are based in one church. So we're all working together to pay these taxes as one church. And then this church, whatever it be called, I don't want to say the Church of Christ because I'm sure there's some denomination called the Church of Christ, which is probably corrupt. I don't know. But whatever. We make a name. We just call it Christian. The Christian church. And they say, okay, well, we've taken over all the local governments. We've got mayors. We've got governors. Now we need to take it to the federal level because we're paying federal taxes. And the best of you, we're going to put into a thing and we're going to have you guys debate. And we're going to see who's the best of the best. And the congregation is going to agree upon this unanimously by round of applause. I don't know. It's not going to be mob rule. Even if it is mob rule, if we have democracy within the church, is it really democracy? It's not mob rule if it's a homogenous group within the church. And we decide this guy's the best. So we're going to make him the president. And then a natural hierarchy happens. And that's it. And maybe this takes 50 years. But in 50 years, we don't have all the mess that we have going on now. Makes sense to me. All right, I'm drinking one more beer and I'm ending the stream. One more beer, and I'm ending the stream. Let's see. Is there anything cool to play? Anything cool to play? Equality. We will laugh them out of the church if they try to say something like that. Would you say that would be smart right now? It would be a step in the it would be a step in the right direction. So right now, if churches started paying tax to a communist Democrat government, that might suck. I get that. Because God knows what they're going to do with the money from the churches. But anybody who's ever been through any like struggle in their life, a step in the right direction, sometimes it's going to cause you pain. Sometimes it's going to make things worse for a little while. Right? So say you have a drug addict and they say, I want to quit drugs. They're going to have to suffer for a little while. It's going to be painful at first. But the only way that you get out of the darkness is you start making your way towards the light. So the excuse that right now it wouldn't work out, it would be bad at this time, right now it's going to be tough, it's going to be hard, oh, I don't know if that's a good idea right now. If you keep second guessing yourself, this is why we lose. This is why America is going to burn, is going to fall. Because men aren't going to stand up and take a step in the right direction, even if it means that it's going to cause some hardship at first. Sometimes you have to face it head on. And it's going to be tough at first, but you have to push through that to get to the light at the end of the tunnel, right? If you're always saying, well, right now, I don't know. I don't know if it's the best time right now. If you always do that, we just lose ground. We just lose and we lose and we lose and we lose until we're destroyed. Eventually, people gotta stand up and we gotta go against the rulers of the darkness of this world. And it's gonna be hard at first. And it might seem like a bad idea at first. And it might seem like it's never gonna work. But we gotta stop making excuses. We white. We're not victims. We don't make excuses. We face it head on. We deal with it. I wish unicorns were real. I feel you. Yeah, well, that's why we lose. Is talk like that. Can't, never could. Can't, never could. As long as you say I can't and you think like that, we're going to keep losing. Somebody's got to stand up and say, hey, this is going to suck at first. But you better suck it up, men. You better deal with it. But whatever. If this is why the feminists take over everything and rule everything, because the men just say, oh, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna. I'm tired. We can't do it. It's not gonna work. Oh, it's gonna be hard. Shut up. And I don't know if you're even being real, Matthew, but it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get way worse if we keep acting like little girls. I don't know if I'm really even talking to Matthew or if I'm just Matthew's playing devil's advocate. But yeah, that's we're never gonna win anything that way. What if Jesus would have said, well, they're gonna crucify me. It doesn't matter what I do. They're gonna crucify me. Why should I try? I don't want to try. They're gonna crucify me, Daddy. Daddy, they don't like me. They spit on me. I say things that hurt their feelings. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I don't want to be spit on, Daddy. I don't want to be crucified, Daddy. Please, no. Yeah. That's beta. That's beta. It's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work. People are going to do bad stuff. Just let them. Yeah. Beta. Beta. They don't like me. And that's why Jesus wept. It wasn't an emotional beta male crying. It was weeping to see the state of the world. That the men are weak. The women think they're strong. And I don't know. Like, basically at this point, we either do this, we either do something, or just rain down the pillar of fire, God. Just blow the freaking sun up. Like, can we just can a solar flare just wipe out this planet? Because it's so lame. Fathers don't spit on their children? What? What are you talking about, Dean? I'm saying the people spit on him. I'm not saying God spit on him. Glenn Beck says, why now? U.S. government finally releases previously concealed 9/11 tapes. Rachel Wilson debate review on occult feminism. Oh, I didn't get to see that whole debate because it got taken down. Turns out, was it you who was telling me that, Matthew? If you're watching something that was live and then they remove it, it does cut you off. You don't get to watch the whole thing. I don't know who was saying that. Solar cycles happen, no worries. I don't know, right? Now, with that, I can agree with you. It's like, yeah, I guess with that view, what's the point? The problem is no man knows the time or the day. You know, we don't know the time of day. It might be 1,000 years from now. So I'd like my kids and my grandkids to live in a strong society, a strong Christian society for the next 1,000 years before that happens. But if we're going to act like little girls, then I think it should just happen right now. Praise God. I would love if a pillar of fire just wiped us all out right now. I'd be in heaven, hopefully. That's faith, hope and faith. Hopefully, I'd be in heaven. And hopefully, Jalen wouldn't be my roommate. Because if Jalen was my roommate, then I'd probably be in not heaven. That's a joke. That's a joke. Okay. Look, Wade Wilson's trial is live right now. I should have known Flora would find this guy attractive. She loves murderers. How do you think I got with her in the first place? I picked her up in a van, and she said, aren't you kind of afraid picking up strangers in your van? Don't you think I could be a serial killer? And I said, what are the odds there's 2 serial killers in the same van? I made a... Oh, no. I've told that joke before. I'm trying to write jokes. But I think I've said them all. God, the Thorpes have been live all freaking night. Or Grace, at least. Exposing witchcraft in the church. These 3 criminals were eaten alive by deadly predators while running from the cops. What? That's clickbait. I don't believe it. I call BS on
Fugitives fleeing the law often choose the most perilous hideouts. Their desperation to evade capture can drive them into the wild, where they risk encounters with...
They had no intention of being caught that night. The sun would be rising. His family called Regional Ranger Don English. Conspiracy to poach and trespassing. In South Africa alone...
This is fake. They said criminals got... Which aesthetic matches your personality? Cottagecore or goth? Hey, I'll take both of them, you know. Alright. I think I'm going to end the stream. I want to listen to a song I've never heard before. Well, I listened to a little bit of the other day, but I wasn't really paying attention. Probably be not that one.
Today.
Come on, let's go double time.
The
Tech 9 and Lil Wayne.
Definite yes.
Watch it now.
Okay.
And let your imagination.
Probably get a little copyright strike at the end, but I don't care.
To rep my sack, only the foolish neglect projects coming from the newest and blessed by tech. Clergy of craze, worthy of praise, like Anubis and wept while wet. Dismiss what I played at thee, Adamu could, must have wrong should. Slick spit from a hater see, all the crew stood of a strong wood. Mystics with the fate of T, read I move hoods, bro, your song should. Critics, what they say to me is that I'm too good for my own good. A lot of my people in circles round the hood, they treat my music like a blondie. Too much emotion and too many cadences, they want you on the mic a zombie. Lyrically against the fickle listener, quick to pistol whip you like a Chauncey. Then I step with a thicky like a Shanti, spit a web of witty, quite a Nancy. If you spit ridiculous, embrace the part up. But don't wanna reach it and wanna see it the moment I speak it, don't wanna receive it, the one I'm alone at the time. You become so invisible, so then your name don't spark up. opponent competed, the tournament retreated, they running, I'm gonna forget. Rigorous fail when idols give it, wicked as hell and pyro with it, gibberish cells and I grow vicious, nigga this Dell and hieroglyphics. Too good at a thing you just might be. I can't even do a versus with cause I'm gonna
I'm just too good for my own good. I'm just too good for my own good. I'm just too good. I'm just too good for my own good.
My back always hurts.
I'm just too good for my own good. I'm just too. What else can I do standing next to you? But ruin your career, exacerbate your fear, make it so you can't ever come back around here.
Too good, no, I'm too great. I'm like 2 Trey with the flu weight, talking shit and out of toothpaste. Big B's, Bobby Boucher. On my wrist, I got the skeleton Richie with the see-through face. Drive the whip without the toupee. Pregnant pistol, got a due date. I'm too good for my own good. I cross my heart, I knock on wood. I lost my heart, I found my foot. I stand my ground, that ground I stood. I walk my walk, that ground it shook. That time I bought, that time I took, that time I put inside these thoughts. And since it's art, they gotta look. I'm one of the bullets to rep my set. I don't do computers, but I sip tight tech. I don't do computers, but my chips like that. I don't do computers, but my shooters put a bullet wound in your apple. It look bit like Mac, just like that, like this, like that. My drip like splat. With lips like that, she kiss my gat, just my black. Beat the beat up like this track, trying to fist fight back. When the producer heard this verse, he left his eye black. Ask my chef, I eat rappers, I like mine's prep. Still an ex-con, feeling like the only icon left. That's real shit, I'm still a shit, I ain't white mine yet. The greatest of all time, and I got a lifetime left. Don't you?
I'm just too good for my own good. I'm just too good for my own good.
That was alright. Wasn't great. It was alright. Not the best. Alright, I'm gonna go. I gotta clean my room. You guys should go watch Compliance, Shattered Glass. I didn't even talk about that tonight. Shattered Glass is a movie produced by Tom Cruise. About a journalist who wrote for the New Republic, which was like the biggest political magazine of the time. And this journalist was the youngest journalist in the office. And like 30, something like, I forget, like 30 of 37 of his articles, or a big percentage of the articles that he wrote while he was at the New Republic, were totally fabricated. He was just making up stuff. And he found a loophole in the fact-checking system. And this is like late 90s, early 2000s that this happened. And it's a true story. And basically, he found a loophole in the fact-checking system, which was basically if a journalist goes out to something and takes notes, then all they can fact check off of is his notes. So if he fabricates the notes, then he can fabricate the story, and it passes fact checking and editors. And basically the New Republic, which at the time was touted as the only magazine to be read on Air Force One. So politicians and like high up political people read this magazine. And all of his stories were fake, and he got caught for it. Lil Wayne is on a Morgan. I've seen that. Morgan Wallen Post Malone remix with an Eminem beat, Superman. It's cool. I think I've seen that on my feed, but I haven't. Did you send it to me? I'll listen to it real quick. Where'd you friends, Merc, Cumble, Bacon Boy, John, blah, 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 blah. Did you send it to me on Discord? Is it in the Y'all don't know how friggin' tabs work. There's a music tab in the Discord. You can drop stuff like this in the Discord. Where'd you put it? Oh, you said I did see you sent me that New Zealand thing. I did see that. Yeah. I got that. So I think what you're talking about is just a mix. That a DJ put together. Yeah. Hardy, Morgan Wallen. You know the Morgan Wallen guy. Oh, Morgan Wallen and Post Malone, Superman, Sonic Boom remix. Yeah, I'll probably skip that. You know, Morgan Wallen is doing rap music now. Is that how you say his name? I don't know who that guy is, but he's doing rap now. This is like
creating your first video. You should start with.
It's kind of crazy that country singers are now, rappers are now doing country, and country singers are now doing rap. Kind of wild. All right, I'll listen to it later. I'm gonna head out, guys. Echo and Tech 9, Nobody Like Me. Official video. I don't know.
Cold lagered, cold.
I don't know who Echo is, but he has the same name as my dog.
Filtered, cold packaged. Coors Light. Choose.
But I do like Tech 9. You better be good, white boy.
Yeah, what's goody? Flow state, I'm at home writing rhymes in my hoodie. Yeah, fully. In the game, I ain't really trying to play with you rookies. Like I don't need no one. Solo in this bitch, I've been moving at light speed. It's a shame everybody in the game wanna hate, but there ain't nobody like me. Hey, cause I'm a hooligan shooting and I've been rooted in independence, defending anyone who is in the vicinity. Enemies are plenty, I'm set and ready. And me and Tech is the equivalent to a Jason and Freddy. Deadly on the mic, I'm going to get another.
If they say vicinity in the first 6 bars, I don't like it.
The one to put in the zeitgeist, turning a fucking hate around like telling them hi bye. Get on a hype, give me the mic, jump in the mind, one of a kind, fucking Einstein. Ooh, y'all could be watching but never know my struggle when I came from the gutter that I've been trudging through. Sticking to my guns that I never carrying one and look at me and all my comic book references turning money. I guess I just be up on another level. Kill the angels, friended all my devils. Drive, I got us more like twisted metal. I am not an artist, I'm a vessel. Music easy trying to maintain, but I'm having harder times trying to stay sane. Got the magic with the pen like my name's strange. I don't give a fuck, let me say it with a straight face. Kind of switch stance like half-cast. My rap bag getting so packed, my pants sag was laughed at. Back before the followers and stats match. But I'm a bloody savage and the best in this bitch, period. 10 packs. Hold the beat, I need a gas mask. Hey, they're studying me in the stool, I'm a lab rat. My worst day, you like half that. Trying to get up in my head, there's a fat chance. Yo, going to
it's alright.
Talking about deposits, I ain't talking new listening. Running till I get it to the top and not giving in. Gotta be a reason for the life I've been missing. And I've been living in a bubble, I guess that's how I get to. Nobody wants to play with you cause you're a threat. But I really think I would love to grab a shovel and bury the competition and critics with all the thoughts that keep me up and grinding, ready to end it, I'm gone. Who run it like me, go run it like me, nobody like me. Y'all run it like me, go run it like me, not fucking likely.
It's basically MGK and every other I'm not feeling it. Hopefully Tech kills this.
Run the ID, yo, what did I see? Nobody like me. Y'all running like me, go run it like me, not fucking likely.
Tech Nina. Nobody like me, I'm in orbit city like I was jet screamer. The money make them wanna hate me cause they know it gets greener. That'll make them like me no more, discontinue like that Zima. This is not a drill and no testing. Sucking up with flows in my sleep, I got some a wet dreamer. Some of them go away what the threats mean, huh? Literally lousy loser like you're the best thing. There's a load of tech in your life to die from. Especially when destiny invites the night comes. That will be necessity.
There you go.
Tonight comes. Speed heavily next to me on the mic. No Tyson. Considering the bigger dream is bitters delivering. The bitters seem to be quitters and jitter when hitters sing. Trigger withering streams of the givers of littering. Censoring, gibberish committer like chittering. Okay, you know I got this rap shit. Going against the God, you cast it. And that's just how I handle rappers galactic. The masses feeling my energy is magic and empathic. Meticulous and Giancarlo Esposito. Comic star, no sex a hero. Addicted to Saddam sorrow, set to zero. Wickedness ridiculous. Your mom's started next to Negro. Beast mode, just the least ogre. You don't want the reload of the pistol.
Way better.
Soldier, no recoil. Guess I'm about to be Joe, just a beat code. Where the fight's at? Kansas City and Chirac. Midwest killers, a Venus flight trap for niggas who high cap. Nobody like me, I like raps, I like whack. They don't want to see if I'm like that. This is special. Somebody to step your levels up and press on the pedal. With the tech and echo, never do rap with the devil. We celestials that go wet your neck if you heckle. Give me fuel, give me fire. I'm chopping them up and looking any fool in the eye. Hippity hop, giant other dudes in the high. Kill them all in my age, flipped as a cool 25. Who want it like me? Go run it like me. Nobody like me.
Okay, Tech saved that song. If you like, kind of like Christian, it's kind of like American Wagon has a good song. I wrote the book. It's kind of Christian. Okay, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. No more songs. No more song requests unless you're paying me. Check this out. I sent a song on Discord. Oh my goodness. Okay. Is it
leveler. I strike a pose with the pistol grip. Punks getting pistol whipped. Positive and negative, I'm on that dark crystal. Crystallized bodies like exposed to the liquid ice. Lived inside a ghetto in hell, but got evicted twice. The man in the myth, I'm Hiram Abiff. I resurrect Jesus myself and buy him a spliff. I build pyramids, parallel portals to other worlds. Married to Mary Magdalene, but still touch other.
He built pyramids? Dang.
Girls, the widow's son, the wickedest one. So get your North Face on, sucker, the winter's begun. I summon wings, walls of water taller than towers. Gather your pallbearers, I'm burying all you cowards. The merciless Ming, Connecticut's king. Archangel who was born on this earth with no wings. When Gabriel's horn sings and the father returns, I cook a marshmallow on a stick while your soul burns. The grand leveler.
He's making some s'mores. Is this Is it just this guy the whole time?
The grand leveler. The grand leveler. The grand leveler. 3 is the magic number. The stars on the belt of the hunter. The pyramids of Giza that were built directly under. The knocks on the door that signifies my brother. We spread light in winter, then go dark for the summer. I'm absent-minded, sipping on green absinthe. Unlock my brain to travel through Pan's labyrinth. Lab full of beakers and bubbling Bunsen burners. Dungeon full of murderers, chained to the steel girders. Godspeed through tell us.
I see all the symbolism in the video. I'm not playing the video on the stream, but I see all the, yeah, there's a lot of symbolism here. The opening scene of the video it said Masonic Avenue.
Heavenly observers, aliens visit Earth and brought us stone workers. Stargates and black holes.
Aliens visited Earth and brought us stone workers.
Angels and black crows all do the same job. They transport souls. Anunnaki came to the planet to take gold.
Anunnaki came to the planet to take over. Is that what he said?
These have been the ways since the days of old. 3 wise men, 3 kings, etc. The Dark Star Emperor, Orion Nebula, the Grand Leveler.
The three, the Trinity.
The Grand Leveler. leveler. The grand leveler.
One more verse?
The grand leveler.
Nope. Hey, I've been to where he's that's in California. That's over I know where he's at. That's not bad. All right, I'm going to play one more song. Here's one. Here's an oldie but a goodie. I haven't heard this song in forever. I haven't heard this song in so long. The video is so good too. I'm going to show the
Imagine
video.
a home that protects itself.
Alright, Johnny, listen, let's get a good shot.
We're in Miami. Dad, you can't see Dad. I can't see Dad now. Dad, I still can't see you.
Minute, but I think we ought to have a hot dog.
Oh, you're the only one. Dad, you're the only one.
Bro, this song is so good. Listen to the words of this song.
You know what? I am hungry. I thought you guys were hungry too. Look at that.
This is a family, a white family's in Miami.
Where are you going, Dad? Let's go there. Is that like a zoo? Dad, where are you going?
Well, we're going to see the sights. We're going to head down this part of the town. I'm not from here. We are lost.
If you can't read it on the screen, you get bonus points if you know this song. But if you see it on the screen, then...
Yeah, well, I don't know where. Left, right, I guess.
Oh, you made a turn down the wrong... You made a turn down the wrong street, white family.
What you doing? Turn right. Okay. Oh, this is great. What the heck?
Maybe we can get directions from these guys.
Mom! What am I doing? Okay, you just back up.
Yo, they just rolled up in Lil Haiti. They're about to find out.
Come on, man. Let's do this shit, man. Come on, back. Yeah, get this shit back. Come on, get out here. We out here. Hey, really got to this motherfucker, dog. Hey, give me a CD.
You don't play around in the hood in Florida. This used to be the damn theme song.
This is good shit, man. American Idol shit out of here. Fuck that. Hell yeah. Look at that motherfucking wheels. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Houghton Street.
Dean Street. Dean. Nostra Ave. Orange Ave. T-Town. Brooklyn.
Come on, sitting in the living room on the floor, hunger pain
got me on some migraine shit, but I'ma maintain.
Nigga got $2 or $3 to my name, and my
homies in the same block going through the same thing.
Ready for a cape, ready to fly for the paper. We've been living in the dark since April. On the candle, gotta get a handle. My homie got a 25
automatic added to the handle.
Nigga, get the phone book,
look up in the yellow page. Let me tell you how we finna get paid. We gon' order pizza when we see the driver. We can set the 25 up in his face.
Let's fly, stepping outside like warriors
into the territorial south side.
One weapon to the
Four of us hiding under the corridor.
So we see the beam from the car, headlights, white boy in the
wrong place at the right time.
Soon as the
Car door open up, he mine.
We roll up quick and
Put the pistol to his nose. By the look on his face, he probably shit in his clothes. You know what this is? This stick up. Give me the dough from your pickup. You ran into the wrong niggas.
Running down the block hot with these stacks of boxes, so we split up and met back at the apartment.
Hell yeah.
Yo, ain't you hungry, my nigga?
Hell yeah.
You wanna get paid, my nigga?
Hell yeah.
Ain't you tired of
So he just told a story about how they robbed the pizza man.
my nigga? Well, let's ride in.
Hell yeah.
I know a way we can get paid. You can get down, but you can't be afraid.
Let's go to the DMV and get an ID. The name says you, but the face is me. Now it's your turn. Take my paperwork. Like 1, 2, 3, let's make it work. Then fill out the credit card application, and it's gonna be about 3 weeks of waiting for American Express Discover card. Platinum, Visa, MasterCard. When we was boosting shit, then we was targets. Now we just walk right up and say charge it. To the game, we rockin' brand names. Well known at the department store chains. Even got the boys in the crew, a few things. Popo never know who the true blame. Stove like a stove, you know we kept rolling. Wait 2 weeks, report the car stolen.
Repeat the cycle like a laundromat. Like a glitch in the system, it's hard to catch. Coming out the mall with a shopping bag. You can take it right back, then get the cash. Yeah, get a friend, then do it again. Damn right, that's how we pay the rent.
Damn right, that's how we pay for it. So now he, in that verse, so the first verse, he explained how to rob the pizza man. In the second verse, they explained how to do credit card fraud. On the grind. We all gotta hustle. This is the way we survive.
I don't think you are. I don't think you're ready. Let's see how ready. Hold up. Okay.
He's about to rob the hook.
I know a cave world, we can get some government paper. You know food stamps, how we really do that? Hell yeah, it's right there for the taking. Fuck welfare,
we say reparations.
And you know the grind, get up on the government line. Just wait, everybody on break, that's part of the game. And when they call your name,
Miss Caseworker, let me state my claim. I'm homeless, jobless, times is hard, about hopeless, but I gotta eat regardless. No family to run to, I'm 22. Now tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do?
My sad story made her feel close to me. I made it feel like it was an emergency. When I came to the crib, niggas couldn't believe.
I came back with a big bag of groceries.
Every job I ever had, I had to get them the first day.
I found how to pimp the system.
2 steps ahead of the manager,
getting over on the regular tax-free money down the register.
And when I'm working late nights,
stocking boxes, I'm creeping they merchandise. And don't put me on dishes, I'm dropping them bitches. And taking all day long to mop the kitchen shit.
We ain't getting paid commission.
Minimum wage, modern day slave conditions.
Got me flipping burgers with no power. And can't even buy one off what I make in an hour. I'm not the one the kids ask for the top position.
I take mine off the top like a politician.
Where I'm from, doing dirt is a part of living. I got miles to feed, dog. I got to get them.
So in that verse, they explained how to pimp the government and how to rob your 9-to-5 job.
You down the road, my nigga. You better get your hands dirty, my nigga. Your mama need money and things, my nigga. Well, let's ride in.
Hell yeah. Hell gangsta.
Bang on the system and
show that you ready to ride. This is the way we survive. And then they all get caught.
Swiss Monday.
I was having a very bad dream. We were in another country, in a foreign land. We had nothing. I mean, nothing.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And then they go to prison. And then he wakes up and he's in Africa. And they're like, Bumba gagwa buta. And she's like, we were in another country and we were poor. We had nothing. And she's like, look around. You're in paradise. And he said, hell yeah. Those are Florida boys. He said T-Town. That's what that is. That T-Town, stay down. Anyway. All right. So they almost got arrested at the end. So it was almost a happy ending. But then we find out that it was all a dream. It was Inception. It was a dream within a dream within a dream. And they were actually in Africa. We was Kangs. You're so black, John. I know. I'm the blackest white boy you ever met. And somehow I'm racist. I don't even know how it works out. I haven't even done my family tree. I'm probably blacker than most of these black people you know. If you claiming gangsta, then bang on the system and show that you ready to ride. All right. I'm not going to keep playing music. I'll be here all night. Nope. YouTube's closed. Nope. Discord's closed. Nope. Hold on. Nope. Discord's closed. I'm gone. Out of Discord. It's over. The stream's over, guys. I'll see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow, we're doing craving satiation stream. Indulgence. A little earthly indulgence tomorrow. If you've been craving anything, if you've been craving chocolate, if you've been craving pizza, if you've been craving having a sip of beer, have it in the stream tomorrow. Because I've been craving fettuccine Alfredo and Bloody Marys. So tomorrow, I'm going to have a nice Bloody Mary, a nice delicious Bloody Mary, and a big old thing of chicken fettuccine Alfredo penne pasta. It's going to be delicious. We're going to hang out. We'll open the Discord. And it'll be a good time. So I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Later, Matthew. Have a good night, everybody. Hit the like button on your way out. God bless everybody. I'll talk to you later. We out. Peace. I got to go build a Chinese bed.